Prologue. When he grabs Mama's wrist and yanks her toward the wall hanging like that, it must hurt. Mama doesn't cry out. She tries to hide her pain from him, but she looks back at me, and in her face she shows me everything she feels. If Father knows she's in pain and is showing me, Father will take Mama's pain away and replace it with something else. He will say to Mama, "Darling, nothing's wrong. It doesn't hurt. You're not frightened." And in Mama's face, I'll see her doubt, the beginnings of her confusion. He'll say, "Look at our beautiful child. Look at this beautiful room. How happy we are. Nothing is wrong. Come with me, darling." Mama will stare back at him, puzzled, and then she'll look at me, her beautiful child in this beautiful room, and her eyes will go smooth and empty, and she'll smile at how happy we are. I'll smile too, because my mind is no stronger than Mama's. I'll say, "Have fun, come back soon." Then Father will produce the keys that open the door behind the hanging, and Mama will glide through. Theo, tall, troubled, bewildered, in the middle of the room, will bolt in after her, and Father will follow. When the lock slides home behind them, I'll stand there trying to remember what I was doing before all of this happened. Before Theo, Father's foremost advisor, came into Mama's rooms looking for Father. Before Theo, holding his hands so tight at his sides that they shook, tried to tell Father something that made Father angry, so that Father stood up from the table, his papers scattering, his pen dropping, and said, "Theo, you're a fool who cannot make sensible decisions. Come with us now. I'll show you what happens when you think for yourself." And then crossed to the sofa and grabbed Mama's wrist so fast that Mama gasped and dropped her embroidery, but did not cry out. "Come back soon," I say cheerily as the hidden door closes behind them. I remain staring into the sad eyes of the blue horse in the hanging. Snow gusts at the windows. I'm trying to remember what I was doing before everyone went away. What just happened? Why can't I remember what just happened? Why do I feel so... Numbers. Mama says that when I'm confused or can't remember, I must do arithmetic, because numbers are an anchor. She's written out problems for me so that I have them at these moments. They're here next to the papers Father has been writing in his funny, loopy script. 46 into 1058. I could work it out on paper in 2 seconds, but Mama always tells me to work it out in my head. "Clear your mind of everything but the numbers," she says. "Pretend you're alone with the numbers in an empty room." She's taught me shortcuts. For example, 46 is almost 50. And 1058 is only a little more than 1,000. 50 goes into 1,000 exactly 20 times. I start there and work with what's left. A minute later, I figured out that 46 into 1058 is 23. I do another one. 75 into 2850 is 38. Another. 32 into 1600 is 50. Oh, these are good numbers Mama has chosen. They touch my memory and build a story. For 50 is Father's age, and 32 is Mama's. They've been married for 14 years, and I am 9.5. Mama was a Leonid princess. Father visited the island kingdom of Leonid and chose her when she was only 18. He brought her here, and she's never been back. She misses home, her father, her brothers and sisters, her brother, Roar, the king. She talks sometimes of sending me there, where I will be safe, and I cover her mouth and wrap a hand in her scarves and pull myself against her because I will not leave her. Am I not safe here? The numbers and the story are clearing my head, and it feels like I'm falling. Breathe. Father is the king of Mancia. No one knows he has the 2 different colored eyes of a graceling. No one wonders, for his is a terrible grace, hidden beneath his eye patch. When he speaks, his words fog people's minds so that they'll believe everything he says. Usually, he lies. This is why, as I sit here now, the numbers are clear, but other things in my mind are muddled. Father has just been lying. Now I understand why I'm in this room alone. Father has taken Mama and Theo down to his own chambers and is doing something awful to Theo so that Theo will learn to be obedient and will not come to Father again with announcements that make Father angry. What the awful thing is, I don't know. Father never shows me the things he does, and Mama never remembers enough to tell me. She's forbidden me to try to follow Father down there, ever. She says that when I am thinking of following Father downstairs, I must forget about it and do more numbers. She says that if I disobey, she'll send me away to Leonid. I try, I really do, but I can't make myself alone with the numbers in an empty room, and suddenly I'm screaming. The next thing I know, I'm throwing Father's papers into the fire, running back to the table, gathering them in armfuls, tripping across the rug, throwing them on the flames, screaming as I watch Father's strange, beautiful writing disappear, screaming it out of existence. I trip over Mama's embroidery, her sheets with their cheerful little rows of embroidered stars, moons, castles, cheerful, colorful flowers and keys, and candles. I hate the embroidery. It's a lie of happiness that Father convinces her is true. I drag it to the fire. When Father comes bursting through the hidden door, I'm still standing there screaming my head off, and the air is putrid, full of the stinky smoke of silk. A bit of carpet is burning. He stamps it out. He grabs my shoulders, then shakes me so hard that I bite my own tongue. "Bitterblue," he says, actually frightened. "Have you gone mad? You could suffocate in a room like this. I hate you," I yell, and spit blood into his face. He does the strangest thing. His single eye lights up, and he starts to laugh. "You don't hate me," he says. "You love me, and I love you." "I hate you," I say, but I'm doubting it now. I'm confused. His arms enfold me in a hug. "You love me," he says. "You're my wonderful, strong darling, and you'll be queen someday. Wouldn't you like to be queen?" I'm hugging Father, who is kneeling on the floor before me in a smoky room. So big, so comforting. Father is warm and nice to hug, though his shirt smells funny, like something sweet and rotten. "Queen of all Monsieur?" I say in wonderment. The words are thick in my mouth. My tongue hurts. I don't remember why. "You'll be queen someday," Father says. "I'll teach you all the important things, for we must prepare you. You'll have to work hard, my Bitterblue. You don't have all my advantages, but I'll mold you, yes?" "Yes, Father." "And you must never, ever disobey me. The next time you destroy my papers, Bitterblue, I'll cut off one of your mother's fingers." This confuses me. What? Father, you mustn't. "The time after that," Father says, "I'll hand you the knife and you'll cut off one of her fingers." Falling again. I'm alone in the sky with the words Father just said. I plummet into comprehension. "No," I say, certain. "You couldn't make me do that." "I think you know that," he says, trapping me close to him with hands clasped above my elbows. "You're my strong-minded girl, and I think you know exactly what I can do. Shall we make a promise, darling? Shall we promise to be honest with each other from now on? I shall make you into the most luminous queen." "You can't make me hurt Mama," I say. Father raises a hand and cracks me across the face. I'm blind and gasping and would fall if he weren't holding me up. "I can make anyone do anything," he says with perfect calm. "You can't make me hurt Mama," I yell, through my face that is stinging and running with tears and snot. "One day I'm going to be big enough to kill you." Father is laughing again. "Sweetheart," he says, forcing me back into his embrace. "Oh, see how perfect you are. You will be my masterpiece." When Mama and Theo come through the hidden door, Father is murmuring to me, and I'm resting my cheek on his nice shoulder, safe in his arms, wondering why the room smells like smoke and why my nose hurts so much. "Bitterblue?" Mama says, sounding scared. I raise my face to her. Her eyes go wide, and she comes to me and pulls me away from Father. "What did you do?" she hisses at Father. You struck her, you animal. I'll kill you. Darling, don't be silly, Father says, standing, looming over us. Mama and I are so small wound together, and I'm confused because Mama is angry at Father. Father says to Mama, I didn't strike her, you did. I know that I did not, Mama says. I tried to stop you, Father says, but I couldn't, and you struck her. You will never convince me of that, Mama says. Her words clear, her voice beautiful inside her chest, where I'm pressing my ear. Interesting, Father says. He studies us for a moment, head tilted, then says to Mama, she is a lovely age. It's time she and I became better acquainted. Bitterblue and I will start having private lessons. Mama turns her body so that she's between me and Father. Her arms around me are like iron bars. You will not, she says to Father. Get out. Get out of these rooms. This really could not be more fascinating, Father says. What if I were to tell you that Teal struck her? You struck her, Mama says, and now you'll leave. Brilliant, Father says. He walks up to Mama. His fist comes out of nowhere. He punches her in the face, and Mama plummets to the floor. And I'm falling again, but for real this time, falling down with Mama. Take some time to clean up, if you like, Father suggests as he stands over us, nudging us with his toe. I have some thinking to do. Well, continue this discussion later. Father is gone. Teal is kneeling, leaning over us, dripping bloody tears onto us from the fresh cuts he seems to have acquired on either cheek. Ashen, he says. Ashen, I'm sorry. Princess Bitterblue, forgive me. You didn't strike her, Teal, my mother says thickly, pushing herself up, pulling me into her lap and rocking me, whispering words of love to me. I cling to her, crying. There is blood everywhere. Help her, Teal, won't you? Mama says. Teal's firm, gentle hands are touching my nose, my cheeks, my jaw. His watery eyes are inspecting my face. Nothing is broken, he says. Let me look at you now, Ashen. Oh, how I beg you to forgive me. We are all three huddled on the floor together, joined, crying. The words Mama murmurs to me are everything. When Mama speaks to Teal again, her voice is so tired. You've done nothing you could help, Teal, and you did not strike her. All of this is Leck's doing. Bitterblue, Mama says to me, is your mind clear? Yes, Mama, I whisper. Father hit me, and then he hit you. He wants to mold me into the perfect queen. I need you to be strong, Bitterblue, Mama says, stronger than ever, for things are going to get worse. Part 1. Stories and Lies. Nearly 9 years later, August. 1. Queen Bitterblue never meant to tell so many people so many lies. It all began with the high court case about the madman and the watermelons. The man in question, named Ivan, lived along the River Dell in an eastern section of the city near the merchant docks. To one side of his house resided a cutter and engraver of gravestones, and to the other side was a neighbor's watermelon patch. Ivan had contrived somehow in the dark of night to replace every watermelon in the watermelon patch with a gravestone, and every gravestone in the engraver's lot with a watermelon. He'd then shoved cryptic instructions under each neighbor's door with the intention of setting each on a scavenger hunt to find his missing items, a move useless in one case and unnecessary in the other, as the watermelon grower could not read and the gravestone carver could see her gravestones from her doorstep, quite plainly, planted in the watermelon patch 2 lots down. Both had guessed the culprit immediately, for Ivan's antics were not uncommon. Only a month ago, Ivan had stolen a neighbor's cow and perched her atop yet another neighbor's candle shop, where she mooed mournfully until someone climbed the roof to milk her, and where she was compelled to live for several days, the kingdom's most elevated and probably most mystified cow, while the few literate neighbors on the street worked through Ivan's cryptic clues for how to build the rope and pulley device to bring her down. Ivan was an engineer by trade. Ivan was, in fact, the engineer who designed, during Leck's reign, the 3 city bridges. Sitting at the high table of the High Court, Bitterblue was a trifle annoyed with her advisors, whose job it was to decide what court cases were worth the Queen's time. It seemed to her that they were always doing this, sending her to preside over the kingdom's silliest business, then whisking her back to her office the moment something juicy cropped up. "This seems like a straightforward nuisance complaint, doesn't it?" she said, to the 4 men to her left and the 4 to her right, the 8 judges who supported her when she was present at this table and handled the proceedings themselves when she was not. "If so, I'll leave it to you." "Bones," said Judge Quall at her right elbow. "What?" Judge Quall glared at Bitterblue, then glared at the parties on the floor awaiting trial. "Anyone who mentions bones in the course of this trial will be fined," he said sternly. "I don't even want to hear mention of the word. Understood?" "Lord Quall," said Bitterblue, scrutinizing him through narrowed eyes, "what on earth are you talking about?" "In a recent divorce trial, Lady Queen," said Quall, "the defendant kept mumbling about bones for no reason, like a man off his head, and I will not sit through that again. It was distressing." "But you often judge murder trials. Surely you're accustomed to talk of bones." "This is a trial about watermelons." "Watermelons are invertebrate creatures," cried Quall. "Yes, all right," said Bitterblue, rubbing her face, trying to rub away her incredulous expression. "No talk of—" Quall flinched. "Bones," finished Bitterblue in her own mind. "Everyone is mad." "In addition to the findings of my associates," she said, standing to go, "the people on Ivan Street near the merchant docks who cannot read shall be taught to do so at the court's expense. Is that understood?" Her words were met with a silence so profound that it startled her. Her judges peered at her in alarm. She ran through her words again. "The people shall be taught to read." Surely there was nothing so strange in that. "It is in your power to make such a declaration," said Quall, Lady Queen. He spoke with an implication in every syllable that she'd done something ridiculous. And why should he be so condescending? She knew perfectly well that it was within her power, just as she knew it was within her power to remove any judge she felt like removing from the service of this court. The watermelon grower was also staring at her with an expression of sheerest confusion. Beyond him, a scattering of amused faces brought the heat crawling up Bitterblue's neck. How typical of this court, for everyone else to act mad, and then, when I've behaved in a perfectly reasonable manner, compel me to feel as if I were the mad one. "See to it," she said to Quall, then turned to make her escape. As she passed through the exit at the back of the dais, she forced her small shoulders straight and proud, even though it was not what she felt. In her round tower office, the windows were open, the light was beginning to change to evening, and her advisors weren't happy. "We don't have limitless resources, Lady Queen," said Teal, steel-haired, steel-eyed, standing before her desk like a glacier. "A declaration like that, once you've made it public, is difficult to reverse." "But Teal, why should we reverse it? Shouldn't it distress us to hear of a street in the East City where people can't read?" "There will always be the occasional person in the city who can't read, Lady Queen. It's hardly a matter that requires the direct intervention of the Crown." You've now created a precedent which intimates that the Queen's Court is available to educate any citizen who comes forward claiming to be illiterate. My citizens should be able to come forward. My father saw that they were deprived of education for 35 years. Their illiteracy is the responsibility of the Crown. But we don't have the time or the means to address it on an individual basis, Lady Queen. You're not a school teacher. You're the Queen of Monsea. What the people need right now is for you to behave like it, so that they can feel that they're in good hands. Anyway, broke in her advisor Runamai, who was sitting in one of the windows, nearly everyone can read. And has it occurred to you, Lady Queen, that those who can't might not want to? The people on Ivan Street have businesses and families to feed. When did they have time for lessons? "How would I know?" Bitterblue exclaimed. "What do I know about the people and their businesses? Sometimes she felt lost behind this desk in the middle of the room, this desk that was so big for her smallness. She could hear every word they were being tactful enough not to say, that she'd made a fool of herself, that she'd proven the queen to be young, silly, and naive about her station. It had seemed a powerful thing to say at the time. Were her instincts so terrible? "It's all right, Bitterblue," said Thiel, more gently now. "We can move on from this." There was kindness in the use of her name rather than her title, the glacier showing its willingness to recede. Bitterblue looked into the eyes of her top advisor and saw that he was worried, anxious that he'd harangued her too much. "I'll make no more declarations without consulting you first," she said quietly. "There now," said Thiel, relieved. "See, that's a wise decision. Wisdom is queenly, Lady Queen." For an hour or so, Thiel kept her captive behind towers of paper. Runnamud, in contrast, circled along the windows, exclaiming at the pink light, bouncing on the balls of his feet, and distracting her with tales of consummately happy, illiterate people. Finally, mercifully, he went away to some evening meeting with city lords. Runnamud was a pleasant Nan to look at, and an advisor she needed, the one most adept at warding away ministers and lords who wished to talk Bitterblue's ear off with requests, complaints, and obeisances. But that was because he himself knew how to be pushy with words. His younger brother, Rude, was also one of Bitterblue's advisors. The two brothers, Thiel, and her secretary and fourth advisor, Darby, were all about 60 or so, though Runnamud didn't look it. The others did. All four had been advisors to Leck. "Were we short-staffed today?" Bitterblue asked Thiel. "I don't remember seeing Rude." "Rude is resting today," said Beale, "and Darby is unwell." Ah, Bitterblue understood the code. Rude was having one of his nervous episodes, and Darby was drunk. She rested her forehead on the desk for a moment, afraid that otherwise she'd laugh. What would her uncle, who was the king of Linid, think of the state of her advisors? King Roar had chosen these men as her team, judging them, on the basis of their previous experience, to be the men most knowledgeable about the kingdom's needs for recovery. Would their behavior today surprise him? Or were Roar's own advisors equally colorful? Perhaps this was the way in all 7 kingdoms. And perhaps it didn't matter. She had nothing to complain of when it came to her advisors' productivity, except perhaps that they were too productive. The paper that piled itself on her desk every day, every hour, was the evidence. Taxes levied, court judgments rendered, prisons proposed, laws enacted, towns chartered, paper, paper, until her fingers smelled like paper and her eyes teared at the sight of paper. And sometimes her head pounded. "Watermelons," Bitterblue said into the surface of her desk. "Lady Queen," said Thiel. Bitterblue rubbed at the heavy braids wound around her head, then sat up. "I never knew there were watermelon patches in the city, Thiel. On my next yearly tour, may I see one?" "We intend your next tour to coincide with your uncle's visit this winter, Lady Queen. I'm no expert on watermelons, but I don't believe they're particularly impressive in January. Could I go out on a tour now? Lady Queen, it is the very middle of August. When do you imagine we could make time for such a thing in August?" The sky all around this tower was the color of watermelon flesh. The tall clock against the wall ticked the evening away, and above her, through the glass ceiling, the light darkened to purple. One star shone. "Oh, Thiel," Bitterblue said, sighing, "go away, won't you?" "I will, Lady Queen," said Thiel, "but first I wish to discuss the matter of your marriage." "No. You're 18, Lady Queen, with no heir. A number of the 6 kings have sons yet unmarried, including 2 of your own cousins. Thiel, if you start listing princes again, I'll throw ink at you." "If you so much as whisper the names of my cousins, Lady Queen," Thiel said, talking over her, completely unperturbed, "as little as I wish to upset you, this is a reality that must be faced. You've developed a fine rapport with your cousin Sky in the course of his ambassadorial visits. When King Roar comes this winter, he'll probably bring Prince Sky with him. Between now and then, we'll have to have this discussion." "We won't," Bitterblue said, clutching her pen hard. "There's nothing to discuss." "We will," said Thiel firmly. If she looked closely enough, Bitterblue could make out the lines of healed scars on Theal's cheekbones. "There's something I'd like to discuss," she said. "Do you remember the time you came into my mother's rooms to say something to my father that made him angry, and he brought you downstairs through the hidden door? What did he do to you down there?" It was as if she'd blown out a candle. He stood before her, tall, gaunt, and confused. Then even the confusion faded, and a light went out of his eyes. He smoothed his impeccable shirt front, staring down at it, tugging, as if tidiness mattered greatly in this moment. Then he bowed once, quietly, turned, and walked out of the room. Left alone, Bitterblue shuffled papers, signed things, sneezed at the dust, tried, and failed, to talk herself out of a small shame. She'd done it on purpose. She'd known full well that he wouldn't be able to bear her question. In fact, almost all of the men who worked in her offices, from her advisors to their ministers and clerks to his personal guard, those who had been Leck's men, flinched away from direct reminders of the time of Leck's reign, flinched away or fell apart. It was the weapon she always used when one of them pushed her too far, for it was the only weapon she had that worked. She suspected that there'd be no more marriage talk for a while. Her advisors had a single-mindedness that left her behind sometimes. That was why the marriage talk frightened her. Things that started as mere talk among them seemed to become real institutions suddenly, forcefully, before she'd ever managed to comprehend them or form an opinion. It had happened with the law that gave blanket pardons for all crimes committed during Leck's reign. It had happened with the charter provision that allowed towns to break free of their governing lords and rule themselves. It had happened with the suggestion, just a suggestion, to block off Leck's old living chambers, take down his animal cages in the back garden, and burn his belongings. And it wasn't that she was necessarily opposed to any of these measures, or regretted her approval once things settled down enough for her to comprehend that she'd approved. It was only that she didn't know what she thought. She needed more time than they did. She couldn't always be rushing ahead the way they were. And it frustrated her to look back and realize that she'd let herself be pushed into something. "It's deliberate, Lady Queen," they told her, "a deliberate philosophy of forward-thinkingness. You're right to encourage it." "But, Lady Queen," Theal had said gently, "we're trying to lift people out of Leck's spell and help them move on, you understand? Otherwise, people will wallow in their own upsetting stories. Have you spoken to your uncle about it?" Yes, she had. Bitterblue's uncle, after Leck's death, had come halfway across the world for his niece. King Roar had created Monsay's new statutes, formed its ministries and courts, chosen its administrators, then passed the kingdom into Bitterblue's 10-year-old hands. He'd seen to the burning of Leck's body and mourned the murder of his own sister, Bitterblue's mother, who was gone. Roar had brought order out of chaos in Monsay. "Leck is still lodged in too many people's minds," he had said to her. "His grace is a sickness that lingers, a nightmare you must help people to forget." But how was forgetting possible? Could she forget her own father? Could she forget that her father had murdered her mother? How could she forget the rape of her own mind? Bitterblue laid her pen down and went, cautiously, to an east-facing window. She put a hand to the frame to steady herself and rested her temple against the glass, closing her eyes until the falling sensation receded. At the base of her tower, the river Dell formed the city's northern boundary. Opening her eyes, she followed the river's south bank east, past the 3 bridges, past where she guessed the silver docks and lumber docks, fish and merchant docks to be. "Watermelon patch," she said, sighing. Of course, it was too far and too dark to see any such thing. The river Dell here, as it lapped at the castle's north walls, was slow-moving and wide as a bay. The boggy ground on the opposite shore was undeveloped, untraveled, except by those who lived in Monsay's far north. But still, for some unaccountable reason, her father had built the 3 bridges, each higher and more magnificent than any bridge needed to be. Winged Bridge, the closest, had a floor of white and blue marble, like clouds. Monster Bridge, the highest, had a walkway that rose as high as its highest arch. Winter Bridge, made of mirrors, was eerily hard to distinguish from the sky during the day, and sparkled with the light of the stars, the water, the city at night. They were purple and crimson shapes now in the sunset, the bridges, unreal and almost animal. Huge, slender creatures that stretched north across flashing water to useless land. The falling sensation crept up on her again. Her father had told her a story of another sparkling city, also with bridges, and a rushing river whose water leapt off a cliff, plummeted through the air, and plunged into the sea far below. Bitterblue had laughed in delight to hear of that flying river. She had been 5 or 6. She'd been sitting in his lap. Leck, who tortured animals. Leck, who made little girls and hundreds of other people disappear. Leck, who became obsessed with me and chased me across the world. Why do I push myself to these windows when I know I'll be too dizzy to get a good look at anything? What is it that I'm trying to see? She entered the foyer of her rooms that night, turned right to her sitting room, and found Helda knitting on the sofa. The servant girl Fox was washing the windows. Helda, who was Bitterblue's housekeeper, lady servant, and spymaster, reached a hand into a pocket and passed Bitterblue 2 letters. "Here you are, dear. I'll ring for dinner," she said, heaving herself up, patting her white hair, and leaving the room. Oh, Bitterblue flushed with pleasure. 2 letters. She broke open the plain seals and peeked inside. Both were ciphered and both written in hands she knew instantly, the messy scrawl belonging to Lady Katza of the Midlands, the careful, strong markings belonging to Prince Po of Leonide, who was Sky's younger brother, and, with Sky, one of the 2 unmarried sons of Roar who would make Bitterblue dreadful husbands. Truly, comically dreadful. She found a corner of the sofa to curl up in and read Poe's first. Poe had lost his sight 8 years ago. He could not read words on paper, for while the part of his grace that allowed him to sense the physical world around him compensated for many aspects of his blindness, he had trouble demystifying differences on flat surfaces, and he could not sense color. He wrote in large letters with a sharp piece of graphite, because graphite was easier to control than ink, and he wrote with a ruler as a guide, since he could not see what he was writing. He also used a small set of movable wooden letters as a reference to help him keep his own cipher straight in his mind. Just now, his letter said, he was in the northern kingdom of Nander, stirring up trouble. Switching letters, Bitterblue read that Katza, who was an unparalleled fighter and graced with survival skills, had been dividing her time among the kingdoms of Estel, Sunder, and Wester, where she was also stirring up trouble. That was what they did with themselves, those 2 gracelings, along with a small band of friends. They stirred up trouble, on a serious scale. Bribery, coercion, sabotage, organized rebellion, all directed at stopping the worst behavior of the world's most seriously corrupt kings. King Drowden of Nander has been imprisoning his nobles randomly and executing them, because he knows some are disloyal but isn't sure which, wrote Poe. "We're going to spring them from prison. Gideon and I have been teaching townspeople to fight. There's going to be a revolution, cousin." Both letters ended the same way. Poe and Katza hadn't seen each other in months, and neither of them had seen Bitterblue in over a year. Both intended to come to Bitterblue as soon as their work could spare them, and stay as long as they could. Bitterblue was so happy that she curled herself up in a ball on the sofa and hugged a pillow for a full minute. At the far end of the room, Fox had managed to climb to the very top of the tall windows, bracing her hands against the window frames. There, she rubbed at her own reflection vigorously, polishing the surface to a high shine. Wearing a divided skirt of blue, Fox matched her surroundings, for Bitterblue's sitting room was blue, from the carpet to the blue and gold walls, to the ceiling, which was midnight blue and stenciled with gold and scarlet stars. The royal crown sat on a blue velvet cushion in this room, always, except when Bitterblue wore it. A hanging of a fantastical sky blue horse with green eyes marked the hidden door that had once given passage down to Leck's rooms below, before people had come in and done something to block off the stairway. Fox was a graceling, with one eye pale gray and the other dark gray, and she was startlingly pretty, almost glamorous, red-haired and strong-featured. Her grace was a strange one, fearlessness. But it was not fearlessness combined with recklessness. It was only a lack of the unpleasant sensation of fear. And in fact, Fox had what Bitterblue interpreted to be an almost mathematical ability to calculate physical consequences. Fox knew better than anyone what was likely to happen if she slipped and fell out of the window. It was that knowledge that kept her careful rather than the feeling of fear. Bitterblue thought such a grace was wasted in a castle servant, but in post-Leck, gracelings were not the property of the kings. They were free to work where they liked. And Fox seemed to like doing odd jobs in the upper north floors of the castle, though Helda did talk about trying her as a spy sometime. "Do you live in the castle, Fox?" asked Bitterblue. "No, Lady Queen," answered Fox from her perch. "I live in the East City. You work strange hours, don't you?" "It suits me, Lady Queen," Fox responded. "Sometimes I work the night through. How do you get in and out of the castle at such odd hours? Does the door guard ever give you a hard time?" "Well, it's never any trouble getting out. They'll let anyone out, Lady Queen. But to come in at the gatehouse at night, I show a bracelet that Helda's given me, and to get past the Leonid at your own doors, I show the bracelet again and give the password." "The password?" "It changes every day, Lady Queen." "And how do you get the password yourself?" "Helda hides it for us somewhere in a different place every day of the week, Lady Queen." "Oh, what is it today?" "Chocolate pancake, Lady Queen," said Fox. Bitterblue lay on her back on the sofa for a while, giving this its due consideration. Every morning at breakfast, Helda asked Bitterblue to name a word or words that could serve as the key for any ciphered notes they were likely to pass to each other during the day. Yesterday morning, Bitterblue had chosen chocolate pancake. "What was yesterday's password, Fox?" "Salted caramel," said Fox, which had been the key Bitterblue had chosen 2 days ago. "What delicious passwords," Bitterblue said idly, an idea forming in her mind. "Yes, Helda's passwords always make me hungry," Fox said. A hood lay draped on the edge of Bitterblue's sofa, deep blue, like the sofa. Fox's hood, certainly. Bitterblue had seen her wear simple coverings like that before. It was much plainer than any of Bitterblue's coats. "How often do you suppose the Leonid door guard changes guard?" Bitterblue asked Fox. "Every hour on the hour, Lady Queen," Fox responded. "Every hour? That's quite often." "Yes, Lady Queen," replied blandly. "I don't suppose there's much continuity in what any of them sees." Fox stood on the solid floor again, bent over a bucket of suds, her back to the Queen. Bitterblue took the hood, tucked it under her arm, and slipped out of the room. Bitterblue had watched spies enter her rooms at night before, hooded, hunched, unrecognizable until they'd removed their covering garments. Her Leonid door guard, a gift from King Roar, guarded the castle's main entrance and the entrance to Bitterblue's living quarters, and did so with discretion. They were under no obligation to answer the questions of anyone but Bitterblue and Helda, not even the Monsian Guard, which was the kingdom's official army and police. This gave Bitterblue's personal spies the freedom to come and go without their presence being noted by her administration. It was a strange little provision of Roar's to protect Bitterblue's privacy. Roar had a similar arrangement in Leonid. The bracelet was no problem, for the bracelet Helda gave her spies was a plain leather cord on which hung a replica of a ring Ashen had worn. It was a proper Leonid ring in design, gold, inset with tiny, sparkly, deep gray stones. Every ring worn by a Leonid represented a particular family member, and this was the ring Ashen had worn, for Bitterblue. Bitterblue had the original. She kept it in her mother's wooden chest in the bedroom, along with all of Ashen's rings. It was strangely affecting to tie this ring to her wrist. Her mother had shown it to her many times, explained that she'd chosen the stones to match Bitterblue's eyes. Bitterblue hugged her wrist to her body, trying to decide what her mother would think of what she was about to do. "Well, and Mama and I snuck out of the castle once too, though not this way, by the windows, and with good reason. She was trying to save me from him. She did save me. She sent me on ahead and stayed behind to die. Mama, I'm not sure why I'm doing what I'm about to do. Something is missing, do you see? Piles of paper at my desk in my tower, day in, day out. That can't be all there is. You understand, don't you?" Sneaking was a kind of deceit, so was disguise. Just past midnight, wearing dark trousers and fox's hood, the queen snuck out of her own rooms and stepped into a world of stories and lies. 2. She'd never seen the bridges close up. Despite her yearly tours, Bitterblue had never been on the streets of the East City. She only knew the bridges from the heights of her tower, looking out at them from across the sky, not even certain they were real. Now, as Bitterblue stood at the base of Winged Bridge, she ran her fingers along a seam where pieces of cold marble joined to form the gargantuan foundations, and attracted some attention. "Move along there," said a gruff man who'd come to the doorway of one of the dirty white stone buildings squeezed between the bridge's pillars. He emptied a bucket into the gutter. "We've no need of crackpots." This seemed harsh for a person whose only crime was the touching of a bridge, but Bitterblue moved along obediently to avoid interaction. An awful lot of people were walking the streets at this hour. Every one of them gave her a fright. She skirted them when she could, pulling her hood low over her face, happy to be small. Tall, narrow buildings leaned together, propping each other up, occasionally offering glimpses of the river in between. At every intersection, roads branched off in several directions, multiplying possibilities. She decided to stay within sight of the river for now, because she suspected that otherwise she'd become lost and overwhelmed. But it was hard not to turn down some of those streets that wound away or stretched into darkness, promising secrets. The river brought her to the next behemoth on her list, Monster Bridge. Bitterblue was absorbing more details now, even daring to glance into people's faces. Some were furtive and hurried, or exhausted, full of pain, and others were emptied and expressionless. The buildings, many white stone, some clapboard, all washed with yellow light and rising into shadow, also impressed her with how gaunt and run down they seemed. It was a misstep that landed her in the strange story place under Monster Bridge, though Leck also played a part. Hopping sideways into an alleyway to avoid a pair of large, lumbering men, she found herself trapped when the men turned into the alleyway too. She could have just pushed her way back out again, of course, but not without drawing attention to herself, so she scuttled on ahead, pretending she knew where she was going. Unfortunately, the alleyway ended abruptly, at a door in a stone wall, guarded by a man and a woman. "Well," the man said to her as she stood there in confusion, "what do you want then? In or out?" "I'm just going," said Bitterblue in a whisper. "All right," said the man, "off you go." As she turned to obey, the men who'd followed her came upon them and moved past. The door opened to admit them, then closed, then opened again to release a small, cheerful group of young people. A voice escaped from inside, a deep, raspy rumble, indecipherable but melodic, a sort of voice she imagined a wizened old tree would speak with. It had the tone of someone telling a story. And then it spoke a word she understood, Leck. "In," she said to the man, deciding in a mad split second. He shrugged, not seeming to care, as long as she went someplace. And so, Bitterblue followed Leck's name into her first story room. It was a pub of some sort, with heavy wooden tables and chairs and a bar, lit by 100 lamps and packed with men and women, standing, sitting, moving about, dressed plainly, drinking from cups. Bitterblue's relief that she had walked into nothing but a pub was so palpable that it gave her chills. The room's attention was fixed on a man who stood on the bar telling a story. He had a crooked face and pitted skin that turned beautiful somehow as he spoke. The story he told was one Bitterblue recognized but didn't immediately trust, not because anything in the story itself seemed off, but because the man had one dark eye and one that shone pale blue. What was his grace? A lovely speaking voice? Or was there something more sinister about it, something that kept this room in thrall? Bitterblue multiplied 457 by 228 randomly, just to see how she felt afterwards. It took her a minute, 104,196, and no feeling of blankness or fog around the numbers, no sense that her mental grip on the numbers was in any way superior to her mental grip on anything else. It was no more than a lovely voice. Some traffic around the entrance had shuffled Bitterblue straight to the bar. A woman stood before her suddenly, asking her what she wanted. Cider, Bitterblue said, grasping for something a person might want, for she didn't suppose it was normal to ask for nothing. Oh, but here was a dilemma, for the woman would expect payment for the cider, wouldn't she? The last time Bitterblue had carried money was, she couldn't remember. A queen had no need for money. A man beside her at the bar belched, fumbling with some coins spread before him that his fingers were too clumsy to collect. Without thinking, Bitterblue rested her arm on the bar, letting her wide sleeve cover two of the coins closest to her. Then she slipped the fingers of her other hand under her sleeve and fished the coins into her fist. A moment later, the coins were in her pocket and her empty hand rested innocently on the bar. When she glanced around, trying to look nonchalant, she caught the eyes of a young man who was staring at her with the smallest grin on his face. He leaned on a part of the bar that was at a right angle to hers, where he had a perfect view of her, her neighbors, and, she could only assume, her transgressions. She looked away, ignoring his smile. When the bar lady brought the cider, Bitterblue plunked her coins on the counter, deciding to trust to fate that they were the right amount. The woman picked up the coins and put a smaller coin down. Grabbing it and the cup, Bitterblue slipped away from the bar and moved to a corner in the back, where there were more shadows, a wider view, and fewer people to notice her. Now she could lower her guard and listen to the story. It was one that she'd heard many times. It was one she'd told. It was the story, true, of how her own father had come to the Monsian court as a boy. He'd come begging, wearing an eye patch, saying nothing of who he was or where he was from. He'd charmed the king and queen with tall tales he'd invented, tales about a land where the animals were violently colored, and the buildings were wide and tall as mountains, and glorious armies rose out of rock. No one had known who his parents were, or why he wore an eye patch, or why he'd told such stories, but he'd been loved. The king and queen, childless, had adopted him as their own son. When Leck had turned 16, the king, having no living family, had named Leck his heir. Days later, the king and queen were dead from a mysterious illness that no one at court felt the need to question. The old king's advisors threw themselves into the river, for Leck could make people do things like that, or could push them into the river himself, then tell the witnesses that they'd seen something other than what they'd seen. Suicide rather than murder. Leck's 35-year reign of mental devastation had begun. Bitterblue had heard this story before as an explanation. She had never once heard it presented as a story, the old king and queen coming alive with loneliness and gentleness, love for a boy. The advisors, wise and worried, devoted to their king and queen. The storyteller described Leck partly the way he'd been, and partly the way Bitterblue knew he hadn't. He hadn't been a person who cackled and leered and rubbed his hands together villainously like the storyteller said. He'd been simpler than that. He'd spoken simply, reacted simply, and performed acts of violence with a simple, expressionless precision. He'd calmly done whatever he needed to do to make things the way he wanted them. My father, thought Bitterblue. Then she reached for the coin in her pocket suddenly, ashamed of herself for stealing, remembering that her hood was stolen too. I also take what I want. Did I get that from him? The young man who knew she was a thief was a distracting sort of person. He seemed to have no wish to keep still, always moving, slipping past people who shuffled aside to let him by. Easy to keep track of, for he happened to be one of the most conspicuous people in the room, both Leonide and not Leonide at the same time. The Leonide, almost without exception, were a dark-haired, gray-eyed people with a certain handsome set to their mouths and a certain sweep to their hair, like sky, like Poe, and gold in their ears and on their fingers. Men and women, nobles and citizens alike. Bitterblue had inherited Ashen's dark hair and gray eyes, and, though its effects were rather plainer on her than on others, something of the Leonide aspect. At any rate, she looked more Leonide than this fellow did. His hair was brown, like wet sand, sun-bleached almost white at the ends, his skin deeply freckled. His facial features, though nice enough, were not particularly Leonide, but the gold studs that flashed in his ears and the rings on his fingers, those were unquestionably Leonide. His eyes were impossibly, abnormally purple, so that one knew at once he wasn't just a plain person. And then, as one adjusted to his overall incongruity, one saw that, of course, the purple was of two different shades. He was a Graceling and a Leonide, but he had not been born Leonide. Bitterblue wondered what his grace was. Then, as he slipped past a man who was swigging from a cup, Bitterblue saw him dip into the man's pocket, remove something, and tuck it under his arm, almost faster than Bitterblue could believe. Raising his eyes, accidentally catching hers, he saw that she saw. This time, there was no amusement in the expression he directed at her, only coldness, some insolence, and the hint of a high-eyebrowed threat. He turned his back to her and made his way to the door, where he placed a hand on the shoulder of a young man with floppy dark hair who was apparently his friend, for the two of them left together. Getting it into her head to see where they were going, she abandoned her cider and followed, but when she stepped out into the alley, they were gone. Not knowing the time, she returned to the castle, but paused at the foot of the drawbridge. She had stood in this very spot once, almost 8 years ago. Her feet remembered and wanted to take her into the West City, the way she'd gone with her mother that night. Her feet wanted to follow the river west until the city was far behind, cross the valleys to the plain before the forest. Bitterblue wanted to stand in the spot where Father had shot Mama in the back, shot her from his horse, in the snow, while Mama tried to run away. Bitterblue hadn't seen it. She'd been hiding in the forest, as Ashen had told her to do, but Poe and Katza had seen it. Sometimes Poe described it for her, quietly, holding her hands. She'd imagined it so many times, but it wasn't. She hadn't been there. She hadn't screamed the way she imagined it. She hadn't jumped in front of the arrow, or knocked Mama out of the way, or thrown a knife and killed him in time. A clock, striking 2, brought Bitterblue back. There was nothing for her to the west except for a long and difficult walk, and memories that were sharp even from this distance. She pushed herself across the drawbridge. In bed, exhausted, yawning, she couldn't understand at first why she wasn't falling asleep. Then she felt it, the streets thick with people, the shadows of buildings and bridges, the sound of the stories, and the taste of cider, the fright that had pervaded all she'd done. Her body was thrumming with the life of the midnight city. 3. Regular work is ruined for me now. This was Bitterblue's blow the next morning, bleary-eyed at her desk in her tower. Her advisor Darby, returned from his drunken bender that everyone knew about but no one mentioned, kept running up from the lower offices, bringing paper up the spiral staircase for her to do boring things with. With every arrival, he exploded through the door, catapulted across the room, and stopped on a pin before her desk. Every departure was the same. Darby, when he was sober, was always wide awake and full of Vimmelways, for he had one yellow eye and one green, and was graced with not needing sleep. Runamood, in the meantime, lazed around the room being handsome, while Teal, too stiff and grim to be handsome, glided around Runamood and loomed over the desk, deciding in which order Bitterblue should be tortured by the paper. Rude was still absent. Bitterblue had too many questions, and there were too many people here whom she couldn't ask. Did her advisors know that there was a room under Monster Bridge where people told stories about Leck? Why weren't the neighborhoods under the bridges relevant to her yearly tours? Was it because the buildings were falling apart? That had been a surprise to her. And how could she get her hands on some coins without arousing suspicion? "I want a map," she said out loud. "A map?" said Teal, startled, then rustling a sheaf of papers at her. "Of the location of this charter town? No, a street map of Bitterblue City. I want to study a map. Send someone to get one, will you, Teal? Does this have anything to do with watermelons, Lady Queen?" "Teal, I just want a map. Get me a map." "Gracious," said Teal. "Darby," he said, turning to that bright-eyed personage as he burst once more into the room, "send someone to the library for a street map of the city, a recent map, for the Queen's perusal, would you? A recent street map." "Indeed," Darby said, spinning around and taking off again. "We're procuring a map, Lady Queen," reported Teal, turning back to Bitterblue. "Yes," said Bitterblue sarcastically, rubbing her head. "I was here when it happened, Teal." "Is everything all right, Lady Queen? You seem a bit ruffled." "She's tired," Runnymede announced, perched in a window with his arms crossed. "Her Majesty is tired of charters and judgments and reports. If she wishes a map, she shall have one." It annoyed Bitterblue that Runnymede understood. "I want to have more say in where I go on my tours from now on," she snapped. "And so you shall," said Runnymede grandly. Honestly, she did not know how Thiel could stand him. Thiel was so plain and Runnymede so affected, yet the two of them worked together so comfortably, always capable of becoming a united front the moment Bitterblue stepped over the line of which only they knew the position. She decided to keep her mouth shut until the map arrived, to prevent herself from betraying the stratospheric heights of her irritability. When it did arrive, it brought with it the royal librarian and a member of the Queen's Guard, Holt, for the librarian delivered so much more than she'd asked for that he couldn't carry it up the stairs without Holt's help. "Lady Queen," the librarian said, "as your Majesty's request was disobligingly unspecific, I thought it best to deliver a range of maps to increase the odds that one pleases you. It's my fervent wish to return to my work uninterrupted by your little people." Bitterblue's librarian was graced with the ability to read inhumanly fast and remember every word forever, or so he said, and certainly he seemed to have this skill. But Bitterblue wondered sometimes if he mightn't also be graced with unpleasantness. His name was Death. It was pronounced to rhyme with teeth, but Bitterblue liked to mispronounce it by accident on occasion. "If that will be all, Lady Queen," said Death, dumping an armload of scrolls onto the edge of her desk, "I'll be going." Half of the scrolls rolled away and hit the floor with hollow thuds. "Really," said Thiel crossly, bending to collect them, "I was quite clear to Darby that we wished a single, recent map. Take these away, Death. They're unnecessary." "All paper maps are recent," said Death with a sniff, "when one considers the vastness of geological time." "Her Majesty merely wishes to see the city as it is today," said Thiel. "A city is a living organism, always changing." "Her Majesty wishes I wish you would all go away," said Bitterblue desolately, more to herself than to anyone else. Both men continued arguing. Runnymede joined in. And then Holt, the Queen's Guard, placed his maps on the desk neatly so they wouldn't fall, tipped Thiel over one shoulder, tipped Death over the other, and stood under his load. In the astonished silence that followed, Holt lumbered toward Runnymede, who, understanding, let out a snort and stalked from the room, of his own accord. Then Holt carried his outraged burdens away on either shoulder, just as they got their voices back. Bitterblue could hear them screaming their indignation all the way down the stairs. Holt was a guard in his 40s, with lovely eyes of gray and silver. A large, broad man with a friendly, open face, he was graced with strength. That was odd, Bitterblue mused aloud, but it was nice to be alone. Opening a scroll randomly, she saw that it was an astronomical map of the constellations above the city. Cursing Death, she pushed it aside. The next one was a map of the castle before Leck's renovations, when the courtyards had numbered 4 instead of 7, and the roofs of her tower, the courtyards, and the upper corridors had contained no glass. The next was, amazingly, a street map of the city, but a strange map, with words obliterated here and there, and no bridges at all. The fourth, finally, was a modern-day map, for the bridges were shown. Yes, it was quite clearly present day, for it was titled Bitterblue City, not Leck City, or the name of any previous king. Bitterblue shifted the stacks of paper on her desk so that they held down the corners of her map, spitefully pleased to find a use for them that didn't involve her having to read them. Then she settled in to study the map, determined at least to have a better sense of geography the next time she snuck out. Everyone really is odd, she thought to herself later, after another encounter with Judge Quall. She'd come upon him in the foyer outside the lower offices, balancing on one foot, then the other, scowling into the middle distance. "Femurs," he'd muttered, not noticing her. "Clavicles. Vertebrae. For someone who doesn't like to talk about bones, Quall," Bitterblue had said without prologue, "you bring them up an awful lot." His eyes had passed over her, empty, then sharpening and momentarily confused. Indeed, I do, Lady Queen, he'd said, seeming to pull himself together. Forgive me, sometimes I get lost in thought and lose track of the moment. Later, at dinner in her sitting room, Bitterblue asked Helda, "Do you notice any peculiar behavior at this court?" "Peculiar behavior, Lady Queen? Like, for example, today Holt picked up Theo and Death and carried them out of my office on his shoulders because they were annoying me," said Bitterblue. "Isn't that a bit odd?" "Very odd," declared Helda. "I'd like to see him try that with me." "We've a couple of new gowns for you, Lady Queen. Would you like to try them this evening?" Bitterblue was indifferent to her gowns, but she always agreed to a fitting, for she found it soothing to be fussed over by Helda. Helda's soft, quick touches and her mutterings drew a mouthful of pins. Her careful eyes and hands that considered Bitterblue's body and made the right decisions. Fox helped tonight too, holding fabric aside or smoothing it as Helda asked her to. It was centering to be touched. "I admire Fox's skirts that are divided into trousers," said Bitterblue to Helda. "Might I try some?" Later, after Fox had gone and Helda had retired to bed, Bitterblue unearthed her trousers and Fox's hood from the floor of the dressing room. Bitterblue wore a knife in her boot during the day and slept with knives in sheaths on each arm at night. It was what Katza had taught her to do. That night, Bitterblue strapped on all 3 knives as security against the unpredictable. Just before leaving, she rummaged through Ashen's chest, where she kept not only Ashen's jewelry, but some of her own. She had so many useless things. Pretty, she supposed, but it wasn't in her nature to wear jewelry. Finding a plain gold choker that her uncle had sent from Leonide, she tucked it into the shirt inside her hood. There were such things as pawnshops under the bridges. She'd noticed them last night, and 1 or 2 had been open. "I only work with people I know," said the man at the first pawnshop. At the second pawnshop, the woman behind the counter said exactly the same thing. Still standing in the doorway, Bitterblue pulled the choker out and held it up for her to see. The woman said. "Let me take a look at that." Half a minute later, Bitterblue had traded the choker for an enormous pile of coins and a terse, "Just don't tell me where you got it, boy." It was so many more coins than Bitterblue had reckoned for that her pockets sagged and jingled in the streets, until she thought to jam some of them into her boots. Not comfortable, but far less conspicuous. She saw a street fight she didn't understand, nasty, abrupt, and bloody, for barely had 2 groups of men started pushing and shoving each other, then knives came out, flashing and thrusting. She ran on, ashamed but not wanting to see how it ended. Katza and Poe could have broken them up. Bitterblue should have, as the queen, but she wasn't the queen right now, and she would have been mad to try. The story under Monster Bridge that night was told by a tiny woman with a huge voice who stood stock still on the bar, grasping her skirts in her hands. She wasn't graced, but Bitterblue was mesmerized anyway, and nettled with the sense that she'd heard this story before. It was about a man who'd fallen into a boiling hot spring in the eastern mountains, then been rescued by an enormous golden fish. It was a dramatic story involving a bizarrely colored animal, just like the tales Leck had told. Was that how she knew it? Had Leck told her it? Or had she read it in a book when she was little? If she'd read it in a book, was it a true story? If Leck had told it, was it false? How could anyone know, 8 years later, what was which? A man near the bar smashed his cup over the head of another man. In the time it took Bitterblue to register her surprise, a brawl had erupted. She watched in amazement as the entire room seemed to enter into the spirit of the thing. The tiny woman on the bar used her advantage of height to deliver a few admirable kicks. At the edge of the brawl, where a civilized minority was trying to keep out of the way, someone knocked against someone brown-haired who pitched his cider onto Bitterblue's front. "Oh, rat buggers! Look, lad, I'm awfully sorry," Brown Hair said, grabbing a dubious bit of towel from a table and using it to dab at Bitterblue, much to her alarm. She recognized him. He was the companion of the purple-eyed Graceling thief from the previous night, whom she now recognized as well, beyond Brown Hair, launching himself cheerily into the melee. "Your friend," Bitterblue said, pushing Brown Hair's hands away. "You should help your friend." He came back at her determinedly with the towel. "I expect he's having a marvelous time," he said, ending on a note of bewilderment as he uncovered a corner of braid under Bitterblue's hood. His eyes dropped to her chest, where apparently he found enough evidence to elucidate the situation. "Great rivers," he said, snatching his hand back. He focused for the first time on her face, with no great success, for Bitterblue pulled her hood even lower. "Forgive me, miss. Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. Let me pass." The Graceling and the man trying to kill the Graceling bashed into Brownhair from behind, wedging Brownhair more firmly against Bitterblue. He was a pleasant-looking fellow, with a lopsided face and nice hazel eyes. "Allow my friend and me to escort you safely from this place, miss," he said. "I don't need escort, I just need you to let me by. It's past midnight, and you're small, too small for anyone to bother with." If only that were the way of things in Bitterblue City. "Just give me a moment to collect my rather overly enthusiastic friend," he said, as he was buffeted again from behind, "and we'll see you get home. My name is Teddy, his is Saf, and he isn't really the blockhead he seems just now." Teddy turned and waded heroically into the fray, and Bitterblue scuttled along the room's perimeter, making her escape. Outside, knives gripped in both hands, she ran, cutting through a graveyard, slipping into an alleyway so narrow that her shoulders touched the sides. Her mind tried to tick off streets and landmarks from the map she'd memorized, but it was difficult on true ground rather than paper. Her vague direction was south. Slowing to a walk, she entered a street of buildings that seemed broken all to pieces, and decided never again to put herself in a situation in which she had to run with so much change in her boots. Some of these buildings looked as if they'd been cannibalized for their wood. A shape in a gutter that formulated itself into a corpse startled her, then scared her even more when it snored. A man who smelled dead but apparently wasn't. A hen snoozed against his chest, his arm curled around it protectively. When she came upon a whole new storytelling place, she knew somehow what it was. It had the same setup as the other place, a door in an alley, people passing in and out, and two tough-looking characters standing at the door with arms crossed. Bitterblue's body decided for her. The watchdogs loomed but didn't stop her. Inside the door, steps led down into the earth, to another door that, when opened, dropped her into a room glowing with light, smelling of cellars and cider, and warm with the hypnotic voice of another storyteller. Bitterblue bought a drink. The story was, of all things, about Katza. It was one of the horrible true stories from Katza's childhood, when Katza's uncle Randa, king of the Seven Kingdoms' most central kingdom, the Midlands, had used her for her fighting skill, forcing her to kill and maim his enemies on his behalf. Bitterblue knew these stories. She'd heard them from Katza herself. Parts of the storyteller's version were correct. Katza had hated having to kill for Randa, but other parts were exaggerated or untrue. The fights in this story were more sensational, more bloody than Katza had ever allowed them to become, and Katza was more melodramatic than Bitterblue could imagine her ever being. Bitterblue wanted to yell at this storyteller for getting Katza wrong, yell in Katza's defense, and it confused her that the crowd seemed to love this wrong version of Katza. To them, that Katza was real. As Bitterblue approached the castle's eastern wall that night, she noticed a few things at once. First, two of the lanterns atop the wall had gone out, leaving a section in such pitch darkness that Bitterblue glanced around the street, suspicious, and found that her suspicions were justified. The street lamps along that stretch had also gone out. Next, she saw movement, nearly imperceptible, midway up the dark, flat wall. A moving shape, surely a person, that stilled its movement as a member of the Monsian Guard marched past above. The movement started up again once the guard had gone. Bitterblue realized that she was watching a person climb the east castle wall. She stepped into the seclusion of a shop doorway and tried to work out whether she should start shouting now or wait until the perpetrator had made it to the top of the high wall, where he would be stuck and the guards would be more likely to be able to catch him. Except that the person didn't climb onto the wall. He stopped climbing just below the top, just below a small stone shadow that Bitterblue assumed, from its placement, was one of the many gargoyles that balanced on ledges or hung over the edge to stare at the ground below. A sort of scraping noise commenced that she couldn't identify, then stopped momentarily as the guard passed again above.
then started up again. This went on for quite some time.
Bitterblue's mystification was turning to boredom when suddenly the person said, "Oof." A cracking noise followed, and the person slid, in a somewhat controlled fall, down the wall again with the gargoyle. A second person, whom Bitterblue hadn't noticed until this point, moved in the shadows at the base of the wall and caught the first person, more or less, though a grunt and a series of whispered curses suggested that one of them had gotten the worst of it. The second figure produced some sort of sack into which the first figure lowered the gargoyle, and then, sack over the shoulder of the first figure's back, they snuck away together. They passed directly in front of Bitterblue, shrinking back against her doorway. She recognized them easily. They were the pleasant brown-haired fellow, Teddy, and his graceling friend, Seph. "For Lady Queen," said Phil sternly the next morning, "are you even paying attention?" She wasn't paying attention. She was trying to come up with a casual way to broach an unapproachable topic. "How is everyone feeling today? Did you all sleep well? Anyone missing any gargoyles?" "Of course I'm paying attention," she snapped. "I dare say that if I asked you to describe the last 5 things you've signed, Lady Queen, you'd be at a loss." What Theo didn't understand was that this kind of work required no attention. 3 charters for 3 coastal towns, Bitterblue said, a work order for a new door to be fitted to the vault of the royal treasury, and a letter to my uncle, the King of Leonid, requesting him to bring Prince Sky when he comes. Theo cleared his throat a bit sheepishly. "I stand corrected, Lady Queen. It was your unhesitant signing of that last that led me to wonder." "Why should I hesitate? I like Sky." "Do you?" said Theo, then hesitated himself. "Really?" he added, beginning to look so thoroughly pleased about things that Bitterblue began to regret goading him, for that was what she was doing. "Theo," she said, "are your spies good for nothing? Sky favors men, not women, and certainly not me. Understand? The worst is that he's practical, so he might even marry me if we asked him. Maybe that would be fine with you, but it wouldn't with me." "Oh," Theo said with obvious disappointment, "that is a relevant piece of information, Lady Queen, if it's true. Are you certain?" "Theo," she said impatiently, "he's not secretive about it. Roar himself has recently come to know. Haven't you wondered why Roar has never suggested the match?" "Well," Theo said, then resisted saying anything further. The threat of Bitterblue's cruelty if he persisted on the topic still lingered in this room. "Shall we review some census results today, Lady Queen?" "Yes, please." Bitterblue liked reviewing the kingdom's census results with Theo. The gathering of the information fell under Runamood's jurisdiction, but Darby prepared the reports, which were organized neatly by district with maps showing statistics for literacy, employment, population numbers, lots of things. Theo was good at answering her many questions. Theo knew everything. And the entire endeavor was the closest Bitterblue ever came to feeling that she had a grasp on her kingdom. That night and the 2 nights following, she went out again, visiting the 2 pubs she knew, listening to stories. Often, the stories were about Leck. Leck torturing the little cut-up pets he'd kept in the back garden. Leck's castle servants walking around with cuts in their skin. Leck's death at the end of Katz's dagger. These late-night story audiences had gory tastes. But it was more than that. In the spaces between the blood, Bitterblue noticed another kind of recurring, bloodless story. This kind always began in the usual way of stories, perhaps 2 people falling in love, or a clever child trying to solve a mystery. But just as you thought you knew where the story was going, it would end abruptly, when the lovers or the child vanished with no explanation, never to be seen again. Aborted stories. Why did people come out to hear them? Why would they choose to listen to the same thing over and over, crashing up against the same unanswerable question every time? What had happened to all the people Leck had made disappear? How had their stories ended? There had been hundreds of them, children and adults, women and men, taken by Leck, presumably killed. But she didn't know, and her advisors had never been able to tell her where, why, or how. and it seemed as if the people in the city had no idea either. Suddenly, it wasn't enough for Bitterblue to know they were gone. She wanted to know the rest about them, because the people in these story places were her people, and it was clear that they wanted to know. She wanted to know so that she could tell them. There were other questions pushing themselves forward, too. Now that it occurred to her to look, Bitterblue noticed places where 3 more gargoyles, in addition to the one she'd seen carried away, were missing from the east wall. Why hadn't any of her advisors brought these thefts of property to her attention? "Lady Queen," Fiel said severely in her office one morning, "don't sign that." Bitterblue blinked. "What?" "That charter, Lady Queen," said Thiel. "I've just spent 15 minutes explaining why you shouldn't sign it, and there you are with a pen in your hand. Where is your mind?" "Oh," Bitterblue said, dropping her pen, sighing. "No, I heard you." "The Lord Danzel," corrected Thiel. "Lord Danzel, the lord of a town in central Monsia, objects to the town being taken from his governance. I regret that it is his right to be heard, Lady Queen." "I regret as well." "Yes," said Bitterblue in distraction. "You've told me he also wishes to marry me. Very well." "Lady Queen," said Thiel, then tucked his chin to his chest, studying her. "Lady Queen," he said gently, "I ask a second time, where is your mind today?" "It's with the gargoyles, Thiel," said Bitterblue, rubbing her temples. "Gargoyles? What can you mean, Lady Queen?" "The ones on the east wall, Fiel. I overheard some chatter among the clerks in the lower offices," she lied, "about there being 4 gargoyles missing from the east wall. Why has no one informed me?" "Missing?" said Thiel. "Where have they gone, Lady Queen?" "Well, how should I know? Where do gargoyles go?" "I highly doubt this is true, Lady Queen," said Thiel. "I feel certain you misheard something." "Go ask them," said Bitterblue, "or have someone go check. I know what I heard." Thiel went away. He came back some time later with Darby, who carried a short stack of papers through which he was madly shuffling. "There are 4 gargoyles missing from the east wall, Lady Queen, reading, according to our records of castle decoration. But they are missing merely in the sense that they were never there in the first place." "Never there," said Bitterblue, knowing perfectly well that at least one had been there mere nights ago. "None of the 4 were ever there? King Leck never got around to commissioning those 4, Lady Queen. He left the spaces blank." What Bitterblue had seen, when she'd counted, had been rough, broken places on the wall where it very much looked as if something stone had been present, and then been hacked away, namely gargoyles. "You're certain of those records?" she said. "When were they made?" "At the start of your reign, Lady Queen," said Darby. "Records were made of the state of every part of the castle. I supervised them myself, at the request of your uncle, King Roar." It seemed a strange little thing to lie about, and not important enough for it to matter if Darby had gotten the records wrong. And yet it unsettled her. Darby's eyes as he blinked at her, yellow and green, efficient and certain as he gave her incorrect information, unsettled her. She found herself tracing her mind back through all the recent things Darby had told her, wondering if he was the type to lie. Then she caught herself, knowing that she was suspicious only because she was generally unsettled, and that she was unsettled because everything these days seemed to disorient her. It was like the maze she discovered last night, looking for a new, more isolated route from her high rooms at the castle's farthest north edge to the gatehouse in the castle's south wall. The glass ceilings of the castle's top-level corridors made her nervous about being seen by guards patrolling above, so she dropped straight down a narrow staircase near her rooms to the level below, then found herself trapped in a series of passageways that always seemed promisingly straight and well lit, but then veered or branched or even came to dark dead ends until she was hopelessly confused. "Are you lost?" an unfamiliar voice had asked behind her, male and sudden. Bitterblue had frozen, turned, and tried not to look too hard at the man who was gray-haired and dressed in the black of the Monsian Guard. "You're lost, aren't you?" Not breathing, Bitterblue had nodded. "So is everyone I find here," the man said, "mostly. You're in King Leck's maze. It's all corridors leading nowhere, with his rooms in the middle." The guard had let her out. Following on tiptoe, she'd wondered why Leck had built a maze around his rooms, and why she'd never known about it before, and began to wonder, too, about the other strange landscapes within her castle walls. Tin roof, the planks painted silver to match. A bit farther on, broken wooden shutters had been mended with strips of canvas, the wood and canvas alike painted blue like the sky. Why would anyone go to the trouble of painting shutters, or a house, or anything, without repairing them properly first? When Bitterblue showed her ring to the Leonid guard at the gatehouse and entered the castle, it was full light. When, hood pulled low, she showed the ring again and whispered yesterday's cipher key, maple tart, to the guards outside her rooms, they cracked the big doors open for her, their own heads bowed. Inside her entrance foyer, she took stock. Far down the hallway to the left, the door to Helda's apartments was closed. To the right, Bitterblue heard no one moving about in the sitting room. Turning left and entering her bedroom, she pulled her cloak over her head. When her eyes emerged from the garment, she jumped, almost screamed, for Poe sat on the chest against the wall, gold gleaming in his ears and on his fingers, arms crossed, appraising her evenly. "Cousin," Bitterblue said, taking hold of herself, "would it kill you to be announced like a normal guest?" Poe raised an eyebrow. "I've known since I arrived last night that you weren't where everyone supposed you to be. As the night wore on, that state of affairs did not change. At what point would you have liked me to rustle up a clerk and demand to be announced?" "All right, but you've no right to sneak into my bedroom." "I didn't sneak in. Helda sent me in. I told her you wanted me to wake you with breakfast." "If you lied your way in, then you snuck your way in." Then she saw, out of the corner of her eye, a breakfast tray piled high with dirty dishes and used cutlery. "You've eaten everything," she said indignantly. "It's hungry work," he said blandly, "sitting up in my rooms all night, waiting and worrying." A long moment of silence stretched out between them. Her conversation to this point had mostly been an attempt to distract him while she gathered her feelings, gathered them and ejected them so that she could face him with a mind that was blank and smooth, with no thoughts for him to read. She was fairly good at this. Even bleary-headed and shaky with fatigue, she was good at emptying her mind. Head tilted now, he seemed to be watching her. Only 6 people in the world knew that Poe had no eyesight, and that his grace was not hand-fighting, as he claimed, that it was a kind of mind-reading instead, that allowed him to sense people and the physicality of things. In the 8 years since the fall that had lost him his sight, he'd perfected the technique of pretending he could see, and tended to make it his habit even with the 6 who knew he couldn't. The deceit was a necessity. People didn't like mind readers, and kings exploited them. Poe had been pretending not to be one all his life. It was a bit too late to stop pretending now. She thought she knew what Poe was doing, sitting there, his silver gold eyes glimmering at her softly. He very much wanted to know where she'd been all night and why she was disguised. But Poe didn't like to steal the thoughts of his friends. His mind-reading had limits. He could only ever read thoughts that bore some relation to himself. But after all, most of a person's thoughts during an interrogation bore some relation to the interrogator. And so right now, he was trying to come up with a non-aggressive way to ask her for an explanation. Vague and non-leading words that would allow her to answer as she wished, and not force an emotional reaction that he would be able to read. She went to inspect the breakfast tray and, scavenging, found half a piece of toast he'd spared. Famished, she bit into it. "I must order you a breakfast now," she said, "and eat it as heartlessly as you ate mine." "Bitterblue," he began, "that graceling you parted ways with outside the castle, that splendid fellow with the muscles and the Leonid gold." She spun back to face him, understanding quite well what he was implying, appalled at the range of his grace, and furious, because this was not a non-aggressive question. "Poe," she snapped, "I advise you to abandon that tack and try a different approach altogether. Why don't you tell me the news from Nander?" He set his mouth, not pleased. King Drowden is deposed, he said. What? Squawked Bitterblue. Deposed? There was a siege, Poe said. He lives in the dungeons now, with the rats. There's going to be a trial. But why have I received no messenger? Because I'm your messenger. Gideon and I came straight to you the moment things stabilized. We rode 18 hours every day and changed horses more often than we ate. Just imagine my gratification when we rode in, on the verge of collapse, and then I got to stay up all night wondering where the seas you'd gotten to and whether I should be raising the alarm and how I was going to explain your disappearance to Katsa. What's happening in Nander? Who's ruling? A committee of council members. The council was the name for the undercover association of Katsa and Poe, Gideon and Prince Raffin, and all their secret friends devoted to organized mayhem. Katsa had started it years ago to stop the world's worst kings from bullying their own people. The council is ruling Nander? Everyone on the committee is a Nandarin lord or lady who played some role in Drowden's overthrow. When we left, the committee was electing its leaders. All is keeping a close watch on things, but it seems to me, and Gideon agrees, that for the moment, this committee is the least disastrous option while all of Nander sorts out how to proceed. There was some talk of plopping Drowden's closest relatives straight onto the throne. Drowden has no heir, but his younger half-brother is a sensible man and a long-standing council ally. But there's a lot of outrage among the lords who want Drowden back. Emotions are high, as I'm sure you can imagine. On the morning of our departure, Gideon and I broke up a fist fight, ate breakfast, broke up a sword fight, and got on our horses. He rubbed his eyes. No one is safe as King of Nander right now. Sees, Poe, you must be tired. Yes, Poe said. I came here for a vacation. It's been lovely. Bitterblue smiled. When is Katsa coming? She doesn't know. No doubt she'll come flying in just when we've given her up. She's managed a Still, Sunder, and Wester practically on her own, you know, while the rest of us were in Nander. I long for a few days of quiet with her before we overthrow the next monarch. You're not doing it again? Well, he said, closing his eyes, leaning back against the wall. It was a joke, I think. You think? Nothing is certain, said Poe with maddening vagueness, then opened his eyes and squinted at her. Have you been having any problems? Bitterblue snorted. Could you be any less specific? I mean, things like challenges to your sovereignty? Poe, your next revolution isn't going to be here. Of course not. How can you even ask that? Do you realize how opaque you're being? Well, what about unexplained attacks, he said. Have there been any of those? Poe, she said firmly, fighting against the memory of Teddy so that Poe would not see it, crossing her arms as if that would help her defend her thoughts. Either tell me what on earth you're talking about or get out of the range of my thinking. I'm sorry, he said, raising a hand in apology. I'm tired and I'm mucking things up. We've got two separate worries on your account, see? One is that news of the recent events in Nander has been stirring up a lot of discontent everywhere, but especially in kingdoms with a history of tyrannous kings. And so we worry that you're perhaps at greater risk than you were before of one of your own people, maybe someone injured by Leck, trying to hurt you. The other is that the kings of Wester, Sunder, and Estill hate the council. For all our secrecy, they know who its ringleaders are, cousin. They'd love to strike us a blow, which they could do in any number of ways, including hurting our friends. I see, Bitterblue said, suddenly uncomfortable and trying to remember the details of the attack on Teddy without linking them to Poe in her mind. Was there any chance that the knife that had stabbed Teddy had been meant for her? She couldn't remember the particulars clearly enough to know. It would mean, of course, that someone in the city knew who she was. It seemed unlikely. No one has hurt me, she said. I'm relieved, he said, a bit doubtfully, then paused. Is something wrong? Bitterblue let out a breath. A number of things have seemed wrong in the past 2 weeks, she admitted, mostly small things, like a bit of confusion over some of the castle records. No doubt it's nothing. Let me know if I can help you, he said, in any way. Thank you, Poe. It's lovely to see you, you know.
He stood, gold flashing, such a beautiful man, with those eyes that glowed with his grace, and with the feeling in his face that he was never good at hiding. Coming to her, he took her hand, bowed his dark head over it, and kissed it. "I've missed you, Beetle." "My advisors think we should marry," said Bitterblue wickedly. Poe shouted a laugh. "I shall enjoy explaining that one to Katza." "Poe," she said, "please don't tell Helda I was gone." "Bitterblue," he said, still holding her hand, tugging on it, "should I be worried? You've got the wrong idea about that Graceling. Forget it, Poe. Get some sleep." Poe gazed, or seemed to gaze, into her hand for a moment, sighing. Then he kissed it again and said, "I won't tell her about it today. Poe, don't ask me to lie to you, Bitterblue. Just now, this is all I can promise." "Are you happy that your cousin has arrived, Lady Queen?" asked Helda that morning, peering at Bitterblue, who'd just entered the sitting room bathed and dressed for the day. "Yes," Bitterblue said, blinking through bloodshot eyes. "Of course." "So am I," said Helda smartly, in a way that made Bitterblue obscurely uneasy about her late-night secrets. It also took away her courage to ask for any breakfast, seeing as she was supposed to have already eaten. "The Queen will have no fluffy morning bread," she muttered, sighing. When she entered the lower offices, through which she had to pass to her tower, dozens of men milled around or scribbled at desks, poring over long, tiresome-looking documents, their faces blank and bored. 4 of her Graceling guards, sitting against the wall, lifted unmatching eyes to her. The Queen's guard, who numbered 8, had been Leck's guard too. All were graced with hand-fighting or sword-play, strength, or some other skill befitting the protector of a queen, and it was their job to guard the offices and tower. Holt, one of the 4 on duty just now, studied her expectantly. Bitterblue made a mental note not to seem annoyed with anyone. Her advisor Rude was also present, happily recovered at last from his nervous episode. "Good morning, Lady Queen," he said timidly.
"Can I do anything for you, Lady Queen?" Rude looked not like his elder brother Runamood, but like Runamood's shadow, faded and old, as if, were he poked with something sharp, he would pop and vanish. "Yes, Rude," she said. "I'd love some bacon. Could someone arrange for some bacon and eggs and sausages? How are you?" "A shipment of silver being transported from the silver docks to the royal treasury at 7 o'clock this morning was pilfered, Lady Queen," said Rude. "The loss was only a pittance, but it seems to have disappeared while the cart was in transit, and, of course, we are both mystified and concerned." "Inexplicable," Bitterblue said dryly. She had parted ways with Sapphire well before 7 that morning, but she hadn't expected that he'd be out thieving with Teddy's condition so serious. Had that particular silver ever been stolen before? "Forgive me, Lady Queen, but I don't follow. What are you asking?" "To be honest, I couldn't say." "Lady Queen," said Darby, appearing before her out of nowhere, "Lord Danzel is waiting above. Theo will attend the meeting with you." "Danzel, the one with the marriage proposal and the objections to the town charter in Central Monsey?" "Bacon," Bitterblue muttered. "Bacon," she repeated, then carefully made her way up the spiral stairs. Granting charters of independence to towns like Danzel's had been the idea of Bitterblue's advisors, and King Roar had agreed. During Leck's time, more than a few lords and ladies of Monsey had behaved badly. It was hard to know which had acted under Leck's influence and which had acted out of pure clear-headedness, seeing how much they stood to gain from calculated exploitation while the rest of the kingdom was distracted. But it was apparent, when King Roar visited a few nearby estates, that there were lords and ladies who had set themselves up as kings, taxing and legislating their people unwisely, often cruelly. How forward-thinking, then, to reward every victimized town with freedom and self-governance? Of course, an application for independence required motivation and organization on the part of a town's residents, not to mention literacy, and lords and ladies were allowed to object. They hardly ever did, though. Not many people seemed keen on the court poking too hard at past behavior. Lord Danzel was a man in his 40s with a wide-mouthed face and clothing that sat strangely on his form, too big in the shoulders so that his neck seemed to be emerging from a cave, too tight around the middle. He had one silver eye and the other pale green. Your citizens claim that you starved them with your taxes during Leck's reign, Bitterblue said, pointing to the relevant passages in the charter, absconding with their property if they couldn't pay. Their books, the products of their trade, ink, paper, even farm animals. It's hinted here that you had, and still have, a gambling problem. I don't see how my personal habits come into it, Danzel said pleasantly, arms hanging awkwardly from the broad shoulders of his coat, as if they were new arms and he hadn't gotten used to them yet. Believe me, Lady Queen, I know the people who's drawn up this charter and the ones who've been elected to serve on the town council. They won't be able to keep order. Perhaps not, Bitterblue said, but they're allowed a trial period to prove otherwise. I see here that since my reign began, you've eased back on taxes, only to default on a number of loans to businesses in your town. Don't you have farms and artisans? Isn't your estate prosperous enough to keep you moneyed, Lord Danzel? Have you noticed that I'm graced, Lady Queen? Asked Danzel. I can open my mouth as wide as my head. Would you like to see? Danzel's lips parted and began to stretch open, his teeth drawing back. His eyes and nose slid to the back of his head and his tongue flopped out, then his epiglottis, taut and red, and none of it stopping, only becoming more stretched, more red, more open and flopping. Finally, his face was all glistening viscera. It was as if he'd turned his head inside out. Bitterblue pushed against the back of her chair, trying to get away, her own mouth ajar with mingled fascination and horror. Beside her, Phil scowled in the most supreme annoyance. And then, in one smooth motion, Danzel's teeth swung over again, closing, pulling the rest of his face back into position. He smiled and gave her a cheeky twitch of the eyebrows, which was almost too much for Bitterblue. Lady Queen, he said cheerfully, I would revoke my each and every objection to the charter if you would consent to marry me. I'm told you have wealthy relations, said Bitterblue, pretending not to be rattled. Your family won't lend you any more money, am I right? Perhaps there's talk of debtor's prison? Your only true objection to this charter is that you're bankrupt and you need a town to overtax, or preferably a rich wife. Something nasty flickered across Danzel's face. He did not seem entirely balanced, this man, and Bitterblue found herself wanting to get him out of her office. Lady Queen, he said, I don't believe you're giving my objections, or my proposal, the proper consideration. You're lucky I'm not giving this entire matter closer consideration, said Bitterblue. I might ask for the details of how you spent these people's money while they were starving, or what you did with the books and farm animals you took from them. Ah, he said, smiling again, but I know that you won't. A town charter is a guarantee of the Queen's considerate inattention. Ask Thiel. At her side, Thiel turned the charter to its signature page and thrust a pen into Bitterblue's hand. Just sign, Lady Queen, he said, and we'll get this bore out of here. This meeting was a bad idea. Yes, Bitterblue said, grasping the pen, barely noticing it. A town charter is most certainly no such guarantee, she added to Danzel. I can order an investigation of any lord I wish. And how many have you, Lady Queen? Bitterblue hadn't ordered any investigations. The appropriate circumstances had never arisen before, and it wasn't a forward-thinking thing to do. Her advisors had never suggested it. I don't think we need an investigation, Lady Queen, to determine that Lord Danzel is unfit to govern this town. It's my advice that you sign. Danzel smiled, bright and toothy. Are you quite dead set against marrying me then, Lady Queen? Bitterblue plunked her pen down onto her desk, not signing. Feel, she said, take this unhinged man out of my office. Lady Queen, Feel began, then stopped as Danzel swung out with a dagger he'd pulled from nowhere, slamming Thiel on the head with his hilt. Thiel's eyes rolled up. He toppled to the floor. "Poe," she cried, for it was possible to get his attention if he was in range. "Poe, are you awake?" She reached for the knife in her boot, but Danzel dragged her off the desk and pulled her against him, twisting her back to his front, holding his dagger to her throat. "Scream and I'll kill you," he said. She couldn't have screamed, not with her head jerked back as it was. The pins in her hair pulled and cut at her scalp. "Do you imagine," she choked out, "that this is the way to get what you want? Oh, I'll never have what I want." And the marital approach seemed not to be working, he said, one of his hands raking her arms and chest, hips, and thighs for weapons, which set her ablaze with indignation and made her hate him, truly hate him. His chest and stomach were strange against her back. "And you think that killing the queen will work?" she said. "You won't even make it out of this tower." "Poe, Poe, I'm not going to kill you unless I have to," he said, dragging her easily across the room to the northernmost window, pressing his knife so hard against her throat that she daren't even squirm, then struggling one-handed with his coat in some awkward manner that she couldn't see, but that resulted in a bunched-up pile of rope attached to a grappling hook clattering to the floor around his feet. "My plan is to kidnap you," he said, pulling her closer, his body soft and human-feeling now. "There are people who would pay a fortune for you." "Who are you working for?" she cried. "Who are you doing this for?" "Not for myself," he said. "Not for you. Not for anyone alive." "You're mad," she gasped. "Am I?" he said, almost conversationally. "Yes, I probably am, but I did it to save myself. The others don't know that it made me mad. If they knew, they wouldn't let me near you. I saw them," he cried out. "I saw." "You saw what?" she said, tears running down her face. "What did you see? What are you talking about? Let me go." The rope was knotted at regular intervals. Bitterblue began to understand what he was doing, and with her comprehension came the sheerest, blankest refusal. "Poe, there are guards on the grounds," she said. "You will not get me past them. I have a boat on the river and some friends. One of them is graced with disguise. We slipped right by the river guards. I think she'll impress you, Lady Queen, even if I haven't. Poe, you won't—" "Shut your mouth," he said, with a press of the dagger that effectively made his point. "You talk too much, and stop moving around." He was having some trouble with the grappling hook. It was too small for the sill and kept clunking to the stone floor. He sweated and yammered to himself, shaking a bit, his breath rasping and uneven. Bitterblue knew, with a fundamental, unshakable sort of knowledge, that she was not capable of stepping with this man out of the kingdom's highest window onto a badly attached rope. If Danzel wanted her to leave by this window, he was going to have to throw her out of it. She tried Poe one last hopeless time. Then, when Danzel dropped the hook again, she took advantage of his need to bend down to attempt something desperate. Lifting one foot up, reaching one hand down, crying out as she had to push her throat right into the dagger in order to reach, she groped for the tiny knife in her boot. Finding it, she jabbed backward, stabbing Danzel in the shin as hard as she could. He yelled out in pain and fury and loosened his hold on her, just enough for Bitterblue to spin around. She plunged the knife into his chest as Katsa had taught her, under the breastbone and up with all her strength. It was horrible going in, unimaginably horrible. He was too solid and giving, too real, and suddenly too heavy. Blood ran down her hands. She pushed hard at his weight. He crashed to the floor. A moment passed, then footsteps thundered on the stair, and Poe exploded into the room, others behind him. Bitterblue was in his arms but didn't feel it. He asked questions she couldn't comprehend, but she must have opened the answers to him, because barely a moment had passed before he'd let her go, attached Danzel's hook to the sill, flung the rope out the window, and flung himself out after it. She couldn't stop looking at Danzel's body. She found herself against the opposite wall, vomiting. Someone kind was holding her hair out of the way. She heard the rumble of the person's voice above her. It was Lord Giddon, the Midlands Lord, Poe's traveling companion. She began to cry. "There," Giddon said quietly, "that's all right." She tried to wipe her tears, but saw that her hands were covered with blood. She turned to the wall and was sick again. "Bring me some of that water," she heard Giddon say, then felt him cleaning her hands with a dripping wet cloth. There were so many people in this room. Every one of her advisors was here, and ministers and clerks, and her graced guards kept jumping out the window, which made her dizzy. Thiel sat up, moaning. Rude knelt beside him, holding something to Thiel's head. Her guard Holt stood nearby, watching her, worry flickering in his silver-gray eyes. Then, suddenly, Helda was there, enfolding Bitterblue into her arms, soft and warm. And then, the most amazing thing yet, Thiel came to her and fell on his knees before her, taking her hands, holding them to his face. In his eyes, she saw something naked and broken that she didn't understand. "Lady Queen," he said, his voice shaking, "if that man has hurt you, I will never forgive myself." "Thiel," she said, "he didn't hurt you. He hurt you much more. You should lie down." She began to shiver. It was terribly cold in here. Thiel stood and, still holding her hands, said calmly to Helda, Giddon, and Holt, "The Queen has had a shock. She must go to bed and rest, as long as she needs to. A healer must come and tend her cuts and brew an infusion of Lorasum tea, which will calm her shivers and replace some of the water she's lost. Do you follow?" Everyone followed. It was done, as Thiel said. 7. Bitterblue lay under blankets, shivering and too tired to sleep. Her mind would not be still. She pulled at the embroidered edge of her bedsheet. Ashen had always been embroidering, endlessly embroidering the edges of sheets and pillow casings with these cheerful little pictures, boats and castles and mountains, compasses and anchors and falling stars. Her fingers flying. It was not a happy memory. She threw her sheets off and went to Ashen's chest. Kneeling before it, she placed her palms on its dark wooden lid, its top carved with rows and rows of precious decorations, very like those Ashen had liked to embroider. Stars and suns, castles and flowers, keys, snowflakes, boats, fish. She had a memory of having liked this when she was little. The way Ashen's embroidery matched parts of Ashen's chest. Like puzzle pieces fitting together, she thought. Like things that make sense. What's wrong with me? She found a roomy red robe that matched her carpet and her bedroom walls, then challenged herself, for no reason she could have explained, to go to the window and look down at the river. She'd climbed out a window before with Ashen. It might even have been this window. And there hadn't been a rope that time, just sheets knotted together. On the grounds, Ashen had killed a guard with a knife. She had to. The guard would never have let them pass. Ashen had snuck up on him and stabbed him from behind. I had to kill him, Bitterblue thought. Looking out, she saw Poe in the castle's back garden far below, leaning on the wall with his head in his hands. Bitterblue went to her bed and laid herself down, touching her face to Ashen's sheets. After a moment, she rose, dressed in a plain green gown, and strapped her knives to her forearms. Then she went out to find Helda. Helda sat in a plush blue chair in Bitterblue's sitting room, pushing needle through fabric that was the color of the moon. "You're meant to be sleeping, Lady Queen," she said, peering at Bitterblue worriedly. "Was that not working for you?" Bitterblue wandered from place to place in the room, touching her fingertips to the vacant bookshelves, not certain what she was looking for, but at any rate finding no dust. "I can't sleep. I'll go mad if I keep trying." "Are you hungry?" asked Helda. "We've had a delivery of some breakfast things. Rude came, pushing the cart himself, and insisted you would want it. I couldn't turn him away. He seemed so desperate to do something to comfort you." Bacon improved things dramatically, but she was still too scattered for sleep. A never-used spiral staircase near her rooms wound down to a small door guarded by a member of the Monsian Guard. The door opened to the castle's back garden. When had she last visited this garden? Had she been here even once since Leck's cages had been removed? Stepping into the garden now, she came face to face with a sculpture of a creature that seemed to be a woman, with a woman's hands, face, body, but that had the claws, teeth, ears, the posture, almost, of a mountain lion rearing on its hind legs. Bitterblue stared into the woman's eyes, which were vital and frightened, not blank the way she might have expected a sculpture's eyes to be. The woman screamed. There was a tension in her stance, an outthrowing of arms, and a curvature of spine and neck that somehow created the impression of tremendous physical pain. A living vine with golden flowers wrapped around one hind leg tightly, seeming to tether her to her pedestal. She's a woman turning into a mountain lion, Bitterblue thought, and it hurts horribly. High shrubbery walls on either side enclosed the garden, which was unruly with trees and vines, flowers. The ground sloped down to the low stone wall that fronted the river. Poe still stood there, elbows propped, eyes staring or seeming to stare at the long-legged birds that preened themselves on the pilings. As she walked toward him, he dropped his head into his hands again. She understood. Poe was never particularly hard to read. The very day that Bitterblue had lost her mother, this man, this cousin, had found Bitterblue. In the hollow of a fallen tree trunk, he'd found her. He'd carried her to safety, running full tilt through the forest with her tipped over his shoulder. He'd tried to kill her father for her, failed, nearly died, and that was how he'd lost his sight, trying to protect her. "Poe," she said softly, coming to stand beside him, "it's not your fault, you know." Poe took a breath, let it go. "Are you always armed?" he asked, his voice quiet. "Yes, I wear a knife in my boot. And when you sleep?" "I sleep with knives strapped to my forearms." "And do you ever come home and sleep in your own bed?" "Always," she said a bit sourly, "except last night. Not that it's any of your business." "Would you consider wearing the arm holsters during the day, always, as you're doing now?" "Yes," she said, "and anyway, why must it all be hidden? If men are to attack me in my own office, why shouldn't I wear a sword?" "You're right. You should wear a sword. Are you out of practice?" She hadn't had a moment to pick up a sword in the last, she calculated, 3 or 4 years. "Very. I or Gideon or one of your guards will train with you. And all such visitors will be searched from now on. I crossed paths briefly with Teal just now and found him consumed with his concern for you. He hates himself, cousin, for not having had Donzel searched. Your guards did manage to catch 2 of the accomplices, but neither accomplice could tell me whom Donzel was planning to ransom you to. I'm afraid the other accomplice, a girl, got away. This girl, Bitterblue, she could do some extensive damage if she wanted to, and I don't even know how to advise you to watch out for her. She's graced with, I guess you could call it, hiding. Donzel mentioned someone graced with disguise. Well, from what I gather, you'd be impressed with the way she'd hidden the boat. It was all rigged up to look like a big, leafy floating tree branch, or so I understand. It involved mirrors, and I wish I could have seen the effect myself. When we got closer and your guards recognized it for a boat, they were quite bowled over, and thought I was some kind of genius, of course, for marching straight up to it with no confusion whatsoever. I left them to chase after the 2 ungraced fellows, and I went after her. And I tell you, Bitterblue, what she could do was not normal. I was chasing her up the riverbank, I felt her directly in front of me, and I sensed her planning to hide from me. And then, all at once, we reached a pier and she jumped up onto it, lay down, and expected me to mistake her for a pile of canvas. "What?" Bitterblue said, scrunching her nose at him. "What does that even mean?" "She believed herself to be hiding from me," Poe repeated, "in the guise of a pile of canvas." I stopped, knowing I was supposed to seem fooled, but confused, because I wasn't fooled. There was no canvas at all. So I went to a couple of men on the pier and asked them if they could see any canvas nearby, and if so, please not to stare at it or point at it in a demonstrative manner. "You said that to strangers." Yes, said Poe. They thought I was completely barmy. Well, of course they did. Then they told me that yes, there was a pile of canvas right where I knew her to be, gray and red, which I'm told were the colors she'd been wearing. I had to leave her there, which killed me, but I'd already made enough of a scene, and anyway, I needed to get back and see how you were. Do you know, she even felt a bit like canvas to me. Isn't that wild? Isn't it marvelous? No, it isn't marvelous. She could be in this garden this very minute. She could be this wall we're leaning on. Oh, she isn't, Poe said. She isn't anywhere in the castle, I assure you. I wish she were. I want to meet her. She didn't feel malevolent to me, you know. She felt quite sorry about the whole thing. Poe, she tried to kidnap me. But she felt as if she were friends with your guard Holt, said Poe. I'll try to find her. Maybe she can tell us what Donzel was up to. But Poe, what about the scene you made? And what about my guards who saw you unfazed by the boat? Are you sure no one was suspicious of you? The question seemed to subdue him. I'm sure. They only thought I was peculiar. I don't suppose there's any point in asking you to be more careful. He closed his eyes. It's been so long since I've had a break from society. I'd love to go home for a bit. Rubbing his temples, he said, the man you were with this morning, the Leonid who wasn't born a Leonid. Bitterblue bristled. Poe, I know, he said. Sweetheart, I know, and I've only got an innocent question. What's his grace? Bitterblue snorted. He says he doesn't know. A likely story. Could you tell anything about it from the feel of him? Poe paused, considering, then shook his head. There's a certain feeling to a mind reader, and he didn't have it. But I did feel something unusual about him, something about his mind, you understand, that I don't feel with cooks or dancers, or your guard, or Katza. He may have some mental power. Could he be prescient? I don't know. I met a woman in Nonder who calls birds with her mind, and calms them. Your friend, he's called Saf, is he? Saf felt a bit like that woman, but not exactly. Could he have a malevolent power like Leck's? Poe let out an explosive breath of air. I've never encountered anyone with a mind like Leck's. We must hope I never do. He shifted position and changed his tone. Introduce me to Saf, why don't you? And I'll ask him what his grace is. Oh, certainly, why not? They wouldn't think it at all strange if I showed up with a Leonid prince in tow. So, he doesn't know who you are? I wondered. I suppose you're going to lecture me now about telling lies. He began to laugh, which confused her at first, until she remembered to whom she was speaking. Yes, she said, all right. How did you explain your mad rush to my office today, by the way? The spy excuse? Naturally. Spies are always telling me things in the strictest confidence at exactly the last moment. She giggled. Oh, but it's awful, isn't it, Poe? So much lying, especially to people who trust you. He didn't answer this and turned back to the wall, the humor still in his face, but something else there too that silenced her and made her wish she hadn't been so flip. Poe's particular web of lies was not in fact very funny, and the longer it went on, the more counsel work Poe did, the more people who gained his trust, the less funny it became. The lie he told when pressed to explain his inability to read, that an illness had damaged his close vision, stretched credibility and occasionally raised eyebrows. Bitterblue didn't like to imagine what would happen if the truth were to come out. Bad enough that he was a mind reader, but a mind reader who'd been lying about it for more than 20 years and who was admired and praised all 7 kingdoms over, in Lenyad, flatly revered? And what of his closest friends who didn't know? Katza did, and Raffin's companion, Ban, Poe's mother, and Poe's grandfather. That was all. Gideon didn't know, nor did Helda, nor did Poe's father and brothers. Sky didn't know, and Sky adored his younger brother. Bitterblue didn't like to think how Katza would react if people began to be vicious to Poe. She thought that Katza's ferocity in his defense might be frightening. I'm sorry I couldn't spare you having to do what you did today, Beetle, Poe said. There's nothing to forgive. I managed, didn't I? More than that, you were marvelous. He was so like her mother in profile. Ashen had had that straight nose, that promise around the mouth of a quick smile. His accent was like Ashen's, and so was the fierce, loyal feeling of him. Perhaps it had made sense that Poe and Katza had dropped into her life just when her mother was torn out of it. Not justice, but sense. "I did as Katza taught me," she said quietly. He reached his arm out and pulled her in, hugging her tight, centering her around herself again with his embrace. Bitterblue went next to the infirmary to find out about Teddy. Madeline was snoring fit to drown out an invasion of geese. But when Bitterblue pushed the door open, she sat suddenly upright in bed. "Lady Queen," she said hoarsely, blinking, "Teddy's holding on." Bitterblue fell into a chair, then pulled her knees up and hugged her legs hard. "Do you think he'll live?" "I think it's highly possible, Lady Queen." "Did you give them all the medicines they need?" "All I had, Lady Queen, and I can give you more for them." "And did you—" Bitterblue wasn't sure how to ask this. "Did you see anything odd while you were there, Madeline?" Madeline didn't seem surprised by the question, though she peered at Bitterblue keenly, from Bitterblue's sloppy, knotted hair all the way to her boots, before answering. "Yes," she said, "there were some strange things said and done." "Tell me," Bitterblue said, "everything. I want to know it all, strange or not." "Well," Madeline said, "where to begin? I suppose the strangest thing was the excursion they made after Sapphire got back from walking you home. He came into the room rather obviously happy about something, Lady Queen, shooting significant looks at Bren and Tilda. Bren? Bren, Sapphire's sister, Lady Queen. And Teddy is Teddy's. I'm sorry, Lady Queen. Assume. I know nothing," said Bitterblue. "Well," said Madeline, "yes, they are two brother-sister pairs. Teddy and Sapphire live in the rooms behind the shop, where we were, and Tilda and Bren in the apartments above. The women are older and have lived together for some time, Lady Queen. Tilda seems to be the owner proper of the printing shop, but she told me that she and Bren are teachers." "Teachers? What kind?" "I'm sure I couldn't say, Lady Queen," said Madeline. "The kind who would slip into the shop with Sapphire, shut the door, have a muttered conversation that I can't hear, then leave me alone with their half-dead friend without telling me." "So you were in their house, alone?" said Bitterblue, sitting up straight. "Teddy woke up, Lady Queen, so I went into the shop to let them know the good news. That's when I discovered they'd gone." "What a shame! Teddy woke before you knew you were alone," exclaimed Bitterblue. "You could have gone through all their things and found the answers to so many questions." Said Madeline wryly. "That's not generally my first line of action when left alone in a stranger's home with a sleeping patient. Anyway, Lady Queen, you'll be glad Teddy woke, because he was quite forthcoming." "Really? Have you seen his arms, Lady Queen? Teddy's arms?" She'd seen Saph's arms. Saph had had Lenyad markings on his upper arms, like the ones Poe had, less ornate than Poe's, though no less effective at drawing the eye, and no less attractive. More, she thought sternly, just in case Poe was awake and having his ego stroked. "What about Teddy's arms?" she asked, rubbing her eyes, sighing. "He has scars on one arm, Lady Queen. They've the look of burns, as if he's been branded." I asked him how it happened, and he said it was the press. He'd been trying to wake his parents, he said, and failed, and fell asleep himself, lying against the printing press, until Tilda dragged him out. It didn't sound like anything sensical to me, Lady Queen, so I asked him if his parents had had a printing shop that had burned. He began to giggle. He was drugged, you understand, Lady Queen, and perhaps saying more than he would otherwise, and making less sense, and told me that his parents had had 4 printing shops. 4? Was he hallucinating? I can't be certain, Lady Queen, but when I challenged him, he was adamant that they'd had 4 shops, and that one after another they'd burned. I said it seemed a remarkable coincidence, and he said no, it was exactly what was bound to have happened. I asked if his parents were particularly incautious, and he giggled again, and said yes, in Leck City it had been particularly incautious to run a printing shop. Oh, and now Bitterblue understood the story. She saw the level on which it made perfect sense. His parents, she said, where are they?
"They died in the fire that scarred him, Lady Queen." She had known it would be the answer, and still it was difficult to hear. "When?" "Oh, 10 years ago. He was 10. My father killed Teddy's parents, thought Bitterblue. I couldn't blame him if he hated me. And then, Madeline said, he said something I could make so little sense of that I wrote it down, Lady Queen, so I wouldn't mix it up when I told you. Where is it? Madeline asked herself, poking crossly at the mountain notebooks and papers on her bedside table. She leaned out of bed and grabbed at the discarded clothing on the floor. Here it is, she said, fishing a folded paper from a pocket and flattening it against the mattress. He said, "I suppose the little queen is safe without you today, for her first men can do what you would. Once you learn cutting and stitching, do you ever forget it, whatever comes between? Even if Leck comes between? I worry for her. It's my dream that the queen be a truth seeker, but not if it makes her someone's prey." Madeline stopped reading and looked across at Bitterblue, who stared back at her blankly. "That's what he said?" "That's it, as best I could remember, Lady Queen." "Who are my first men?" Bitterblue asked. "My advisors? And prey?" "I've no idea, Lady Queen. Given the context, perhaps your best male healers." "It's probably drug-induced nonsense," Bitterblue said. "Let me see it." Madeline's handwriting was big and careful, like a child. Bitterblue sat with her legs curled in the chair, puzzling over the message for some time. Cutting and stitching? Did that mean healing work? Or sewing work? Or something terrible, like what her father had used to do to rabbits and mice with knives? "It's my dream that the queen be a truth seeker, but not if it makes her someone's prey." "He did speak a lot of gibberish, Lady Queen," said Madeline, plucking her eye patch from its hook on her bedpost and tying it behind her head. And when the other 3 returned, they had the look of young people quite pleased with themselves. Oh, right, Bitterblue had forgotten about the antics of the other 3. Were they carrying anything? Indeed, a small sack that Bren brought upstairs before I could get a close look at it. Did it make any noise? A clinking? A jingle? No noise, Lady Queen. She held it close and carefully. Could it have been silver coins? Just as surely as it could have been flour, Lady Queen, or coal, or the jewels from the crowns of all 6 kings. 5 kings, Bitterblue informed her. Drowden is deposed. I found out this morning. Madeline sat up straight and dropped her feet to the floor. "Great floods," she said, staring at Bitterblue solemnly. "This is a day for astonishment."
When you tell me King Thigpen is deposed, I'll fall off my bed. Thigpen was the king of Estill. Estill was the kingdom Madeline said she'd escaped from, though Madeline was rather close-mouthed about her past and spoke with an accent that Bitterblue couldn't match to any part of the 7 kingdoms she knew. Madeline had come to Bitterblue's court seeking employment 7 years ago, alluding to the fact, during her interview, that in all the 7 kingdoms, but Leonid and Monsey, and particularly in Estill, Gracelings were enslaved to their kings, a circumstance she did not find acceptable. Bitterblue had had the tact not to ask Madeline if she had taken out her own eye to hide her Graceling identity during her escape. If she had, well, Madeline's grace was healing, so she'd probably known the best way to do it. Dinner took place in her sitting room, early. A clock gently ticked, and her crown caught the white light of a sun that wasn't even thinking about setting yet. "I must stay awake," thought Bitterblue, "so that I can go see Teddy." Poe joined her and Helda for dinner. Helda had once been Katz's lady servant in the Midlands and had been a council ally for some time now. She fussed over Poe like he was a long-lost grandson. "I must not think about how I need to sneak out tonight without Poe knowing. I can think about sneaking out. I must only avoid thinking about sneaking out without him knowing, for then he'll know immediately." Of course, the other side of Poe's grace was that he sensed the physicality of everyone and everything, so he would probably sense the departure of her body whether or not he knew her thoughts, which he probably did by now anyway, so determinedly had she been thinking about how she mustn't think about them. And then, mercifully, Poe got up to take his leave. Gideon appeared, ravenous, slapping Poe on the shoulder, falling into Poe's chair. Helda went off somewhere with a pair of spies who'd arrived. Bitterblue sat across from Gideon, nodding over her plate. I must ask him about Nander, she thought to herself. I must make polite conversation, and I must not tell him my plans for sneaking out. He's nice-looking, isn't he? A beard quite suits him. Puzzles, she said stupidly. What's that, Lady Queen? He asked, putting his knife and fork down, looking into her face. Oh, she said, realizing she'd spoken aloud. Nothing. I'm plagued by puzzles, is all. I'm sorry for the state I was in when we met earlier today, Gideon. It's not how I would have preferred to welcome you to Monsey. Lady Queen, he said with instant sympathy, you mustn't apologize for that. I was in much the same state the first time I was involved in someone's death. Were you? She said. How old were you? 15. Forgive me, Gideon, she said, embarrassed to find herself fighting off a yawn. I'm exhausted. You must rest. I must stay awake, she said, then, apparently, dozed off, for she woke some time later in confusion in her bed, to which Gideon had presumably helped her. He seemed to have taken her boots off, unbound her hair, and tucked her under the sheets. The memory came to her, her own voice saying, I cannot sleep with all these pins in my hair. Lord Gideon's deep voice responding. He would go and get Helda. And Bitterblue, half asleep, saying forcefully, no, it cannot wait, and yanking at her wound-up braids, and Gideon reaching to stop her, sitting beside her on her own bed and helping her, saying things to calm her. She leaning against him as he took down her hair, he murmuring with gentlemanly sympathy as she sighed against his chest, I'm so tired. Oh, I haven't slept in ever so long. Oh, she thought, how mortifying. And now her throat stung, her muscles ached, as if she'd been through one of Katz's fighting lessons. I killed a man today, she thought, and with that thought, tears began to run down her face. She cried freely, hugging a pillow, pressing her face into Ashen's embroidery. After a while, her feelings solidified themselves around an odd little comfort. Mama had to kill a man once too. I've only done what she's done. Paper crinkled in the pocket of her gown. Dashing tears away, Bitterblue pulled out Teddy's strange words and held them tight in one fist. A small determination flared in her breast. She was a puzzle solver and a truth seeker too. She didn't know what Teddy had meant by it, but she knew what she meant. Fumbling to light a lamp, finding pen and ink, she turned the paper to its back and wrote, List of puzzle pieces. Teddy's words. Who are my first men? What did he mean by cutting and stitching? Am I in danger? Whose prey am I? Donzel's words. What did he see? Was he complicit with Leck in some way? What was he trying to say? Teddy and Saf's actions. Why did they steal a gargoyle? And other things too. What does it mean to steal what's already been stolen? Darby's records. Was he lying to me about the gargoyles never having been there? General mysteries. Who attacked Teddy? Things I've seen with my own eyes. Why is the East City falling apart but decorated anyway? Why was Leck so peculiar about decorating the castle? What did Leck do? Here she scribbled a few notes. Tortured pets, made people disappear, cut, burned printing shops, built bridges, did castle renovations. Honestly, how can I know how to rule my kingdom when I have no idea what happened in Leck's time? How can I understand what my people need? How can I find out more? In the story rooms? Should I ask my advisors again, even though they won't answer? She added one more question, slowly and in small letters. What is soft grace? Then, returning to her larger list, she wrote, Why is everybody insane? Donzel, Holt, Judge Quall, Ivan, the engineer who switched the gravestones and the watermelons, Darby, rude. Although, she wondered, was it insane to drink too much from time to time, or to be susceptible to nerves? Bitterblue crossed out the word insane and replaced it with strange, except that opened the list to everybody. Everybody was strange. In a fit of frustration, she scratched out strange and wrote the word crackpots in big letters. Then she added Teal, Runnymede, Soph, Teddy, Bren, Tilda, Death, and Poe, just to be thorough. Part 2.
Puzzles and Muddles, September. 8. Some wonderful person had gotten every trace of Donzel's blood out of the stone of her office floor. Even looking for it, Bitterblue couldn't find it. She read the charter once more, carefully, letting each word sink in, and then she signed it. There was no point not to now. "What will we do with his body?" she asked Thiel. "It has been burned, Lady Queen," said Thiel. "What? Already? Why was I not informed? I would have liked to go to the ceremony." The door to the tower room opened. Death, the librarian, came in. "I'm afraid the body couldn't wait for burning, Lady Queen," said Thiel. "It's only just September." "And it was no different from any other burning ceremony, Lady Queen," added Runnimede from the window. "That is not the point," said Bitterblue. "I killed the man, for rot's sake. I should have been at the burning." "It's not actually Monsian tradition to burn the dead, you know, Lady Queen," Death put in. "It never has been." "Nonsense," said Bitterblue, really quite upset. "We all perform fire ceremonies." "I suppose it's not politic to contradict the Queen," Death replied with such undisguised sarcasm that Bitterblue was surprised into looking at him hard. This man, nearing 70, had the paper-thin skin of a man in his 90s. His mismatched eyes were always dry and blinking, one green like seaweed, the other purplish like his pinched lips. "Many people in Monsieur do burn the dead, Lady Queen," he went on, "but it is not the Monsian May, as I'm sure your advisors know. It was King Leck's way. It's his tradition we honor when we burn our dead. Monsians before King Leck wrapped the body in a cloth infused with herbs and buried it in the ground at midnight. They've done so for as long as records have been kept. Those who know as much still do." Bitterblue thought, suddenly, of the graveyard she ran through most nights, and of Ivan the engineer who'd replaced watermelons with gravestones. What was the point of looking at things if she couldn't see them? "If this is true," she said, "then why have we not gone back to the Monsian ways?" Her question was directed at Thiel, who stood before her looking patient and concerned. "I suppose we have not wanted to upset people unnecessarily, Lady Queen," he said. "But why should it be upsetting?" Runnimede answered. "There's no reason to disturb our mourners, Lady Queen. If people like the fire ceremonies, why should we stop them?" "But how is that forward thinking?" said Bitterblue in confusion. "If we want to move away from Leck, why not teach people that it's the Monsian way to bury their dead?" "It's a little thing, Lady Queen," said Runnimede. "It barely matters. Why remind people of their grief? Why give them reason to feel that perhaps they've been honoring their dead wrongly? It is not a little thing," thought Bitterblue. "It has to do with tradition and respect, and with recovering what it means to be Monsian. Was my mother's body burned or buried?" The question seemed both to startle Thiel and bewilder him. He sat down hard in one of the chairs before her desk and did not answer. "King Leck burned Queen Ashen's body," announced Death, the librarian, "at the top of the high walkways on Monster Bridge at night, Lady Queen. It was how he preferred to perform such ceremonies. I believe he liked the grandness of the setting and the spectacle of the bridges lit up with fire." "Was anyone there who actually cared?" she asked. "Not that I know of, Lady Queen," said Death. "I, for one, was not." It was time to change the subject, for Thiel was worrying her, sitting there with that empty look in his eyes, like his soul had gone away. "Why are you here, Death?" Bitterblue snapped. "Many people have forgotten the Monsian ways, Lady Queen," said Death obstinately, "especially inhabitants of the castle, where Leck's influence was strongest, and especially the many in both city and castle who cannot read." "Everyone in the castle can read," said Bitterblue. "Can they?" Death dropped a small roll of leather onto her desk and, in the same motion, bowed, somehow making a mockery of the gesture. Then he turned and left the room. "What has he given you?" asked Runnimede. "Have you been lying to me about literacy statistics?" Runnimede countered. "Of course not, Lady Queen," said Runnimede in exasperation. "Your castle is literate. What would you like? Another survey on the matter?" "Yes, another survey, of both the castle and the city." "Very well, another survey, to dispel the slander of an antisocial librarian."
I hope you won't expect us to furnish evidence every time he makes an accusation. He was right about the burying, said Bitterblue. Releasing a breath, Runnemud said patiently, "We've never denied the truth about the burying, Lady Queen. This is the first we've ever discussed it. Now, what has he given you?" Bitterblue pulled at the tie that held the small roll closed. The leather flattened itself before her. "Just another useless map," she said, rolling it up again and shoving it aside. Later, when Runnemud had gone to an appointment somewhere, and Feel stood stiffly at his stand, his back to her and his mind somewhere else, Bitterblue slipped the little map into the pocket of her gown. It wasn't a useless map. It was a lovely, soft miniature of all the major streets in the city, perfect for carrying on one's person. In the East City that night, she sought out the graveyard. The paths were lit, but dimly, and there was no moon. She couldn't make out the inscriptions. Walking among the nameless dead, she tried to find a way to fit burning versus burial onto her list of puzzle pieces. It was starting to seem to her that being forward-thinking too often involved avoiding any kind of thought at all, especially about things that might benefit from a great deal of thinking. What had Danjel said about the town charters being a promise of the Queen's considerate inattention? Clearly, her inattention to Danjel had led to disastrous results. Were there people at whom she should be looking more closely? She stumbled across a grave with loose soil in the shape of a mound. Someone newly dead. How sad, she thought. There's something horribly sad, but also right, about the body of someone who has died disappearing into the ground. Burning a body was sad too, and yet Bitterblue felt deeply that burning was also right. No one who loved Mama was there to mark her passing. She burned alone. Bitterblue felt her feet planted in the ground of this graveyard, as if she were a tree, unable to move, as if her body were a gravestone, dense and heavy. I left her behind, for Leck to pretend to mourn. I shouldn't still feel this way, she thought, with an unexpected flash of fury. It was years ago. "Sparks?" said a voice behind her. She turned to find herself staring into the face of Sapphire. Her heart flew into her throat. "Why are you here?" she cried. "Not Teddy. No." Saph said, "Don't worry. Teddy's well enough for a man who's been cut open." "Then why?" she said. "Are you a grave robber?" He snorted. "Don't be daft. It's a shortcut. Are you all right, Sparks? I'm sorry if I interrupted something." "You didn't. You're crying. I'm not." "Right," he said mildly. "I suppose you got rained on." Somewhere, one of the city clocks began to strike midnight. "Where are you going?" Bitterblue asked. "Home." "Let's go then," she said. "Sparks," he said, "you're not invited." "That you burn your dead," she said, ignoring this, leading him out of the graveyard, "or bury them." "Well, it depends where I am, doesn't it? It's Leonid tradition to bury people at sea. In Mancia, it's tradition to bury them in the ground. How do you know the old Mancian traditions? I could ask you the same question. I wouldn't have expected you to know. Except that I never expect the expected from you, Sparks," he added, a tired sort of dreariness coming over his voice. "How is your mother?" "What?" she said, startled. "I hope the tears are nothing to do with your mother. Is she well?" "Oh," Bitterblue said, remembering that she was a Castlebaker girl. "Yes, she's well. I saw her tonight." "Then that's not what's wrong." "Saph," she said, "not everyone who lives in the castle can read." "Huh?" She didn't know why she was saying this now. She didn't know why she was saying it at all. She hadn't even realized until this moment that she believed it. It was just that she had the need to tell him something honest and unhappy, because cheerful lies tonight were too depressing and too sharp, turning in on her like pins. "I said before that everyone under the Queen's roof reads," she said. "I've developed doubts." "All right," he said warily. "I knew that for a corker when you first said it. So did Teddy. Why are you admitting it now?" "Seph," she said, stopping in her tracks in the middle of the street to face him, needing at this moment to know. "Why did you steal that gargoyle?" He said, amused in an unamused sort of way. "What's your game tonight, Sparks?" "I don't have a game," Bitterblue said miserably. "I just want things to start making sense.
"Here," she said, pulling a small parcel from her pocket and shoving it into Saf's hand. "These are from Madeline. More medicines?" "Yes." Musing over the medicines, his feet square in the street, Saf seemed to be considering something. Then he glanced at her. "What about a game of trading truth for truth?" he said. This struck her as a terrible idea. "How many rounds?" "3. And we must both swear to be honest. You must swear on your mother's life." "Well then," she thought, "if he presses me too hard, I can lie, for my mother is dead." He would lie if pressed too, she added stubbornly, arguing with the part of her that rose up to insist that a game like this should be played in good faith. "All right," she said. "Why did you steal the gargoyle?" "No, I go first, because the game was my idea."
Are you a spy for the Queen? Great seas! Bitterblue said no. That's all I get? And no? She glared into his grinning face. I'm not anyone's spy but my own, she said, realizing too late that her own spy would inevitably be the Queen's spy. Annoyed to find herself lying already, she said, "My turn. The gargoyle." "Why?" Let's walk," he said, motioning her up the street. "You're not allowed to avoid my question." "I'm not avoiding it. I'm just trying to come up with an answer that doesn't incriminate others." "Leck stole," he said, startling her with the randomness of it. Anything he wanted, knives, clothing, horses, paper, he took. He stole people's children. He destroyed people's property. He also hired people to build the bridges and never paid them. He hired artists to decorate his castle, never paid them either. "I see," said Bitterblue, working through the implications of his statement. "Did you steal a gargoyle from the castle because Leck never paid the artist who made it?" "Essentially," said Saf. "But what did you do with it?" "We return things to their rightful owners. So there's a gargoyle artist somewhere, and you're bringing him back his gargoyles? What possible use could he have for them now?" "Don't ask me," said Saf. "I've never understood the use of a gargoyle. They're creepy." "They're lovely," said Bitterblue in indignation. "All right," said Saf. "Whatever. They're creepily lovely. I don't know what he wants with them. He only asked us for a few of his favorites." "A few? 4? 4 from the east wall, 2 from the west, and 1 from the south that we haven't managed to steal yet, and possibly won't now. The guard presence on the walls has increased since we stole the last one. They must have finally noticed that gargoyles are going missing." Noticed? Because Bitterblue had pointed it out? Were her advisors the ones who'd arranged for more guards? Why would they do that, unless they believed the gargoyles actually were being stolen? And if they believed it, why had they lied? "Where's your mind, Sparks?" asked Saf. "So, people ask you for things," Bitterblue repeated. "They make requests for specific items Leck stole, and you steal the items back for them?" Saf considered her. There was something new in his expression tonight. For some reason, it frightened her. His eyes, which used to be hard and suspicious, were softer, touching her face and hood and shoulders, wondering something about her. She recognized what was happening. He was deciding whether or not to trust her. When he reached into the pocket of his coat and handed her a small bundle, she found that suddenly, whatever it was, she didn't want it. "No," she said, pushing it back at him. Stubbornly, he pressed it back into her hands. "What's wrong with you? Open it." "It'll be too much truth, Saf," she insisted. "It'll make us unequal." "Is this an act?" he said. "Because it's a stupid one. You saved Teddy's life. We'll never be equal. It's not any deep, dark secret, Sparks. It won't tell you anything I haven't already said." Uncomfortable, but counting on this promise, she untied the bundle. It contained 3 papers, folded small. She moved closer to a street lamp. Then she stood there in rising distress as the papers told her 1,000 things Saf hadn't said, immediately. It was a chart, 3 pages long, composed of 3 columns. Running down the left column was an alphabetical list of names, straightforward enough. The right-hand column listed dates, all falling in the years of Leck's reign. The items in the middle column, each one presumably corresponding to the name on the left, were more difficult to characterize. Across from the name Alderin, farmer, was written 3 farm dogs, 1 pig. Across from the second instance of the name Alderin, farmer, was written Book, The Kissing Traditions of Monsi. Across from the name Annis, teacher, was written Gretel, 9. Across from berry, ink maker, ink, every kind, too much to quantify. Across from Besset, scribe, book, Monsian ciphers and codes, paper, too much to quantify. It was an inventory, except that the middle column of inventoried items seemed to be as crowded with people, Mara 11, Cress 10, as it was with books, paper, farm animals, money. Almost all of the people named as inventory were children, girls. And that wasn't all this paper told her, not by a far shot, for Bitterblue recognized the handwriting, the paper, even, and the ink. One remembered such particulars when one had killed a lord with a knife. One remembered accusing the lord, before killing him, of stealing his people's books and farm animals. She drew the list to her nose, knowing how the paper would smell, just like the charter of the people from the town of Danshole. One lonely puzzle piece clicked into place. "This is an inventory of items Leck stole?" asked Bitterblue shakily. "In this case, someone else stole them, but it's clear that it was on Leck's behalf. Those are the types of things Leck liked to collect, and the little girls clinch it, wouldn't you say?" But why hadn't Danshole simply told her that he'd stolen from his townspeople on Leck's behalf? That his ruin had begun with Leck's greed? Why hide behind hints when he could have defended himself with that truth? She would have listened to that defense, no matter how mad or disgusting he was. And why had the people of Danshole mentioned missing farm animals in their charter, but not their missing daughters? She had imagined that Leck had taken castle people, city people. Those were the people the fablers talked about in their stories. She hadn't known that his reach had extended to the distant country estates of his lords. And that wasn't all. "Why would you be stealing these things back?" she asked, almost frantically. "Why would this list make its way to you, not to the queen?" "What could the queen do?" asked Soph. "These items were stolen during Leck's reign. The queen has issued blanket pardons for all crimes committed during Leck's reign. But surely she hasn't pardoned Leck's crimes. What did Leck ever do for himself? You don't think he marched around smashing windows and grabbing books? I told you, these things were stolen by someone else. That lord who just tried to kidnap the queen, actually, and ended up poked in the gizzard," he added, as if this piece of trivia should amuse her. "It makes no sense, Soph," she said. "If these people sent this list to the queen, she would find some legal way to provide remuneration." "The queen is looking ahead," Soph said glibly. "Haven't you heard? She has no time for all the lists she would receive, and we manage it quite well, you know." "How many lists are there?" "I expect every town in the kingdom could provide one, if pressed," he said. "Don't you?" The names of children crowded thick before her eyes. "It's wrong," she insisted. "There must be a legal recourse." Soph took the papers from her hands. "If it's any comfort to your law-abiding heart, Sparks," he said, folding the papers up again, "we cannot steal what we cannot find. It's rare that we locate any of the items on these lists. But you just told me that you manage it quite well." "Better than the queen could," he said, sighing. "Have I answered your question?" "What question?" "We're playing a game, remember," said Soph. "You asked me why I stole a gargoyle. I told you. Now I believe it's my turn. Were your people part of the resistance? Is that how your father was killed?" "I don't know what you're talking about. What resistance?" "You don't know about the resistance? Perhaps I call it by a different name," she said, doubting this but not caring, for her mind was still wrapped up in the last matter. "Well, it's no secret," he said, "so I'll explain it for free. There was a resistance movement in the kingdom while Leck was alive. A small group of people who knew what he was, or who knew it part of the time at least, and kept it in writing, tried to spread the word, remind each other of the truth whenever his lies grew too strong. The most powerful among them were mind readers, who had the advantage of always knowing what Leck was trying to do. A lot of the members of the resistance were killed. Leck knew they existed and was always trying to stamp them out, especially the mind readers. Bitterblue was paying attention now. "You really didn't know?" Soph said, noting her surprise. "I had no idea," she said. "That's why Leck kept burning Teddy's parents' print shop, isn't it? And that's how you knew about burying. Your family was part of this resistance and kept written records of the old traditions or something, right? Is that your second question? Asked Saf. No, I'm not wasting a question on something I already know the answer to. I want to know why you grew up on a lineage ship. Ah, that's an easy one, he said. My eyes settled when I was 6 months old. Leck was king then, of course. Gracelings and Moncia were not free, but as you've already guessed, my mother and father were in the resistance. They knew what Leck was most of the time. They also knew that Gracelings in Linid were free. So they took me south to Monport, snuck me aboard a lineage ship, and left me on the deck. Bitterblue's mouth dropped open. You mean they abandoned you? To strangers who could have decided to throw you overboard? He shrugged, smiling lightly. They saved me from Leck's service, Sparks, in the best way they could manage. And after Leck died, my sister went to great lengths to find me, even though all she knew about me was my age, my eye colors, and the ship they'd left me on. Also, Linid sailors do not throw babies overboard. They turned onto Tinker Street and drew up outside the shop door. They're dead now, aren't they? She said. Your parents. Leck killed them. Yes, he said, then reached out to her when he saw her expression. Sparks, hey, it's all right. I never really knew them. Let's go in, she said, pushing him off, too frustrated with her own helplessness to show him the sorrow she felt. There were crimes for which a queen could never provide enough remuneration. We've got one more round of questions, Sparks, he said. No, no more. I'll ask a nice one, Sparks, I promise. A nice one? Bitterblue snorted. What's your idea of a nice question, Saf? I'll ask about your mother. It was the very last thing she had the energy to lie about. No. Oh, come on. What's it like? What's what like? To have a mother. Why should you want to ask me that? She snapped at him, exasperated. What's wrong with you? Why are you biting my head off, Sparks? The closest thing I ever had to a mother was a sailor named Pinky who taught me to climb a rope with a dagger in my mouth and piss on people from the topmast. That's disgusting. Well, that's my point. Your mother probably never taught you anything disgusting. If you had any idea what you were asking me, she thought, if you had the slightest idea to whom you were speaking, she could see nothing sentimental or vulnerable in his face. This wasn't his prologue to pouring out the heartrending tale of a child sailor on a foreign ship who'd yearned for a mother. He was merely curious. He wanted to know about mothers, and Bitterblue was the only one made vulnerable by the question. What do you mean you want to know about her? She asked with slightly more patience. Your question is too vague. He shrugged. I'm not picky. Is it she who taught you to read? When you were young, did you live together in the castle and eat your meals together? Or do castle children live in the nurseries? Does she talk of Linid? Is she the person who taught you to bake bread? Bitterblue's mind flickered around all the things he said, images coming to her, memories, some of them wanting precision. I did not live in the nurseries, she said honestly. I was with my mother most of the time. I don't think it was she who taught me to read, but she taught me other things. She taught me mathematics and all about Linid. Then Bitterblue spoke another certainty that came to her like a thunderbolt. I remember, my father taught me to read. Grasping her head, she turned away from him, remembering Leck helping her spell out words, in her mother's rooms, at the table, remembering the feel of a small, colorful book in her hands, remembering his voice, his encouragement, his pride at her progress as she struggled to put letters together. Darling, he'd said, you're fabulous, you're a genius. She'd been so small that she'd had to kneel in the chair to reach the table. It was an utterly disorienting memory. For a moment, in the middle of the street, Bitterblue was lost. Give me a mathematics problem, would you? She said unsteadily. Huh? He said. You mean, like, what's 12 times 12? She glared at him. That's just insulting. Sparks, he said, have you quite lost your mind? Let me sleep here tonight, she said. I need to sleep here. Can I sleep here? What? Of course not. I won't snoop around. I'm not a spy, remember? I'm not certain you should come in at all, Sparks. At least let me see Teddy. Don't you want to ask your last question? You'll owe me one." Sapphire considered her skeptically. Then, shaking his head, sighing, he produced a key. He opened the door a spark-sized crack and motioned her inside. Teddy lay flat and limp on a cot in the corner, like a leaf in the road that's been snowed on all winter and rained on all spring. But he was awake. When he saw her, the sweetest of smiles spread across his face. "Give me your hand," he whispered. Bitterblue gave him her hand, tiny and strong. His own hands were long, beautifully formed, with ink rimming the fingernails, and strengthless. She used her own strength to move her hand where he pulled it. He brought her fingers to his mouth. He kissed them. "Thank you for what you did," he whispered. "I always knew you'd be lucky for us, Sparks. We should have called you Lucky. How are you feeling, Teddy?" "Tell me a story, Lucky," he whispered. "Tell me one of the stories you've heard." There was only one story in her mind, the tale of Princess Bitterblue's escape from the city 8 years ago with Queen Ashen, who'd hugged the princess hard and kissed her, kneeling in a field of snow, and then given her a knife and sent her on ahead, telling her that though she was only a little girl, she had the heart and the mind of a queen, strong and fierce enough to survive what was coming. Bitterblue pulled her hand away from Teddy's. She pressed her temples and rubbed them, breathing carefully to calm herself. "I'll tell you the story of a city where the river jumps into the sky and takes flight," she said. Sometime later, Saf shook her shoulder. She woke, startled, to find herself snoozing in the hard chair, neck twisted and rigid with pain. "What is it?" she cried. "What happened?" "Shh," said Saf. "You were crying out, Sparks, disturbing Teddy's sleep. I figured it was a nightmare." "Oh," she said, becoming conscious of a monumental headache. She reached up to bring down her braids, releasing her hair, rubbing at her aching scalp. Teddy slept nearby, his breath a gentle whistle. Tilda and Bren were climbing the stairs together to the apartments above. "I think I was dreaming that my father was teaching me to read," Bitterblue said vaguely. "It was making my head hurt." "You're a strange one," Saf said. "Go sleep on the floor by the fire, Sparks. Dream something nice, like babies. I'll bring you a blanket and wake you before dawn." She lay down and fell asleep, dreaming of herself as a baby in her mother's arms. 9. Bitterblue ran back to the castle in a thick, gray dawn. She raced the sun, hoping fervently that Poe wasn't planning to ruin her breakfast again. "Find something useful to do with your morning," she thought to him as she neared her chambers. "Do something heroic in front of an audience. Knock a child into the river while no one's looking, and then rescue him." Entering her rooms, she found herself face to face with Fox, who stood in the foyer with a feather duster. "Oh," said Bitterblue, calculating fast, but not coming up with much in the way of a creative excuse. "Balls." Fox regarded the queen calmly with unmatching gray eyes. She wore a new hood that was just like the old one Bitterblue was wearing at this moment. The difference between the two women was marked. Bitterblue, small, plain, guilty, and not particularly clean. Fox, tall and striking, with nothing to be ashamed of. "Lady Queen," she said, "I won't tell a soul." "Oh, thank you," Bitterblue said, almost lightheaded with relief. "Thank you." Fox bowed her head, stepped aside, and that was that. Minutes later, soaking in the bath, Bitterblue heard rain thudding on the castle roofs. She was grateful to the skies for waiting until she'd gotten home. Rain streamed down the canted glass roofs of her tower office and raced into the gutters. Teal? He was at his stand, pen scritching across paper. "Yes, Lady Queen." "Teal, Lord Dangel said some things after he knocked you out that worry me." "Oh?" Teal set his pen down and came to stand before her, all concern. "I'm sorry to hear that, Lady Queen. If you'll tell me what he said, I'm confident that we'll be able to resolve it. He was some sort of crony of Leck's, wasn't he?" Teal blinked. "Was he, Lady Queen? What did he tell you?" "Do you know what it meant to be a crony of Leck's?" Bitterblue asked. "I know you don't like questions like that, Teal, but I must know the basics of what happened, you see, if I'm to know how to help my people." Lady Queen, said Teal, my reason for disliking such a question is that I don't know the answer. I had my own run-ins with King Leck, as you know, as I expect we all did, and would all prefer not to talk about. But he would disappear for hours, Lady Queen, and I haven't the foggiest notion where he would go. I know nothing beyond the bare fact that he would go. None of your advisors do. I hope you'll trust me on that and not trouble the others. We've only just got Rude back into the offices. You know he's not strong. D'Angel told me, Bitterblue lied, that everything he stole from his people he stole for Leck's sake, and that other lords stole from their people for Leck's too. That means there are other lords and ladies out there like D'Angel, Teal, and it also means that there are citizens from whom Leck stole who could benefit from remuneration. You do understand that the crown is liable to these people, Teal? It will help us all move forward to settle such debts. Oh dear, Teal said, steadying a hand on her desk. I see, he said. Lord D'Angel, of course, was mad, Lady Queen. But I've asked my personal spies to make some inquiries, Teal, Bitterblue improvised smoothly. It seems that D'Angel was right. Your personal spies, Teal repeated. His eyes were beginning to shift to confusion, then to a kind of blankness, so quickly that she reached out to stop him. No, she said, pleading with the fading feeling in his eyes. Please, Teal, don't. Why do you do that? But Teal was wrapped in himself, not speaking, not seeming to hear. It's like being left alone in a room with a shell, thought Bitterblue, and it happens so fast. I'll just have to go down and ask one of the others, she said. A rough voice came out of the middle of him somewhere. Don't leave me quite yet, Lady Queen, he said. Please wait. I have the right answer. May I sit, Lady Queen? Of course. Heavily, he did so. After a moment, he said, the trouble lies with the blanket pardons, Lady Queen. The blanket pardons, and the impossibility of ever proving that those who stole for Leck and not for themselves. Wasn't the very reason for the blanket pardons the assumption that Leck was the true cause of all crime? No, Lady Queen, said Teal. The reason for the blanket pardons was the acknowledgement of the impossibility of our ever knowing the truth about anything. What a depressing notion. Nonetheless, someone needs to provide reparation to those who were victimized. Don't you think, Lady Queen, that if citizens wished your reparation, they would tell you so? Do they have means? Anyone may write the court a letter, Lady Queen, and every letter is read by your clerks. But do they know how to write? The eyes Teal trained on her face were awake now and filled with a perfect comprehension of her meaning. After yesterday's argument, Lady Queen, he said, I challenged Runnemud on the matter of the literacy statistics. I'm sorry to say that he has in fact been embellishing them. He has erring on the side of optimism in his representations. It is, said Teal, clearing his throat delicately, one of the qualities that makes him a valuable agent of the court in the city. But of course, he must be transparent with us. He will be from now on. I've made that plain to him. And yes, Lady Queen, Teal added firmly, enough of your citizens know how to write. You've seen the charters. I maintain that if they wished reparation, they would write. Well then, I'm sorry, but it's not good enough, Teal. I can't bear to walk around knowing how much this court owes people. I don't care whether they want it from me or not. It's not fair for me not to give it. Teal considered her silently, hands folded before him. She didn't understand the peculiar hopelessness in his eyes. Teal, she said, almost begging, please, what is it? What's wrong? After a moment, he said quietly, I understand you, Lady Queen, and I'm pleased you came to me about this. I hope you always will come to me first with such matters. Here is what I recommend. Write to your uncle and ask his advice. When he visits, perhaps we can discuss the way to proceed. It was true that Roar would know what to do and how best to do it. It wasn't terrible advice. But Roar's visit was scheduled for January, and it was only just September. Perhaps, if she wrote to him, he could send suggestions ahead of his visit, in letters. The rain was soporific, throwing itself against her glass roof and the stone of her round walls. She wondered what it was like in the great courtyard today, where water pounded on the glass ceilings and overflow from the gutters poured into a fat rain pipe that snaked down the courtyard wall, ending with a gargoyle that vomited rainwater into the fountain pool. On days like this, the pool overflowed onto the courtyard floor. No water was wasted. It found drains in the floor that led to cisterns in the cellars and the prison. It was impractical, the courtyard flood that accompanied rainy days. It was a strange design, easy enough to reverse, except that it did no structural damage in a courtyard that had originally been built to be rained on, and except that Bitterblue loved it on the rare occasions when she was able to escape her office to see it. The tiles on the floor surrounding the fountain were adorned with mosaics of fish that seemed to flop and swim under the sheen of water. Leck had intended the courtyard to be dramatic in the rain. When Darby pushed into the room with a pile of papers so high that he needed both arms, Bitterblue announced that she was taking a walk to the royal smithy to order a sword. But good heavens, they responded, did she realize that to reach the smithy, one must cross the grounds, in the rain? Had it not occurred to her that it would save time to summon a smith to her tower, rather than go herself? Had she not considered that it might be viewed as unusual? "Oh, for mercy's sake," Bitterblue snapped at her advisors. "I'm proposing a walk to the smithy, not an expedition to the moon. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. In the meantime, you can all return to work and stop being annoying, if such a thing is possible." "At least take an umbrella, Lady Queen," pleaded Rude. "I won't," she said, then swept out of the room as dramatically possible. Standing in the east vestibule, peeking through an arch at the pounding water of the fountain, the swirling water on the floor, the gurgling water in the drains, Bitterblue allowed the noise and the earthy smell of it all to soothe her irritation. "Lady Queen," said a quiet voice to her side. "How are you?" Bitterblue was mildly embarrassed to find herself in the company of Lord Giddon. "Oh," she said. "Giddon? Hello. I'm all right, I suppose. I'm sorry about the other night. The falling asleep, I mean," she bumbled. "And the hair?" "Don't apologize, Lady Queen," he said. "An ordeal like the one with Dangel is bound to be exhausting. It was the end of an extraordinary day." "That it was," she said, sighing. "How is your puzzle going?" "Dreadfully," she said, grateful to him for remembering. "I have lords like Dangel, who stole for Leck, connecting with thieves who are stealing the things back, connecting with a strange piece of misinformation about gargoyles my advisors gave me, connecting with other kinds of knowledge my advisors seem to prefer to discourage, connecting with knowledge the thieves would like to keep from me as well, such as why someone would stick knives in their guts. I don't understand the courtyard decoration either," she said grouchily, glaring at the shrubberies that a moment before had been delighting her. Said Giddon. "I confess it doesn't sound very illuminating." "It's a disaster," Bitterblue said. "Well," said Giddon with mild amusement, "your great courtyard is lovely in the rain." "Thank you. Did you know that my being here to look at it, alone, in the middle of the day, requires a lengthy debate? And I'm not even alone," she added, indicating with a nod the man tucked behind an arch in the south vestibule. "That's one of my graced guards, Eleanor, pretending not to watch us. I bet you my crown that they sent him along to spy on me." "Or perhaps to keep an eye out for your safety, Lady Queen," suggested Giddon. "You were recently attacked while in their care. They might be feeling a bit twitchy, not to mention guilty." "It's just, I did something today that I should be happy about, Giddon. I proposed a policy of remuneration from the crown for those who were robbed during Leck's reign. But all I feel is impatience, fury for the opposition I anticipate and the lies I'm going to have to tell to make it happen, and frustration that I can't even take a walk without them sending someone to hover. Attack me, she said. I beg your pardon, Lady Queen? You should attack me, and we'll see what he does. He's probably quite bored. It'll be a relief to him. Mightn't he run me through with his sword? Oh, Bitterblue chuckled. Yes, I suppose he might. That would be a shame. I'm gratified that you think so, said Gideon dryly. Bitterblue squinted at a muddy person wading into the courtyard from the west vestibule, which was the route from the stables. Her heart leapt. She jumped forward. Get in, she cried. It's Katza. Suddenly, Poe shot into the courtyard from the north vestibule, whooping. Katza, seeing him, broke into a run and they tore at each other through the wash. Just before the moment of impact, Poe shifted to one side, crouched, scooped Katza up, and, with admirable precision, propelled them both sideways into the pool. They were still thrashing around and laughing and screaming, and Bitterblue and Gideon were still watching, when a stiff little clerk spotted Bitterblue, trotted up to her, and said, "Good day, Lady Queen. Lady Katza of the Midlands has arrived at court, Lady Queen." Bitterblue raised an eyebrow. You don't say. The clerk, who seemed not to have risen to his position on the merits of his powers of observation, confirmed his announcement humorlessly, then added, "Prince Raffin of the Midlands has accompanied her this time, Lady Queen." "Oh, where is he?" "He is finding his rooms, Lady Queen." "Is Ban with him?" asked Gideon. "He is, my lord," said the clerk. "They'll be exhausted," said Gideon to Bitterblue, as the clerk slipped away. Katza will have ridden them hard through the rain. Katza and Poe were trying to drown each other and, judging from their hoots of laughter, enjoying it immensely. People had begun to gather, in archways and on balconies, servants, guards, pointing, staring. "I expect this will make a good story for the rumor mills," Bitterblue ventured. "Another chapter in The Heroic Adventures of?" Gideon asked quietly. Then he shot her a grin that reached all the way to his very nice, but ordinary, matching brown eyes, and Bitterblue had the feeling suddenly of not being so alone. She'd forgotten, in her first joy, what this was always like. Preoccupied with Poe, Katza hadn't even noticed her. "I was actually headed to the royal smithy," Bitterblue said to Gideon, in the way of also having preoccupations, "but the truth is that I'm not certain where it is. I wasn't going to admit that to my advisors, of course." "I've been there, Lady Queen," Gideon said. "It's on the western grounds, north of the stables. Shall I point you in the right direction, or would you like company?" "Join me. It looks like the entertainment is breaking up, anyway," Lord Gideon said. And indeed, the splashing and the noise seemed to have calmed. Katza and Poe had their arms around each other. It was difficult to tell if they were still wrestling or if the kissing had begun. Bitterblue turned away with a small flash of resentment. Wait! It was Katza's voice. It slapped against Bitterblue's back and spun her around. Katza had climbed out of the fountain and out of Poe's arms. Katza was running toward her, eyes shining blue and green, clothes and hair streaming. She slammed into Bitterblue and gathered her into a hug. She picked Bitterblue up, put her down, squeezed her harder, kissed the top of her head. Crushed painfully against Katza, Bitterblue heard the wild, strong thump of Katza's heart. She held Katza tight. Tears pricked her eyes. Then Katza was gone, flying back to Poe. As Bitterblue and Gideon moved through the western castle to the exit nearest the smithy, Gideon told her that remuneration for a king's thefts was one of the council's specialties. "It can be quite beautiful in execution, Lady Queen," he said. "Of course, when we do it, it involves trickery, and our thieving kings are still alive. But I think you'll feel the same satisfaction we do." He was a big man beside her, as tall as Veal and broader. "How old are you?" she asked bluntly, deciding that queens had the privilege of asking nosy questions. 27 last month, Lady Queen," he answered, not seeming to mind the question. Then they were all of a similar age: Gideon, Poe, Katza, Ban, and Raffin. "How long have you been Katza's friend?" she asked, remembering, with mild indignation, that Katza hadn't greeted him in the courtyard. "Oh," he said, calculating, "well, some 10 or 11 years.
I offered myself to her and Raffin as soon as the council began. Of course, I knew of her before that. I'd seen her at court many times. I used to watch her practices. Did you grow up at King Randa's court then? My family's estate is near to Randa's court, Lady Queen. As a boy, I spent as much time at court as I did at home. My father, while he was alive, was a great friend of Randa's. Your priorities differed from your father's. He glanced at her in surprise, then made an unamused noise. Not really, Lady Queen. Well, you chose the council over any allegiance to Randa, didn't you? I joined the council more out of fascination for its founder than anything else, Lady Queen, Katsa, and the promise of adventure. I don't think I much cared what it was for. At the time, I was one of Randa's most reliable bullies. Bitterblue remembered then that Gideon was among those excluded from the truth of Poe's grace. Was this why? Was he a bully? But Gideon was one of Poe's closest friends now, wasn't he? How did a man who was crony to a bad king undo that entanglement while the king was still alive? Gideon, she said, do you care about the council's purpose now? When he looked into her face, she saw his answer before he gave it. With all my heart. They stepped into a dimly lit foyer where tall gray windows rattled with rain. A pair of Monsian guards stood to either side of a postern doorway.
When Bitterblue passed through, she found herself on a covered slate terrace, looking out over a field of soggy snapdragons. Beyond the flowers sat a squat stone building, with smoke rising from several chimneys. The musical clangs of metal, in various pitches and rhythms, suggested that they'd succeeded in their search for the smithy. "Gideon," she said, "wasn't it a bit rude for Katsa not to greet you in the courtyard just now? It's been some time since you've seen each other, hasn't it?" His smile was sudden and enormous. He began to chuckle. "Katsa and I don't like each other very much," he said. "Why? What did you do?" "Why must it be something I did?" "Well, wasn't it?" "Katsa will hold a grudge," Gideon said, still grinning, "for years." "You're the one who seems to be holding a grudge," Bitterblue said hotly. "Katsa's heart is true. She would not dislike you for no reason." "Lady Queen," he said mildly, "I meant no offense to you or to her. Any courage I have, I learned from her example. I would go so far as to say that her counsel has saved my life. I can work with Katsa whether she greets me in the courtyard or not." His tone and his words brought her back to herself. She unclenched her fists and wiped her hands on her skirts. "Gideon, forgive my temper." "Katsa is fortunate to have your loyalty," said Gideon. "Yes," Bitterblue said, confused, then gesturing through the downpour to the smithy, more than ready to put an end to the conversation. "Shall we make a dash for it?" Within seconds, she was soaked through. The snapdragon bed was a swamp, and one of her boots sunk deep in the mud, nearly toppling her. When Gideon came to her and took her arms in an attempt to pull her free, his own boots stuck. With a vague expression of impending disaster, he plummeted backward into the flowers, his falling momentum popping her out of the mud but also sending her sprawling. On her stomach amidst snapdragons, Bitterblue spat out dirt. And there really wasn't any use for decorum after that. Covered with mud and snapdragon carcasses, they dragged each other up and staggered, gasping with laughter, into the lean-to that comprised the front half of the smithy building. A man came stomping out whom Bitterblue recognized, small, with a sharp, sensitive face, dressed in the black of the Monsian Guard, with distinctive silver chains on his sleeves. "Wait," Bitterblue said to him, trying to wipe mud from her skirts. "You're my captain of the Monsian Guard, aren't you? You're Captain Smith." The man's eyes flicked across her bedraggled appearance, then absorbed Gideon's as well. "I am, Lady Queen," he said with crisp correctness. "It's a pleasure to see you, Lady Queen." "Indeed," said Bitterblue. "Is it you who decides the number of guards patrolling the castle walls?" "Ultimately, yes, Lady Queen." "May I ask why you've increased their number recently?" "Of course, Lady Queen," he said. "It was in response to the news of unrest in Nander. In fact, now that we've heard that the Nander king is deposed, I may increase their number even more, Lady Queen. Such news has the potential to encourage unruly behavior. The castle's security, and yours, Lady Queen, are among my highest priorities." When Captain Smith had gone, Bitterblue frowned after him. "That was a perfectly reasonable explanation," she said grumpily. "Perhaps my advisors don't lie to me. Isn't that what you'd want?" asked Gideon. "Well, yes, but it doesn't elucidate my puzzle. If I may say so, Lady Queen," said Gideon, "it's not always easy to follow your conversation." "Oh, Gideon," she said, sighing, "if it's any comfort, I don't follow it either." A second man came from inside the smithy then, and stood blinking at them. He was youngish and sooty, his sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular forearms, and he held in both hands the most massive sword Bitterblue had ever seen, dripping with water from the slack trough and gleaming like lightning. "Oh, Ornick," Gideon said, going to the smith, trailing snapdragons and slime. "This is good work." He took the sword from the man carefully, balanced it, and held the hilt out to Bitterblue. "Lady Queen." The sword was nearly Bitterblue's height, and so heavy that she needed to throw her shoulders and legs into the lifting of it. She muscled it gamely into the air and gazed at it in admiration, liking its fine, simple hilt and its even gleam, liking the solid, steady weight of it, pushing her into the floor. "It's beautiful, Ornick," she said, and then, "We're muddying it up," which is shameful, and finally, "Help me, Gideon," because she didn't trust herself to lower it without crashing the tip into the stone floor. "Ornick," she said, "we've come about a sword for myself." Ornick stood back, hands on hips, looking her small frame up and down, in a way only Helda ever did, and then only when Bitterblue was trying a new gown. She said defensively, "I like heft, and I am not weak." "As I saw, Lady Queen," Ornick said. "Allow me to present you with a few possibilities, Lady Queen. If we have nothing to suit you, we'll design something that does. Excuse me." Ornick bowed and went inside. Alone with Gideon again, Bitterblue considered him, rather liking the mud streaks on his face. He looked like a handsome sunken rowboat. "How is it that you know my smiths by name, Gideon? Have you been ordering swords?" Gideon glanced at the door to the inner forge. He lowered his voice. "Has Poe spoken to you yet about the situation in Istill, Lady Queen?" Bitterblue narrowed her eyes. "Nander, yes. Istill, no. What's going on?" "I think it's time we included you in a council meeting. Perhaps tomorrow's, if your schedule allows it." "When is it?" "Midnight." "Where do I go?" "Katz's rooms, I believe, now that she's here." "Very well. What's the situation in Istill?" Gideon glanced again at the doorway and pitched his voice even lower. "The council anticipates a popular uprising against King Thigpen, Lady Queen." She stared at him in astonishment. "As in Nander?" "As in Nander," he said, "and the rebels are asking the council for help." 10 that night, padding through the great courtyard, Bitterblue tried to come to terms with her own unease. She trusted her friends in their work, but for a group of people who claimed to be concerned for her safety, they did seem to have developed rather a habit of encouraging uprisings against monarchs. Well, she would see what they meant by it tomorrow at midnight. The rain had turned to mist by the time she knocked on the door at Tinker Street, infinitesimal beads soaking her clothing and hair so thickly that she dripped like a forest of trees. It was some time before her knock was answered, by Saf, who hauled her across the shop by one arm. "Hey, hands off," she said, trying to get a good look at the room, which was lit so violently that it hurt her eyes. He had rushed her through this room on her way out that morning as well. Tonight she glimpsed paper everywhere, rolls of it, sheets of it, high tables cluttered with mysterious objects, a row of jars containing what must be ink, and that large, oddly shaped structure in the middle of the room that creaked and thumped, and stank of grease and metal, and was so enthralling that Bitterblue actually kicked Seth, not hard, to make him stop pulling her away. "Ow!" he yelled. "Everyone abuses me."
I want to see the press, she said. You're not allowed to see the press, he said. Kick me again and I'll kick you back. Tilda and Bren stood together at the press, working companionably, turning their faces in tandem to see what the fuss was about, rolling their eyes at each other. A moment later, Saf had yanked her into the back room and shut the door, and finally she took a good look at him. One of his eyes was swollen half shut, blackish purple. Balls, she said. What happened to you? Street fight. She squared her shoulders. Tell the truth. Why? Is it your third question? What? If you must go out again, Saf, said Teddy's voice weakly from the bed, avoid Calendar Street. The girls told me a building came down and brought 2 others with it.
3 buildings down, Bitterblue exclaimed. Why is the East City so fragile? Is that your third question? Asked Saf. I'll answer both your questions, Lucky, said Teddy. In response to this, Saf stormed into another room and slammed the door in disgust. Bitterblue went to Teddy's corner and sat with him in his little circle of light. Papers were strewn all over the bed where he lay. Some had found their way to the floor. Thank you, he said as Bitterblue bid them. Did you know that Madeline stopped in on me this morning, Lucky? She says I'm going to live. Oh, Teddy, said Bitterblue, hugging the papers to herself. That's wonderful. Now, you wanted to know why the East City is falling apart? Yes, and why there are some strange repairs, broken things repainted? Ah, yes. Well, it's the same answer for both questions. It's the Crown's 98% employment rate. What? You're aware that the Queen's administration has been aggressive about finding people work? It's part of their philosophy for recovery. Bitterblue was aware that Runamud had told her that nearly everyone in the city had work. These days, she wasn't so quick to believe any of his statistics. Are you saying that the 98% employment rate is real? For the most part, yes. And some of the new work has to do with repairing structures that were neglected during Leck's reign. Each part of the city has a different team of builders and engineers assigned to the job. And Lucky, the engineer leading the team in the East City, is an absolute nutpot. So is his immediate underling and a few of his workers. They're just hopeless. What's the leader's name? Asked Bitterblue, knowing the answer. Ivan, said Teddy. He was a phenomenal engineer once. He built the bridges. Now it's lucky if he doesn't kill us all. We do what we can to repair things ourselves, but we're all working too, you know. No one has time. But why is it allowed to go on? The Queen has no time, said Teddy simply. The Queen is at the helm of a kingdom that's waking up from the 35-year spell of a madman. She may be older now than she was, but she still has more headaches and more complications and confusions to deal with than the other 6 kingdoms combined. I'm sure she'll get to it when she can. She was touched by his faith, but baffled by it too. Will I? She thought numbly. Do I? I'll grant that I'm dealing with confusions. The confusions push themselves in from everywhere, but I don't particularly feel like I'm dealing with anything. And how can I correct problems I don't even know about? As far as Saf's injuries go, Teddy continued, there's this group of 4 or 5 idiots we cross paths with now and then, brains the size of buttons. They never liked Saf to begin with because he's Leonid and has those eyes and, well, has some tendencies they don't like. And then one night they told him to demonstrate his grace, and of course he couldn't demonstrate a thing. So they decided he's hiding something. That he's a mind reader, I mean, Teddy explained. Whenever they see him now, they punish him as a matter of course. Oh, whispered Bitterblue. She couldn't stop her mind from playing it out for her, the punching and kicking that probably constituted their kind of punishment. Punching and kicking of Saf, of his face. She pushed it away. So then it wasn't the same people who attacked you? It wasn't, Lucky. Teddy, who did attack you? Teddy answered this with a quiet smile, then said, What did Saf mean about you asking your third question? Are you two playing a game? Sort of. Sparks, if I were you, I wouldn't agree to play Saf's games. Why? Asked Bitterblue. Do you think he lies to me? No, said Teddy, but I think there are ways in which he could be dangerous to you without ever telling a single lie. Teddy, said Bitterblue, sighing, I don't want to talk riddles with you. Could we please not talk riddles? Teddy smiled. All right, what should we talk about? What are these papers? She asked, passing them to him. Is this your book of words or your book of truths? These are my words, said Teddy, holding the papers to his chest, hugging them protectively. My dear words. Today I was thinking about the peas. Oh, Lucky, how will I ever think of every word and every definition? Sometimes when I'm having a conversation, I become unable to pay attention because all I can do is tear apart other people's sentences and obsess over whether I've remembered to include all their words. My dictionary is destined to have great gaps of meaning. Great gaps of meaning, thought Bitterblue, taking a breath, breathing air through the phrase. Yes, you're going to do a wonderful job, Teddy, she said. Only a person with the true heart of a dictionary writer would be lying in bed 3 days after being stabbed in the gut, worrying about his peas. You only used one word beginning with P in that sentence, said Teddy dreamily. The door opened and Saf stuck his head in, glaring at Teddy. Have you divulged our every secret yet? There were no P words in that sentence, said Teddy, half asleep. Saf made an impatient noise. I'm going out. Teddy woke right up, tried to sit up, then winced. Please don't go out if it's only to look for trouble, Saf. When do I ever have to look for it? Well, at least bandage that arm, he insisted, proffering a bandage from the small table beside his bed. Arm? Said Bitterblue. Did they hurt your arm? She saw then the way he was holding his arm close to his chest. She got up and went to him. Let me see, she said. Go away. I'll help you bandage it. I can do it. One-armed? After a moment, with an irritated snort, Saf stalked to the table, hooked his foot around a chair leg, yanked the chair out, and sat. Then he pushed his left sleeve to his elbow and scowled at Bitterblue, who tried to keep her face from showing what she felt at the sight of his arm. The entire forearm was bruised and swollen. A long, even cut, fully the length of her hand, ran along the top, neatly stitched together with thread, the dark reddish tinge of which came, she knew, from Saf's own blood. So pain was at the base of Saf's fury tonight, and perhaps humiliation? Had they held him down and cut him deliberately? The incision was long and neat. Is it deep? Bitterblue asked as she bandaged it. Did someone clean it properly and give you medicines? Roke may not be a queen's healer, Sparks said sarcastically, but he does know how to keep a person from dying of a flesh wound. Where are you going, Saf? Asked Teddy wearily. To the Silver Docks, said Saf. I got a tip tonight. Sparks, I'd feel better if you went with him, Teddy said. He's more likely to behave if he knows he needs to look after you. Bitterblue was of a different opinion. Touching Saf's arm, she could almost feel the tension humming in his body. He had an instinct toward recklessness tonight, and it was rooted in his anger. And that was why she went with him. Not so that he would have someone to look after, but so that someone, no matter how small, would be there to look after him. It was good that she was a strong runner, or Saf might have left her behind. Word is that Lady Katza arrived in the city today, Saf said. Is that true? And is Prince Po still at court? Why do you care? Planning to rob them or something? Sparks, I'd sooner rob myself than rob my prince. How is your mother? His strange, persistent courtesy toward her mother seemed almost funny tonight, what with his rough appearance and his madcap way of barreling through the wet streets as if he were looking for something to smash. She's well, Bitterblue said. Thank you, she added, not certain at first what she was thankful for. Then realizing, with a small implosion of shame, that it was for his adamant belief in her mother. At the Silver Docks, the river wind pushed the rain right through to their skin. The ships shivered and dripped, their sails tied up tight. They were not really as tall as they looked in the darkness. Bitterblue knew that. They were not ocean vessels, but river ships, designed to carry heavy loads north against the current of the River Dell, from the mines and refineries in the south. But they seemed massive at night, looming over the piers, silhouettes of soldiers lining their decks, for this was the landing place of the kingdom's wealth, and the treasury, where that wealth is kept, is mine, Bitterblue thought. And the ships are mine, and they're manned by my soldiers, and they bear my fortune from the mines and refineries that are also mine. This is all mine, because I am queen. How strange it is to think it. I wonder what it would take to storm one of the Queen's treasure ships, Saf said. Bitterblue smirked. Pirates make attempts now and then, so I've heard, near the refineries. Catastrophic attempts. For the pirates, I mean. Yes, Saf said, an irritable edge to his voice. Well, each of the Queen's ships contains a small army, of course, and the pirates wouldn't be safe with their loot anyway, until they'd escaped into the sea. I bet the sweep of river from the refineries to the bay is well patrolled by the Queen's water police. It's no easy task to hide a pirate ship on a river. How do you know all that? Bitterblue asked, suddenly uneasy. Great seas, don't tell me you're a pirate. Your parents snuck you aboard a pirate ship? They did, I can tell just by looking at you. Of course they didn't, he said, with a long suffering sigh. Don't be daft, Sparks. Pirates murder and rape and sink ships. Is that what you think of me? Oh, you make me crazy, Bitterblue said tartly. The lot of you sneak around, thieving and getting knifed, except for when you're writing abstract books or printing Leonid knows what in your printing shop. You tell me nothing, and then you get all huffy when I try to understand it on my own. Saf turned away from the docks into a dark street Bitterblue didn't know. Near the entrance to what was obviously a story room, he faced her, grinning in the darkness. I've done a bit of treasure hunting, he said. Treasure hunting? But I've never been a pirate, and never would, as I like to think you'd know without me having to tell you, Sparks. What is treasure hunting? Well, ships go down, you know. They're wrecked in storms, or they burn, or they founder. Treasure hunters come later and dive to the floor of the sea looking for treasure to salvage from the wreck. Bitterblue studied his battered face. His conversation was amiable enough, fond even. He liked to talk to her, but he had not lost any of his earlier anger. Something hard and hurt sat in his eyes, and he held his injured arm close to his body. This sailor, treasure hunter, thief, whatever he was, should be in a warm, dry bed tonight, recovering his health and his temper. Not thieving or treasure hunting, or whatever he'd come out here to do. It sounds dangerous, she said with a sigh. It is, he said, but it's not illegal. Now, come inside. You're going to like what I steal tonight. Swinging the door open, he gestured her into the yellow light and the steam, the smell of bodies and musty wool, and a low-throated rasp that pulled Bitterblue forward, the voice of a fabler. On the counters and tables of this story room, pots and buckets pinged with a tinny rhythm of falling drops. Bitterblue shot a dubious glance at the ceiling and kept to the edges of the room. The fabler was a squat woman with a deep, melodious voice. The story was one of Leck's old animal tales, a boy in a boat on a frozen river, a fuchsia bird of prey with silver claws like anchor hooks, a gorgeous, mesmerizing, vicious creature. Bitterblue hated the story. She remembered Leck telling it to her, or one very similar. She could almost see Leck right there on the bar, one eye covered, the other gray, keen, and careful. An image flickered then and flashed bright, the terrible wreck of the eye behind Leck's eye patch. Come on, let's go. Sparks, I'm done here. Let's go. Bitterblue didn't hear him. Leck had removed the patch for her just once, laughing, saying something about a horse that had reared and kicked him. She had seen the globe of his eyeball swollen purple with blood and had thought that the vivid crimson of the pupil was a bloodstain, not a clue to the truth of everything. A clue that explained why she felt so plodding and stupid and forgetful so much of the time, especially every time she sat with him, wanting to show off how well she read, hoping to please him. Saf took hold of her wrist and tried to tug her away. Suddenly she was awake, galvanized. She swung out at him, but he grabbed that wrist too, held her in a double grip, and muttered low, "Sparks, don't fight me here. Wait till we're outside. Let's go." When had the room gotten so crowded and hot? A man sidling too close to her said in a voice too smooth, "Is this golden fellow giving you a hard time, boy? Do you need a friend?" Saf spun on the man with a growl.
The man backed away, hands raised, eyebrows raised, conceding defeat. And now it was Bitterblue grabbing onto Saf as Saf pushed after the man, Bitterblue grasping Saf's injured arm intentionally to cause him pain, to turn his fury back onto her, whom she knew he wouldn't hurt, and away from everyone else in the room whom she was less certain about. "None of that," she said. "Let's go." Saf was gasping. Tears brightened his eyes. She'd hurt him more than she'd meant to, but perhaps not more than she'd needed to. And anyway, it didn't matter, because they were leaving now, pushing through the people and scrambling out into the rain. Outside, Saf ran, turned into an alleyway, and crouched low under the shelter of their awning. Bitterblue followed him and stood above him as he cradled his arm to his chest, swearing bloody murder. "I'm sorry," she said, when he finally seemed to be switching from words to deep breaths. "Sparks." A few more deep breaths. "What happened in there? I lost you. You weren't hearing a word I said." "Teddy was right," she said. "It helped you to have me to look after. And I was right too. You needed someone to look after you." Then she heard her own words and shook her head, to clear it. "I really am sorry, Saf. I was somewhere else. That story transported me." "Well," Saf said, standing carefully, "I'll show you something that'll bring you back." "You had time to steal something?" "Sparks, it only takes a moment." He pulled a gold disc from his coat pocket and held it under a guttering street lamp. When he flicked the disc open, she took the edge of his hand, adjusting the angle so that she could see what she thought she saw. A large pocket watch with a face that had not 12, but 15 hours, and not 60, but 50 minutes. "Feel like explaining this to me?" "Oh," he said, "it was one of Leck's games." He had an artist who was brilliant with small mechanics and liked to tinker with timepieces. Leck got her to make pocket watches that divided the half-day into 15 hours, but ran through them more quickly to make up the difference. Apparently, he liked to have all the people around him talking gibberish about the time and believing their own gibberish. "It's 14:30, Lord King. Would you like your lunch?" That sort of thing. How creepy that this should sound familiar as he said it. Not a memory, not anything specific, just a feeling that she'd always known pocket watches like these, but hadn't thought them worth considering for the past 8 years. He had a perverted sense of humor, she said. "They're popular now, in certain circles." "Worth a small fortune," Saf said quietly, "but considered to be stolen property. Leck compelled the woman to build them without compensating her. Then, presumably, he murdered her, as he did most of his artists, and hoarded the watches for himself. They made their way to the black market once he died. I'm recovering them for the woman's family." "Do they keep the time?" "Yes, but you need to work through some tricky arithmetic to figure out the real time." "Yes," Bitterblue said.
I suppose you could convert everything into minutes. 12 times 60 is 720, and 15 times 50 is 750. So our 720-minute half-day equals its 750-minute half-day. Let's see. Right now, the watch reads a time of nearly 25 past 2. That's 125 total minutes, which, divided by 750, should equal our time in minutes divided by 720. So, 720 times 125 is, give me a moment, 90,000. Divided by 750 is 120, which means, well, the numbers are quite neat, aren't they? It's just about 2 o'clock. I should go home. Saf had begun to chuckle part way through this litany when, right on cue, a distant clock tower chimed twice. He burst into laughter. "I, for one, would find it simpler to memorize which time signifies what," Bitterblue added. "Naturally," Saf said, still chuckling. "What's so funny? I should know by now not to be surprised by anything you say or do, shouldn't I, Sparks?" His voice had gone gentle somehow, teasing. They stood close, heads bent together over the watch, her fingers still holding his hand. She understood something, suddenly, not with her mind, but in the air that touched her throat and made her shiver when she looked up into his bruised face. "Ah," she said. "Good night, Saf." Then she slipped away. 11. Nothing had happened. Still, the next day, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Astonishing how much thought could be generated about nothing. Heat came upon her at the most inconvenient moments, so that she was certain everyone who looked into her eyes knew exactly what she was thinking about. It was a good thing, really, that the council meeting was planned for that night. She needed to cool down before she went out again. Katza burst into her rooms far too early. "Poe tells me you need sword practice," she said, then committed an outrage by pulling Bitterblue's sheets away. "I don't even have a sword yet," Bitterblue moaned, trying to burrow back under. "They're making it, as if we'd be starting with anything but wooden swords. Come on, get up. Think how satisfying it'll be to attack me with a sword." Katza rushed out again. For a moment, Bitterblue lay there, bemoaning all existence. Then she rolled up and out of bed, the plush red softness of the carpet swallowing her toes. Bitterblue's bedroom walls were upholstered with a fabric woven in exquisite patterns of scarlet, russet, silver, and gold. The ceiling was high, deep, and dark blue like in her sitting room, scattered with gold and scarlet stars. The tile of the bathing room shone gold through a doorway across from her. It was a room like a sunrise. As she pulled off her shift, she caught her own reflection in the tall mirror. It stopped her. She stared at herself, suddenly thinking of two incongruous people, Danzel, who had kissed her, and Saf. "I do not suit this dazzling room," she thought. "My eyes are big and dull. My hair is heavy and my chin pointy. I'm so small that my husband won't be able to find me in the bed. And when he does, he'll discover that my breasts are uneven and I'm shaped like an eggplant." She snorted, laughing at herself, then was suddenly close to tears, kneeling on the floor before the mirror, naked. My mother was so pretty. Is an eggplant ever pretty? Nothing came through the pith of her mind to answer that question. She remembered every part of her body Danzel had touched, how far removed his kiss had been from how she'd imagined kissing. She knew that wasn't how it was supposed to feel. She had seen Katza and Poe kissing. She'd stumbled upon them once in her own stables, one of them pushing the other against a tower of hay, and once at the end of a corridor late at night, where they'd been little more than dark shapes and glimmers of gold, making small noises, barely moving, oblivious. Plainly, they enjoyed it. But Poe and Katza are so beautiful, Bitterblue thought. Of course they know the right way to do it. She had an imagination, and she wasn't shy of her own body. She'd made discoveries, and she knew the mechanics of two people. Helda had explained it to her, and she was pretty sure her mother had too, a long time ago. But understanding want and understanding mechanics did not go far toward elucidating how you could invite someone else to see you, to touch you in that way. She hoped that all the kisses of her life and all the things beyond would not be with lords who only wanted her money. How simple it would be if she really were a baker girl. Baker girls met kitchen boys, and no one was a lord after a queen's money, and maybe it didn't matter so much if you were plain. She hugged herself. Then she stood, ashamed of herself for dwelling on these things when there was so much else to worry about. Prince Raffin, King Randus' son and the heir to the Midlands throne, and his companion, Ban, were also at sword practice, not looking entirely awake. "Lady Queen," Raffin said, bending down from great heights to place a kiss on Bitterblue's hand. "How are you?" "I'm so glad you came," said Bitterblue. "Both of you." "We are too," said Raffin, "though I'm afraid we had no choice, Lady Queen. We were attacked by Nondaran enemies of the council. Katza convinced us we'd be safer joining her wherever she went." The yellow-haired prince then beamed down upon Bitterblue as if he hadn't a trouble in the world. Ban, who took Bitterblue's other hand, was, like Raffin, a council leader and medicine maker who radiated calm, a broad mountain of a man with eyes like the gray sea. "Lady Queen," he said, "it's lovely to see you." "I'm afraid they pulverized our workrooms," said Raffin grumbly. "Months of us heaving our guts up, all lost." "I don't know. It sounds to me as if you were quite successful," said Katza.
It was meant to be an infusion for reducing nausea, Raffin said, not inducing it. We were close, I'm sure of it. That last batch barely caused you to vomit at all, Ban said. Wait, Katza said, suspiciously. Is this why you both vomited on me while I was rescuing you? You'd been guzzling down your own infusion? Why would anyone bother trying to kill you? She said, throwing her hands in the air. Why not just wait for you to kill yourselves? Here, take this, she said, shoving a wooden sword so hard against Raffin's chest that he cuffed. If I have anything to do about it, the next time someone comes across the world to kill you, you'll be ready. Bitterblue had forgotten how good this could be. A project with straightforward, identifiable, and physical goals. An instructor whose confidence in one's ability was absolute, even when one caught one's sword in one's skirts, tripped, and fell on one's face. Skirts are an imbecilic invention, said Katza, who always wore trousers and cut her hair short. Then she picked Bitterblue up and set her on her feet so quickly that Bitterblue was no longer certain she'd been lying on the floor in the first place. I expect they were a man's idea. Don't you have any practice trousers? Bitterblue's single pair of practice trousers were also her midnight escape trousers, and, as such, were currently muddy and soaking wet, drying as best they could on the floor of her dressing room, where she hoped Helda wouldn't find them. She supposed she could ask Helda for more trousers now, with these lessons as the excuse. I thought I should practice in the clothing I was likely to be wearing when attacked, she improvised. That does make sense. Did you knock your head? Katza asked, smoothing Bitterblue's hair back. Yes, Bitterblue lied, to keep Katza touching her. You're doing well, Katza said. You have quick instincts. You always have. Not like that nincompoop, she added, with a roll of her eyes at Raffin, who was sparring with Ban awkwardly at the other end of the practice room. Raffin and Ban were far from evenly matched. Ban wasn't just bigger, he was faster and stronger.
The cowering prince, who handled his own sword ponderously, as if it were an impediment, never seemed to see an attack coming, even if he'd been told exactly when to expect it. Raff, Katza said, your problem is that your heart's not in it. We need to find something to strengthen your defensive resolve. What if you pretended he's trying to smash your favorite medicinal plant? The rare blue safflower, Ban suggested. Yes, Katza said gamely, pretend he's after your snaffler. Ban would never come after my rare blue safflower, Raffin said distinctly. The very notion is absurd. Pretend he's not Ban. Pretend he's your father, Katza said. This did seem to have some effect, if not on Raffin's speed, then at least on his enthusiasm. Bitterblue focused on her own drills, soothed by the noises of productive work going on nearby, allowing herself to empty her mind. No memories, no questions, no Saf, only sword, sheath, speed, and air. She wrote a ciphered letter to Roar on the subject of remuneration and entrusted it to Thiel, who carried it gravely to his stand. It was hard to predict how long a letter would take to Roar City. It depended entirely on what ship carried it and on the weather. If conditions were ideal, she might look for a response in 2 months, the beginning of November. In the meantime, something had to be done about Ivan in the East City, but Bitterblue couldn't claim to have learned of him through her spies as well, or her credibility would begin to wear thin. Perhaps if she were allowed to roam the castle every day, then she could reasonably pretend to have overheard conversations. She could claim a broader familiarity with everything. Thiel, she said, do you think I could have one task every day that took me out of this tower, if only for a few minutes? Are you restless, Lady Queen? Asked Thiel gently. Yes, and it was also that she was distracted and far away from here, in a rainy alleyway under a guttering lamp, with a boy. Embarrassed, she touched her flushing throat. I am, she said, and I don't want to fight every time. You must let me do more than shuffle paper, Thiel, or I'm going to go mad. It's a matter of finding the time, Lady Queen, as you know. But Rude says there's a murder trial in the High Court today, added Thiel benevolently, noting the disappointment on her face. Why don't you go to that, and we'll look for something relevant for tomorrow. The accused was a shaking man with a history of erratic behavior and an odor that Bitterblue pretended not to notice. He had stabbed a man to death, an utter stranger, in broad daylight, for no reason he was able to explain. He had just felt like it. As he made no attempt to deny the charge, he was convicted unanimously. "Are murderers always executed?" Bitterblue asked Qual to her right. "Yes, Lady Queen." Bitterblue watched the guards take the shaking man away, stunned at the brevity of the trial. So little time, so little explanation needed to condemn a man to death. "Wait," she said. The guards to either side of the shaking man stopped, turning him around to face her again. She stared at the prisoner, whose eyes rolled in his head as he tried to look at her. He was disgusting and had done a horrible thing. But did no one else feel in his gut that something was wrong here? "Before this man is executed," she said, "I should like my healer, Madeline, to meet with him and determine whether he's in his right mind. I don't wish to execute a person incapable of rational thought. It's not fair. And at the very least, I insist on some greater attempt at finding his reason for doing something so senseless." Later that day, Renenmud and Thiel were carefully pleasant to her, but seemed to stiffen around each other, avoiding conversation between them. She wondered if they were having a row. Did her advisors have rows? She'd never witnessed one before. "Lady Queen," said Rude near evening, when he and she were momentarily alone. Rude most certainly wasn't squabbling with anyone. He'd been walking around meekly, trying to avoid people altogether. "It pleases me that you're kind," he said. Bitterblue was rendered speechless at this. She knew she wasn't kind. She was largely ignorant. She was trapped behind unknowable things. She was trapped behind things she knew but couldn't admit she knew. She was a liar, and what she wanted to be was useful, logical, helpful. If a situation presented itself in which the right and the wrong seemed clear to her, then she was going to grab on tight. The world presented too few anchors for her to let one pass. She hoped that the council meeting would be another anchor. At midnight, Bitterblue slipped down stairways and through dim-lit corridors to Katz's rooms. As Bitterblue approached Katz's door, it opened and Poe emerged. These were not Katz's usual rooms. Normally, Katza took rooms abutting Poe's, near to Bitterblue and all of her personal guests. But Poe, for some reason, had arranged for Katza to occupy South Castle rooms this time and sent Bitterblue directions. "Cousin," Poe said, "do you know about the secret staircase behind Katza's bathing room?" Moments later, Bitterblue watched in astonishment as Poe and Katza climbed into Katza's bath. The bath itself was rather astonishing, lined with bright tiles decorated with colorful insects that looked so real that Bitterblue didn't think it could possibly be relaxing to bathe. Poe reached down to the floor behind the bath and pressed on something. There was a clicking noise. Then a section of the marble wall behind the bath swung inward, revealing a small, low doorway. "How did you find it?" asked Bitterblue. "It leads up to the art gallery and down to the library," said Poe. "I was in the library when I noticed it. That's where we're going. Is it a staircase?" "Yes, a spiral. I hate spiral staircases." Still standing in the bath, Poe held out his hand. "I'll be before you," he said, "and Katza will be behind." Several cobwebby, dusty, sneezy minutes later, Bitterblue crawled through a small door in a wall, pushed a hanging aside, and stepped into the royal library. It was a back alcove somewhere. The bookcases, dark, thick wood, were tall as trees and had the musty, living, moldering smell of a forest. The copper, brown, and orange books were like leaves. The ceilings were high and blue. Bitterblue turned in circles. It was the first time she'd been in the library for as long as she could recall, and it was exactly how she remembered it. 12. An odd little assortment of castle people were present for the meeting. Hilda, of course, which didn't surprise her, but also Ornick the swordsmith, young and earnest-looking when not smeared with soot, an older woman with a weathered face named Diane, who was introduced to Bitterblue as her head gardener, and Anna, a tall woman with short, dark hair and strong, striking features, who was apparently the head baker in the kitchens. In my imaginary world, thought Bitterblue, she is my employer. Finally, and most surprisingly, one of the judges on her high court was here. Lord Piper, Bitterblue said calmly, I didn't know you had a yen for overturning monarchies. Lady Queen, he responded, mopping his bald pate with a handkerchief, swallowing uncomfortably, and looking for all the world as if the presence of a talking horse at the meeting would have been less alarming than the presence of the Queen. Indeed, all 4 castle people seemed a bit taken aback at her presence. Some of you are surprised that Queen Bitterblue is joining us, Poe said to the group. You'll understand that the council is composed of her family and friends. This is our first time holding a meeting in Monsea and inviting Monseyans. We don't require the Queen to involve herself in our dealings, but we are, of course, unlikely to operate at her court without her knowledge or permission. These words seemed to mollify not a single person in the group. Scratching his head, beginning to grin, Poe put an arm around Bitterblue and cocked a significant eyebrow at Giddon. While Giddon led everyone through a row of bookshelves and into a dark corner, Poe spoke quietly into Bitterblue's ear. The Council is an organization of lawbreakers, Bitterblue, and you are the law to these Monseyans. They've all snuck here tonight, then come face to face with their queen. It'll take them a little while to adjust to you. I understand completely, said Bitterblue blandly. Poe snorted. Yes. Well, stop making Piper nervous on purpose just because you don't like him. The carpet here was thick, shaggy, green. When Giddon sat directly on the floor and motioned for Bitterblue to do the same, the others, with a moment's hesitation, formed a loose circle and began to sit as well. Even Helda plunked herself down, pulled knitting needles and yarn from a pocket, and set to work. Let's start with the basics, Giddon began without preamble. Whereas the overthrow of Drowden in Nander began with the dissatisfaction of the nobility, in Estill, what we're looking at is a popular revolution. The people are starving. They're the world's most overtaxed by King Thickpin and by their lords. Lucky for the rebels, our success with army deserters in Nander has frightened Thickpin. He's tightened the screws on his own soldiers severely, and an unhappy army is something rebels can work with. I believe, and Poe agrees, that there are enough desperate people in Astillan and enough thoughtful, meticulous people for something to come of this. What frightens me is that they don't know what they want, said Katza. In Nander, we essentially kidnapped the king for them. Then a coalition of nobles that they'd chosen beforehand slipped into place. It was 1,000 times messier than that, said Giddon. I know that. My point is that powerful people had a plan, said Katza. In Estill, people with no power whatsoever know that they don't want King Thickpin. But what do they want? Thickpin's son, or some kind of massive change? A republic? How? They've got nothing in place, no structure to take over once Thickpin is gone. If they're not careful, King Murgon will move in from Sunder, and we'll be calling Estill East Sunder, and Murgon will become twice the bully he is now. Doesn't that terrify you? Yes, Giddon said coldly. Which is why I vote that we answer their call for our help. Do you agree? Completely, Katza said, glowering. Isn't it lovely to be all together again? Raffin said, throwing one arm around Poe and the other around Ben. My vote is yes. As is mine, said Ban, smiling. And mine, said Poe. Your face will freeze like that, you know, Kat, Raffin said helpfully to Katza. Maybe I should rearrange your face, Raff, said Katza. I should like smaller ears, Raffin offered. Prince Raffin has nice, handsome ears, Helda said, not looking up from her knitting. As will his children. Your children will have no ears at all, my lady, she said sternly to Katza. Katza stared back at her, flabbergasted. I believe it's more that her ears won't have children, began Raffin. Which, you'll agree, sounds much less. Very good, Giddon interrupted, loudly, though perhaps no more so than circumstances warranted. In the absence of all, it's unanimous. The council will involve itself in the Astillan people's overthrow of their king. It was, for Bitterblue, a statement that required some time to absorb. The others moved on to the whos, whens, and hows, but Bitterblue wasn't one of the people who was going to carry a sword into a still, or tip King Thickpin merrily into a sack, or however they decided to do it. Thinking that perhaps Ornick the smith, Diane the gardener, Anna the baker, and Piper the judge would be less shy with their input were she not part of the circle, she pushed herself to her feet. Waving away their hasty attempts to rise, she wandered into the bookshelves, toward the tapestry that hung over the opening she'd come through. She noticed absent-mindedly that the woman in the hanging, dressed in white furs and surrounded by stark white forest, had eyes green as moss and hair bright and wild, like a sunset or like fire. She was too vivid, too strange to be human. Yet another odd decorative object of Leck's. Bitterblue needed to think. A monarch was responsible for the welfare of the people he ruled. If he hurt them deliberately, he should lose the privilege of sovereignty. But what if the monarch who hurt people, but not deliberately, hurt them by not helping them, not fixing their buildings, not returning their losses, not standing beside them as they grieved for their children, not hesitating to send the mad or the troubled to be executed? I know one thing, she thought, staring into the sad eyes of the woman in the hanging. I would not like to be deposed. It would hurt like being skinned or like being torn into pieces. And yet, what am I as a queen? My mother said I was strong and brave enough for this, but I'm not. I'm useless. Mama, what happened to us? How can this be that you're dead and I'm queen of a kingdom I can't even touch? There was a marble sculpture here, set on the floor with the hanging as its backdrop. A child, 5 or 6 perhaps, whose skirts were metamorphosizing into rows of brick, for the child was turning into a castle. Clearly, this was the work of the same sculptor whose woman-turned-mountain lion was in the back garden. One of the child's arms, reaching up to the sky, shifted form at the elbow and became a tower. On the flat roof of the tower, where her fingers should have been, stood 5 tiny finger-sized guards, 4 with arrows drawn and notched, 1 with a sword at the ready, all aiming upward, as if some threat came from above, from the sky. Perfect in form and absolutely fierce. The voices of her friends came to her in snatches. Katza said something about the length of time it took to travel north through the mountain pass to a still from here. Days and days, weeks. An argument began about which kingdom would make the best base for an operation in a still. Half listening, half observing the castle child, Bitterblue was overtaken suddenly by a most peculiar sense of recognition. It crawled up the base of her spine. She knew the stubborn mouth and the small pointy chin of the sculpture child. She knew those big, calm eyes. She was looking into her own face. It was a statue of herself. Bitterblue tottered backward. The end of a bookshelf stopped her and held her up as she stared at the girl who seemed to stare back at her. The girl who was her. A tunnel connects Mancia and a still, a voice said. Piper, the judge. It's a secret passage under the mountains. Narrow and unpleasant, but passable. The journey from here to a still by that route is a matter of days, depending on how hard you like to push your horse. What? Katza exclaimed. I can't believe it. Can you believe it? I can't believe it. We've established that Katza can't believe it, said Raffin. I can't believe it either, said Gideon. How many times have I crossed those mountains at the pass? I assure you, my lady, my lord, said Piper, my estate is at Mancia's northwesternmost point. The tunnel begins on my land. We used it to smuggle gracelings out of Mancia during King Leck's reign, and now we use it to smuggle Estilin gracelings in. This is going to change our lives, said Katza. If the council based itself in Mancia during the initial planning, Piper said, Estilins could come to you, and you to them. You could smuggle weapons north to them and any other supplies they needed. Except that we're not going to base ourselves in Mancia, said Poe.
We're not going to make Bitterblue into a target for every angry king's vengeance. She's enough of a target already. We still haven't determined whom Damsel was planning to ransom her to. And what if one of the kings decides to be less settled than that? What's to stop one of them from declaring war on Mancia? The sculpture Bitterblue looked so defiant. The little soldiers on her palm were ready to defend her with their lives.
Bitterblue was amazed that a sculptor had been able to imagine her that way once, so strong and certain, so steady on the earth. She knew she wasn't those things. She also knew what would happen if her friends chose to base their operation someplace other than Muncie. Walking back to the group, waving them down again when they all moved to rise, she said quietly, "You must use my city as your base." Poe said. "I don't think so. I'm only offering it as a temporary base as you get yourselves organized," Bitterblue said. "I will not provide you with soldiers, nor will I allow you to employ Muncie's craft workers to make any arms you need. Perhaps," she thought to Poe alone, calculating, "I'll write to your father. There are 2 ways for an army to invade Muncie: the mountain pass, which is easy to defend, and the sea. Leonid is the only kingdom with a proper navy. Do you think Roar would bring part of his fleet along this winter? I should like to see it. I think sometimes about building my own, and his will look very nice and threatening sitting in my harbor." Poe rubbed his head vigorously at this. He even let out a small moan. "We understand, Bitterblue, and we're grateful," he said. "But some angry friends of Drowden crossed into the Midlands to kill Ban and Raffin in reparation for what we did in Nander. You do realize that? Estelins could just as easily cross into Muncie." "Yes," she said, "I know. I heard what you said about war and about Dan's Hole." "It isn't just Dan's Hole," Poe snapped. "There may well be others. I won't risk involving you in this." "I'm already involved," said Bitterblue. "My problems are already your problems. My family is your family." Poe was still clutching his head worriedly. "You're not invited to any more meetings." "That's fine," she said. "It will look better if I'm not seen to be in on the planning." The circle considered Bitterblue's words in silence. The 4 Muncians who worked in the castle seemed rather startled. Helda, stopping her knitting, peered upon Bitterblue with gratified approval. "Well then," Katza said, "of course, we'll operate with the greatest possible secrecy, Bitterblue, and for what it's worth, we'll deny your involvement to our dying breaths, and I'll kill anyone who doesn't." Ban began to laugh into Raffin's shoulder. Smiling, Raffin said sideways to him, "Can you imagine what it would be like to be able to say that and mean it?" Bitterblue didn't smile. She may have impressed them with fine words and sentiments, but her true reason for offering her city as their base was that she didn't want them to leave. She wanted them near, even if they were subsumed by their own affairs. She needed them at sword practice in the morning, at dinner at night, moving and shifting around her, there and gone, back again, arguing, teasing, acting like people who knew who they were. They understood the world and how to mold it. If she could keep them near, maybe one day she'd wake up and discover that she'd become strong that way too. One more unsettling thing happened before Bitterblue left the library that night. It involved a book she found by accident while returning to the secret passage. An awkward shape, square and flat, it protruded from a shelf, or perhaps a lantern caught the gleam of its cover. Either way, when her eyes lit upon it, she knew instantly that she'd seen it before. That book, with the same scratch through the gold filigree on its spine, had used to sit on the bookshelves in her blue sitting room, back when that sitting room had been her mother's. Bitterblue pulled the book down. The title on the cover, gold printing on leather, said Book of True Things. Opening it to the first page, she found herself looking at a simple but beautifully rendered drawing of a knife. Underneath the knife, someone had written the word medicine. Turning the page, memory came to her like a dream, like sleepwalking, so that she knew what she would find.
a drawing of a collection of sculptures on pedestals, and underneath the word art. On the next page, a drawing of winged bridge and the word architecture. Next, a drawing of a strange, green, clawed, furry creature, a kind of bear, and the word monster. Next, a persona? Its eyes were open, painted 2 different colors, but something was wrong with this person. Its face was stiff and frozen, and the word underneath was graceling. Finally, a drawing of a handsome man with an eye patch, and the word father. She remembered an artist bringing this book of pictures to her father. She remembered her father sitting at the table in the sitting room and writing the words in himself, then bringing it to her and helping her read it. Bitterblue shoved the book back onto the shelf, suddenly furious. This book, this memory, did not help her. She didn't need more bizarre things to make sense of, but she couldn't leave it here either, not really. It called itself Book of True Things. True things were what she wanted to know, and this book that she didn't understand had to be a clue to the truth. Bitterblue reached for the book again. When she returned to her bedroom, she laid it on the table by her bed and stuck her list of puzzle pieces inside. 13. In the morning, Bitterblue pulled her list out of the book and read it again. There were some pieces she'd answered and others that remained unsolved. Teddy's words. Who are my first men? What did he mean by cutting and stitching? Am I in danger? Whose prey am I? Dansel's words. What did he see? What was he trying to say? Darby's records. Was he lying to me about the gargoyles never having been there? General mysteries. Who attacked Teddy? Things I've seen with my own eyes. Why is the East City falling apart but decorated anyway? Why was Leck so peculiar about decorating the castle? What did Leck do? Tortured pets, made people disappear, cut, burned printing shops, built bridges, did castle renovations. Honestly, how can I know how to rule my kingdom when I have no idea what happened in Leck's time? How can I understand what my people need? How can I find out more? In the story rooms? She stopped on this part. Last night, her friend's meeting had brought her to what was essentially the kingdom's biggest story room. What if there were more books like the Book of True Things she'd found but that she could make sense of? Books that could touch her memory and fill in some of these great gaps of meaning. Could she learn more about what Leck had done? If she knew what he'd done and why, mightn't it be easier to understand some of the things people were doing now? She added to her list 2 questions. Why are there so many missing pieces everywhere? Will the library hold any answers? When Katza dragged her out of bed for sword practice, Bitterblue found that she dragged not just Raffin and Ban, but Gideon and Poe along as well. The lot of them waited in Bitterblue's sitting room, picking at her breakfast while she dressed. Gideon, muddy and rumpled in last night's clothing, showed every sign of having been out all night. Collapsing on her sofa, he actually fell asleep for a moment. Raffin and Ban stood together, propped against the wall and against each other, half dozing. At one point, Raffin, not knowing he had one small curious witness, gave Ban a sleepy kiss on the ear. Bitterblue had wondered that about them. It was nice when something in the world became clear, especially when it was a nice thing. "Theo," she said in her office later that morning, "do you remember that mad engineer with the watermelons?" "You mean Ivan, Lady Queen," said Theo. "Yes, Ivan. When I was walking back from that murder trial yesterday, Theo, I overheard a conversation that concerned me. Apparently, Ivan is in charge of the renovation of the East City and is doing a mad, useless job of it. Could we have someone look into that? It sounds as if there's actual danger of buildings collapsing, and so on." "Oh," said Theo, then sat down randomly, rubbing his forehead in an absent manner.
"Are you all right, Theo? Forgive me, Lady Queen," he said. "I'm perfectly all right. This Ivan business is a dreadful oversight on our part. Well, see to it immediately." "Thank you," she said, looking at him doubtfully. "And will I be going to another high court case today, or will it be some new adventure?" There's not much of interest in the High Court today, Lady Queen. Let me see what other extra office task I can rustle up. That's all right, Theal. Oh, have you lost your wanderlust, Lady Queen? He asked hopefully. No, she said, rising. I'm going to the library. When approaching the library in the usual manner, one walked into the north vestibule of the great courtyard, then stepped straight through the library doors. The first room, Bitterblue discovered, had ladders that ran on tracks and led to balconied mezzanines connected by bridges. Everywhere, tall bookshelves cut into the window glare like dark tree trunks. Dust hung suspended in shafts of light from the high windows. As she had the night before, Bitterblue turned in circles, sensing the familiarity and trying to remember. Why had it been so long since she'd come here? When had she stopped reading, aside from the charters and reports that crossed her desk? When she'd become queen and her advisors had taken over her education? She walked past Death's desk, covered with papers, and one sleeping cat, the skinniest, most wretched creature Bitterblue had ever seen. It lifted its hoary head and hissed at her as she passed. "I expect you and Death get along quite well," she said to it. Arbitrary steps, one or two here or there, seemed to be part of the library's design. The farther she advanced into the library, the more steps she descended or climbed. The farther into the shelves, the darker and mustier her landscape, until she needed to backtrack and remove a lantern from a wall to light her way. Entering a nook lit by dim lamps stretching from the walls on long arms, she reached up and traced a carving in the wooden end of a bookcase. Then she realized that the carving was a curiously shaped set of letters that spelled out large, floppy words: Stories and Explorations, Monsey's East. "Lady Queen," said a voice behind her. She had been thinking of the story rooms, of tales of strange creatures in the mountains. The sneer of her librarian dragged her unceremoniously back into reality. "Death," she said. "May I help you find anything, Lady Queen?" Death asked with an attitude of palpable unhelpfulness. Bitterblue studied Death's face, his green and purple eyes that glinted with antagonism. "I found a book here," she said, recently, "that I remember reading as a child." "That couldn't surprise me less, Lady Queen. Your father and mother both encouraged your presence in the libraries." "Did they?" "Death, have you been the caretaker of this library all my life?" "Lady Queen, I have been the caretaker of this library for 50 years." "Are there books here that tell about the time of Leck's rule?" "Not a one," he said. "Leck kept no records that I know of." "All right then," she said. "Let's focus on the last 18 years. How old was I when I used to come here?" Death sniffed. "As young as 3, Lady Queen." "And what kind of books did I read?" "Your father directed your studies for the most part, Lady Queen. He presented you with books of every kind: stories he himself wrote, stories by others, the journals of Monsane explorers, the written appreciation of Monsane art. Some he wanted you to read most particularly. I would go to great lengths to find them, or him to write them." His words flickered like lights just out of her grasp. "Death," she said, "do you recall which books I read?" He had begun to dust the volumes on the shelf before him with a handkerchief. "Lady Queen," he said, "I can list them in the order in which you read them, and then I can recite their contents to you, one after the other, word for word." "No," Bitterblue said, deciding, "I want to read them myself. Bring the ones he most particularly wanted me to read, Death, in the order he gave me them." Perhaps she could find missing pieces by starting with herself. In the next few days, reading whenever she could, staying at night and stealing time from her sleep, Bitterblue worked her way fast through a number of books in which pictures outnumbered words. Lots of them, as she reread them, climbed into her and spread to her edges in a way that felt obscurely familiar, as if they were comfortable inside her, as if they remembered being there before.
and when this happened, she kept the book in her sitting room for the time being, rather than returning it to the library. Very few of them were as obscure as the Book of True Things. Most were educational. One described in simple words, on thick cream-colored pages, each of the 7 kingdoms. It had a page with a colored illustration of a lineage ship cresting a wave, from the up-high perspective of a sailor in the rigging, every sailor on the deck below with rings on each hand and studs in each ear, painted with the world's tiniest brush, the paint burnished with real gold. Bitterblue could remember having read it over and over and having loved it as a child. Unless it was her own journey on a lineage ship fleeing Leck that touched something comfortable inside her. How frustrating to feel a familiarity, yet not be able to trace the feeling back to why. Did this happen to everyone, or was it one of Leck's special bequests? Bitterblue squinted at the empty shelves lining the walls of this room. Certain, too, that when these rooms had been her mother's, the shelves had not been empty. What books had her mother kept on these shelves, and where were they now? The library became Bitterblue's default extra office destination every day for a week, for Rude had no interesting high court cases to offer, and she didn't feel like inspecting the drains with Runamood, or seeing the rooms where Darby filed paperwork, or whatever other task Theo suggested. She walked into the library on the 4th day to find the cat guarding the entrance. It bared its teeth at the sight of her, its hair standing in a ridge on its back, its ragged coat a mix of blotches and stripes that seemed to sit wrong somehow on its body, as if it were wearing a coat that was the wrong shape for it. "It's my library, you know," Bitterblue said, stamping her foot. The cat shot away in alarm. "Nice cat you have," she said to Death when she reached his desk. Death extended a book toward her, dangled between 2 fingers, as if it smelled. "What is that?" asked Bitterblue. "The next volume in your rereading project, Lady Queen," Death said. "Stories written by your father, the king." After the briefest hesitation, she took the book from him. Leaving the library, she found herself carrying it in the same manner, some distance from her body, then placing it at the farthest edge of her sitting room table. She could only absorb it in small portions. It gave her nightmares, such that she stopped reading it in bed or keeping it at her bedside, as she was wont to do with the other books. His handwriting, with its large, slightly off-kilter letters, was so organically familiar that she had dreams that every word she'd ever read had been written in that handwriting. Dreams, too, of the veins of her own body standing blue under her skin, turning and looping into that handwriting. But then she had another dream. Leck, big like a wall, bent over his pages, writing all the time in letters that wound and dipped and, when she tried to read them, weren't actually letters at all. That dream was more than a dream. It was a memory. Bitterblue had thrown her father's strange scribbles into the fire once. The stories in the book included the usual nonsense: colorful, flying monsters that tore each other apart, colorful, caged monsters that screamed for blood. But he'd written true stories, too.
He'd written down stories of Katsa, of broken necks, broken arms, chopped off fingers, of the cousin Katsa had killed by accident when she was a child. He'd written them with transparent awe for what Katsa could do. It made Bitterblue shudder to feel his reverence for things Katsa was so ashamed of. One of his stories was about a woman with impossible red, gold, and pink hair who controlled people with her venomous mind, living her life forever alone because her power was so hateful. Bitterblue knew this could only be the woman in the hanging in the library, the woman in white. But that woman had no venom in her eyes. That woman wasn't hateful. It calmed Bitterblue to stand before the hanging and gaze at her. Either Leck had described her wrong to the artist, or the artist had changed her on purpose. When she lay down at night to sleep, sometimes Bitterblue would comfort herself with that other dream she'd had, the night she'd slept in Teddy and Saf's apartment, about being a baby in her mother's arms. A week of reading went by before she went out into the city again. Bitterblue had been trying to use the reading to get Saf out of her mind. It hadn't really worked. There was something Bitterblue was undecided about, something vaguely alarming, though she wasn't sure what it was. When she finally returned to the shop, it wasn't because she decided anything. She just couldn't help herself any longer. Staying inside night after night was claustrophobic. She didn't like being out of touch with the night streets, and anyway, she missed Teddy. Tilda was working at the press when she arrived. Saf was out, which was a tiny dart of disappointment. In the back room, Bren helped Teddy drink from a bowl of broth. He smiled beatifically at Bren when she caught the dribbles on his chin with a spoon, causing Bitterblue to wonder what feelings Teddy had for Saf's sister and whether Bren returned them. Bren was gentle but firm with Teddy's dinner. "You will eat it," she said flatly, when Teddy began to shift and sigh and ignore the spoon. "You need to shave," she said next. "Your beard makes you look like a cadaver." Not particularly romantic words, but they brought a grin to Teddy's face. Bren smiled too, and, rising, kissed his forehead. Then she went to join Tilda in the shop, leaving them alone. "Teddy," Bitterblue said to him, "you told me before that you were writing a book of words and a book of truths. I would like to read your book of truths." Teddy grinned again. "Truths are dangerous," he said. "Then why are you writing them in a book?" "To catch them between the pages," said Teddy, "and trap them before they disappear." "If they're dangerous, why not let them disappear?" "Because when truths disappear, they leave behind blank spaces, and that is also dangerous." "You're too poetic for me," said Bitterblue, sighing. "I'll give you a plainer answer," said Teddy. "I can't let you read my book of truths because I haven't written it yet. It's all in my head." "Will you at least tell me what kind of truths it's going to be about? Is it truths of what Leck did? Do you know what he did with all the people he stole?" "Sparks," said Teddy. "I think those people are the only ones who know, don't you? And they're gone." Voices rose in the shop. The door opened, filling the room with light, and Saf stepped in. "Oh, wonderful," he said, glaring at the bedside tableau. "Has she been feeding you drugs, then asking you questions?" "I did bring drugs, for you, actually," said Bitterblue, reaching into her pocket. "For your pain." "Or as a bribe," Saf said, disappearing into the small closet that served as a pantry. "I'm ravenous," came his voice, followed by a considerable clatter. A moment later, he popped his head out and said with utter sincerity, "Sparks, thank Madeline, all right? And tell her she needs to start charging us. We can pay." Bitterblue put her finger to her lips. Teddy was asleep. Later, Bitterblue sat with Saf at the table while he spread cheese on bread. "Let me do that," she said, noticing his gritted teeth. "I can manage," he said. "So can I," Bitterblue said, "and it doesn't hurt me." In addition to which, it gave her something to do with her hands, something to occupy her attention. She liked Saf too much as he sat there, bruised and chewing. She liked being in this room too much, both trusting and not trusting him, both prepared to tell him lies and prepared to tell him the truth. None of what she was feeling was wise. She said, "I'd very much like to know what Tilda and Bren are printing in there every night that I'm not allowed to see." He held a hand out to her. "What?" she asked, suspicious. "Give me your hand." "Why should I?" "Sparks," he said. "What do you think? I'm going to bite you?" His hand was broad and calloused, like every sailor's hand she'd ever seen. He wore a ring on every finger knot, not fine, heavy rings like Poe's, not a prince's rings, but true leonide gold nonetheless, just like the studs in his ears. The leonide didn't skimp on those things. He'd extended his injured arm, which had to be aching, waiting like that. She gave him her hand. He took it in both of his and set to inspecting it with great deliberation, tracing each finger with the tips of his, examining her knuckles, her nails. He lowered his freckled face to her palm, and she felt herself held between the heat of his breath and the heat of his skin. She no longer wanted him to give her hand back, but now he straightened and let her go. Somehow, she managed to inject sarcasm into her question. "What's wrong with you?" He grinned. "You've got ink under your fingernails, baker girl," he said. "Not flour. Your hand smells like ink."
"It's too bad," he said. "If your hand smelled like flour, I was going to tell you what we're printing." Bitterblue snorted. "Your lies aren't usually so obvious." "Sparks, I don't lie to you." "Oh, you were never going to tell me what you're printing." He grinned. "And your hand was never going to smell like flour." "Of course not, when I made the bread some 20 hours ago." "What are the ingredients of bread, Sparks?" "What is your grace?" Bitterblue countered. "Oh, now you're just hurting my feelings," said Saf, not looking remotely hurt about anything. "I've said it before and I'll say it again. I do not tell you lies." "That doesn't mean you tell the truth." Saf leaned back comfortably, smiling, cradling his injured forearm and chewing on more bread. "Why don't you tell me who you work for? Why don't you tell me who attacked Teddy? Tell me who you work for, Sparks." "Saf," Bitterblue said, beginning to be sad and frustrated about all the lies and wanting very much, suddenly, to get past his willfulness that was keeping her questions from being answered. "I work for myself. I work alone, Saf. I deal in knowledge and truth, and I have contacts and power. I don't trust you, but it doesn't matter. I don't believe that anything you're doing could make us enemies. I want your knowledge. Share what you know with me, and I'll help you. We could be a team." "If you think I'm going to jump at a vague offer like that, I'm insulted." "I'll bring you proof," Bitterblue said, with no idea what she meant by it, but certain, desperately, that she would figure it out. "I'll prove to you that I can help you. I've helped you before, haven't I?" "I don't believe you work alone," Saf said, "but I'm corked if I can place who you work for." "Is your mother part of this? Does she know you come out at nights?" Bitterblue thought about how to answer that. Finally, she said, in a sort of hopeless voice, "If she knew, I'm not sure what she would think." Saphir considered her for a moment, the purples of his eyes soft and clear. She considered him in return, then looked away, wishing she weren't so conscious of certain people sometimes, people who were more alive to her somehow, more breathing, more invigorating than other people. "Do you suppose that if you bring proof that we can trust you," Saf said, "you and I will start having conversations that move in straight lines?" Bitterblue smiled. Grabbing another handful of food, shooting to his feet, Saf cocked his head at the shop door. "I'll walk you home." "There's no need. Think of it as my payment for the medicines, Sparks," he said, bouncing on his heels. "I'll deliver you safely to your mother." His energy, and his words too often, brought to mind things she wanted and couldn't have. She had nothing left to argue with. It was a great relief to leave Leck's stories behind and move on to the journals of Grella, the ancient Monsian explorer. The volume she was reading was called Grella's Harrowing Journey to the Source of the blank, and the name of the river, clearly the Dell by context, was obliterated every time it appeared. Odd. She entered the library one day in mid-September to find Death scribbling at his desk, the cat glaring at his elbow. As Bitterblue stopped before them, Death pushed something toward her without looking up. "The next book?" she asked. "What else would it be, Lady Queen?" The reason she'd asked was that the volume appeared to be not a book, but a stack of papers, wrapped in a length of rough leather, tied shut. Now she read the card secured under its leather tie. The Book of Ciphers. "Oh," Bitterblue said, the hairs of her body suddenly standing on end. "I remember that book. Did my father really give it to me?" "No, Lady Queen," said Death. "I thought you might like to read a volume your mother chose for you." "Yes," Bitterblue said, unfastening the ties. "I remember that I read this with my mother. It will keep our minds sharp," she said. But Bitterblue flipped through the loose, handwritten pages, confused. "This is not the book we read. That book had a dark cover and was typeset. What is this? I don't know the handwriting." "It is my handwriting, Lady Queen," said Death, not looking up from his work. "Why? Are you the author?" "No. Then why I have been rewriting, by hand, the books King Leck burned, Lady Queen." Something tightened in Bitterblue's throat. "Leck burned books?" "Yes, Lady Queen." "From this library?" "Yes, and other libraries, Lady Queen, and private collections."
Once he'd decided to destroy a book, he sought out every copy. What books? A variety. Books on history, the philosophy of monarchy, medicine. He burned books about medicine? A select few, Lady Queen. And books on Monsian tradition, such as burying the dead instead of burning. Death managed to combine his nod with a frown, thus maintaining, in agreement, the appropriate level of disagreeableness. Yes, Lady Queen, and books on ciphers that I read with my mother. It would seem so, Lady Queen. How many books? How many books what, Lady Queen? How many books did he destroy? 4,031 unique titles, Lady Queen, Death said crisply. Tens of thousands of individual volumes. Skies, Bitterblue said, breathless. And how many have you managed to rewrite? 245 titles, Lady Queen, he said, over the past 8 years. 245 out of 4,031? She calculated, just over 6%, some 30 books a year. It meant that Death took an entire book down by hand, more than an entire book, every 2 weeks, which was a mammoth feat. But it was absurd. He needed help. He needed a row of printers at 9 or 10 presses. He needed to recite 10 different books at once, feeding each typesetter 1 page at a time. Or 1 sentence. How fast could a setter lay down type? How fast could someone like Bren or Tilda print multiple copies and move to the next page? And this was dreadful. What if Death took ill? What if he died? There were 3,786 books that existed nowhere, no place but in the Graceling mind of this man. Was he getting enough sleep? Did he eat well? How old was he? At this rate, it was a project that would take him over 120 years. Death was speaking again. With effort, she pulled her thoughts back. In addition to the books King Leck obliterated, he was saying, he also forced me to alter 1,445 titles, Lady Queen, removing or replacing words, sentences, passages he considered objectionable. The rectification of such errors waits until I've completed my current, more urgent project. Of course, Bitterblue said, barely hearing, progressing unstoppably to the conviction that no books in the kingdom were more important for her to read right now than the 245 books that Death had rewritten, 245 books that had offended Leck so deeply that he'd destroyed them. It could only be because they'd contained the truth. About anything. It didn't matter. She needed to read them. Grella's harrowing journey to the source of the river X, she added, suddenly realizing, Lex forced you to cross out the word Dell throughout. No, Lady Queen. He forced me to cross out the word silver. Silver? But the book is about the river Dell. I recognize the geography. The true name of the river Dell is the river Silver, Lady Queen, Death said. Bitterblue stared at him, not comprehending. But everyone calls it the Dell. Yes, he said. Thanks to Leck, almost everyone does. They are wrong. She leaned both hands against the desk, too overwhelmed suddenly to stand without support. Death, she said, with her eyes closed. Yes, Lady Queen, he asked impatiently. Are you familiar with the library alcove that has a hanging of a red-haired woman and a sculpture of a child turning into a castle? Of course, Lady Queen. I want a table moved into that alcove, and I want you to pile all the volumes you've rewritten on that table. I wish to read them, and I wish that to be my workspace. Bitterblue left the library, holding the cipher manuscript tight to her chest as if it might not actually be real, as if she stopped pressing it to herself, it might disappear. 14. There was little information in the book of ciphers that Bitterblue didn't already know. She wasn't sure if this was because she remembered it from reading it before, or simply because ciphers, of various kinds, were part of her daily life. Her personal correspondence with Roar, Sky, with her council friends, even with Helda, was routinely ciphered. She had a mind for it. The Book of Ciphers seemed to be a history of ciphers through time, beginning with the Sundarin King's secretary, centuries ago, who'd noticed one day that the unique designs in the molding along the wall of his office numbered 28, as did the letters in the alphabet at that time.
This led to the world's first simple substitution cipher, one design assigned to each letter of the alphabet, and worked successfully for only as long as it took someone to notice the way the king's secretary stared at the walls while writing. Next came the notion of a scrambled alphabet that substituted for the real alphabet, and which required a key for decipherment. This was the method Bitterblue used with Helda. Take the key salted caramel. First, one removed any repeating letters from the key, which left SALTDCRM. Then, one continued forward with the known 26-letter alphabet from the place where the key left off, skipping any letters that had already been used, starting again at A once one had reached Z. The resulting alphabet, SALTDCRM, NOPQUVWXYZBFGHIK, became the alphabet for use in writing the ciphered message, like so, such that the secret missive, "A letter has arrived from Lady Katza," became SPEBBERSZSETUMGETDFYVOPSTJOS. Bitterblue's ciphers with Roar began with a similar premise, but operated on a number of levels simultaneously. Several different alphabets in use in the course of one message, the total number in use, and the order in which they were used, depending on the changing series of keys. Communicating these keys to Bitterblue in a subtle manner only she would understand was one of the jobs of Sky's own ciphered letters. Bitterblue was astonished, utterly, at Death's grace. She supposed she'd never quite considered before what death could do.
Now she held it in her hands, the regeneration of a book that introduced some 10 or 12 different kinds of ciphers, presenting examples of each, some of which were dreadfully complicated in execution, most of which looked to the reader like nothing more than a senseless string of random letters. Does he understand everything he reads? Or is it just the look of the thing he remembers, the symbols and how they sit on the page in relation to each other? There seemed to be little in this rewritten book worth studying, and still she read every line, letting each one linger, trying to resurrect the memory of sitting before the fire with Ashen, reading this book. When she could make the time, Bitterblue continued her nightly excursions. By mid-September, Teddy was doing better, sitting up, even moving from room to room, with help. One night, when nothing was being printed, Teddy let Bitterblue come into the shop and taught her how to set type. The tiny letter molds were awkward to manage. "You pick it up quickly," Teddy mused, as she thought with an eye that would not land base side down in the tray. "Don't flatter me, my fingers are clumsy as sausages." "True, but you have no trouble spelling words backwards with backward letters." Tilda, Bren, and Saf have good fingers, but they're always transposing letters and mixing up the ones that mirror each other. You haven't once. Bitterblue shrugged, fingers moving faster now with letters that had a bit more heft, M's and O's and W's. "It's like writing in cipher. Some part of my brain goes quiet and translates for me." "Write in cipher much, do you, baker girl?" Saf asked, coming through the outside door, startling her, so that she dropped a W in the wrong place. "The Castle Kitchen secret recipes?" On a morning a week later, Bitterblue climbed the stairs to her tower, entered, and found her guard Holt standing balanced inside the frame of an open window. His back to the room, he leaned out, nothing but a casual handhold on the molding keeping him from falling. "Holt," she cried, convinced, in that first irrational moment, that someone had fallen out the window and Holt was looking down at the body. "What happened?" "Oh, nothing, Lady Queen," Holt said calmly. "Nothing," Bitterblue cried. "You're certain? Where is everyone?" "Teal is downstairs somewhere," he said, still leaning perilously out of the window, speaking loudly but evenly so that she could hear. "Darby is drunk. Runnemud is in the city having meetings, and Rude is consulting with the judges of the High Court about their schedule." But Bitterblue's heart was trying to hammer its way out of her chest. She wanted to go to him and yank him back into the room, but she was afraid that if she got too close, she would touch him in the wrong way and send him plummeting. "Holt, get down from there. What are you doing?" "I was just wondering what would happen, Lady Queen," he said, still leaning out. "You come back into this room this instant," she said. Shrugging, Holt stepped down onto the floor, just as Theo pushed into the room. "What is it?" Theo asked sharply, looking from Bitterblue to Holt. "What's going on here?" "What do you mean?" said Bitterblue, ignoring Theo. "You were wondering what would happen." "Don't you ever wonder what would happen if you jumped out a high window, Lady Queen?" asked Holt. "No," cried Bitterblue. "I don't wonder what would happen. I know what would happen. My body would be crushed to death. Yours would too. Your grace is strength, Holt, nothing else." "I wasn't planning to jump, Lady Queen," he said with a nonchalance that was beginning to make her furious. "I only wanted to see what would happen." "Holt," said Bitterblue through gritted teeth, "I forbid you, absolutely forbid you to climb into any more window frames and look down, wondering what would happen. Do you understand me?" "Honestly," said Theo, going to Holt and grabbing his collar, then pushing Holt to the door in a manner that was almost comical, as Holt was bigger than Theo, almost 20 years younger and enormously stronger. But Holt just shrugged again, making no protest. "Pull yourself together, man," said Theo. "Stop giving the Queen frights." Then he opened the door and shoved him through it. "Are you all right, Lady Queen?" said Theo, slamming the door shut, turning back to her. "I don't understand anyone," Bitterblue said miserably, "or anything. Theo, how am I to be queen in a kingdom of crackpots?" "Indeed, Lady Queen," said Theo, "that was an extraordinary display." Then he picked up a pile of charters from his stand, dropped them on the floor, picked them up again, and handed them to her with a grim face and shaking hands. "Theo," Bitterblue said, seeing a bandage peeking out of one sleeve, "what did you do to yourself?" "It's nothing, Lady Queen," he said, "just a cut." "Did someone competent look at it?" "It doesn't warrant a healer, Lady Queen. I dealt with it myself." "I'd like Madeline to examine it. It might need stitches." "It needs nothing. That's a question for a healer to decide, Theo." Theo made himself tall and straight. "A healer has already stitched it, Lady Queen," he said sternly. "Well then, why did you tell me you dealt with it yourself?" "I dealt with it by bringing it to a healer." "I don't believe you. Show me the stitches." "Lady Queen Rude," Bitterblue snapped at her white-haired advisor, who just entered the room, puffing from the effort of the stairs. "Help Phil unwrap his bandage so that I may see his stitches." Not a little confused, Rude did as he was told. A moment later, the three of them gazed down upon a long, diagonal slice across Thiel's inner west and the base of his hand, neatly stitched. "How did you do this?" Rude asked, clearly shaken. "A broken mirror," Thiel said flatly. "A wound like this left unattended would be quite serious," Rude said. "This particular wound is rather over-attended," said Thiel. "Now, if you'll both allow me, there is much to do." "Thiel," Bitterblue said quickly, wanting to keep him here beside her, but not knowing how, "would a question about the name of the river make things better or worse?" "The name of the river," she ventured. "Yes, Lady Queen," he said. She studied him for a moment, searching for an opening in the fortress of his face, the steel traps of his eyes, and finding nothing but a strange personal misery. Rude put a hand on Thiel's shoulder and made tut-tut noises. Shaking him off, Thiel went to his stand. She noticed now that he was limping. "Thiel," said Bitterblue. She'd ask something else. "Yes, Lady Queen," whispered Thiel with his back to her. "Would you happen to know the ingredients of bread?" After a moment, Thiel turned to face her. "A yeast of some kind, Lady Queen," he said, "as a leavening agent. Flour, which is, I believe, the ingredient with the largest share. Water or milk," he said, gaining confidence. "Perhaps salt. Shall I find you a recipe, Lady Queen?" "Yes, please, Thiel." Thiel went off to find Bitterblue a recipe for bread, which was a ridiculous task for the Queen's foremost advisor. Watching him as he limped through the door, she noticed that his hair was thinning on top. She'd never noticed that about him before, and it was somehow unbearable. She could remember Thiel dark-haired. She could remember him bossy and confident. She could also remember him broken and crying, confused, bleeding on her mother's floor. She could remember Thiel a lot of ways, but she had never thought of him before as a man growing old. She went to the library next, stopping in her rooms to glare at her list of puzzle pieces. Snatching it out of the strange picture book and reading it again, she supposed that the list was a sort of cipher too, in the sense that each part of it meant something it wasn't saying yet. Fighting tears and fed up with worry, fed up with people who made no sense and lied, she wrote BALS in big letters across the bottom, a general expression of dissatisfaction with the state of all things. It could be a cipher, and balls could be the key. Wouldn't that be blessedly simple? Poe, she thought as she stomped away to the library, the list clenched in her hand. Are you around? I have questions for you. In the library, no one was at Death's desk, except for the cat, curled tight in a ball, every vertebra sharp and visible. Bitterblue gave it a wide berth. Wandering room to room, she finally found Death standing between two rows of shelves, using a blank shelf before him as a desk for his furious scribbling, pages and pages. He came to the end of one page, lifted the paper, shook it around to dry the ink, and pushed it aside, his writing hand already zipping across the next page before the last was disposed of. She almost couldn't believe how fast he was writing. He came to the end of that page and began another, without pause. At the end of that page, he began the next, then dropped his pen suddenly and stood with eyes closed, massaging his hand. Bitterblue cleared her throat. Death jumped, flashing wide, uneven eyes at her. "Ah, Lady Queen," he said, not unlike the way someone checking a hole in an apple might say, "Ah, worms." "Death," Bitterblue said, waving her list at him, "I have a list of questions. I want to know if you, as my librarian, know the answers or how to find them." Death looked thoroughly put out by this, as if she weren't asking him to do his precise job. He continued rubbing his hand, which she hoped was in an agony of cramps. Finally, wordlessly, he reached out and snatched the paper from her. "Hey," Bitterblue said, startled, "give that back." He glanced at it, front and back, then returned it to her, not even looking at her, not seeming to look at anything, brow creased in thought. Bitterblue, remembering with alarm that once Death reads something, he would recall it forever and never need to refer to it again, reread both sides of the paper herself, trying to assess the damage. "A number of these questions, Lady Queen," Death said, still peering into empty air, "are a bit general, wouldn't you say? For example, the question, why is everybody crackpots? And the question about why you're plagued by missing pieces everywhere." "That's not what I've come to you about," said Bitterblue testily. "I want to know if you, as my librarian, know anything about what Leck did, and who, if anyone, is lying to me. Regarding the middle question, about man's reasons for stealing a gargoyle, Lady Queen," Death continued, "criminality is a natural form of human expression. We are all part light and part shadow." "Death," Bitterblue interrupted, "stop wasting my time. Is balls a question, Lady Queen?" Bitterblue was now dangerously on the verge of doing something she would never forgive herself for, laughing. She bit her lip and changed her tone. "Why did you give me that map?" "Map, Lady Queen? The little soft leather one," said Bitterblue. "Why, when your work is so important and can bear no interruption, did you make a special trip to my office to deliver that map?" "Because Prince Poe asked me to, Lady Queen," said Death. "I see," Bitterblue said. And, Lady Queen?" Bitterblue waited patiently, holding his eyes. Finally, he relented. "I have no idea who might be lying to you, Lady Queen. I have no reason to think that anyone would, beyond that it is a thing people do. And if you're asking me what King Leck did in secret, Lady Queen, you would know better than I. You spent more time with him than I did. I don't know his secrets. Nor do I, Lady Queen, and I've already told you that I know of no records he kept. Nor do I know of records kept by anyone else." She didn't like to give Death the satisfaction of knowing he'd caused her disappointment. She tried to turn away before he could see it in her face. "I can answer your first question, Lady Queen," he said to her back. Bitterblue stopped in her tracks. The first question was, who are my first men? The question refers, quite conspicuously, to the words written on the back of your list, doesn't it, Lady Queen? Teddy's words. Yes, said Bitterblue, turning to face him again. I suppose the little queen is safe without you today, for her first men can do what you, Death recited. Once you learn cutting and stitching, do you ever forget it, whatever comes between? Even if Leck comes between? I worry for her. It's my dream that the queen be a truth seeker, but not if it makes her someone's prey. Were these words addressed to one of your healers, Lady Queen? They were, whispered Bitterblue. May I assume then, Lady Queen, that 40-some years ago, before Leck came to power, your advisors, Thiel, Darby, Runnamud, and Rud, were brilliant young healers? Healers? Trained healers? Then Leck murdered the old king and queen, Death went on, crowned himself, and made the healers part of his advising team, perhaps coming between the men and their medical profession, if you will, Lady Queen. These words seem to suggest that a healer some 40 years ago is still a healer today, rendering you safe in the company of your first men, your advisors, Lady Queen, even when your official healers are unavailable. How do you know this about my advisors? It's not a secret, Lady Queen, to anyone who can remember. My memory is aided by medical pamphlets in this library, written long ago by Thiel, Darby, Runnamud, and Rud when they were students of the healing arts. I gather that they were, all 4 of them, considered to be stellar prospects, very young. Bitterblue's mind was full of the memory of Rud and Thiel, moments ago, both staring at Thiel's wound. Full of her argument with Thiel, who'd first claimed to have dealt with the injury himself and then claimed to have brought it to a healer for stitching. Could both claims have been true? He wouldn't have stitched it himself, would he? And then hidden his skill from her, as he had done for as long as she could remember? My advisors were healers, she said aloud, suddenly deflated. Why would Leck choose healers to be his political advisors? I haven't the foggiest notion, Death said impatiently. I only know that he did. Do you wish to read the medical pamphlets, Lady Queen? Yes, all right, she said with no enthusiasm. Poe appeared through the bookshelves then, carrying the cat, and of all things, making smooching noises into its crooked fur. Death, he said, Lovejoy is smelling excellent today. Did you bathe him? Lovejoy, Bitterblue repeated, staring at Death incredulously. The cat's name is Lovejoy? Could you have named him anything more ironic? Death made a small, scornful noise. Then he took Lovejoy gently from Poe's arms, scooped his papers up, and marched away. You shouldn't insult a man's pet, said Poe mildly. Ignoring this, Bitterblue rubbed her braids. Poe, she said, thank you for coming. May I use you? Possibly, said Poe. What do you have in mind? 2 questions, Bitterblue said, for 2 people. Yes, said Poe. Holt? Bitterblue let out a short sigh. I want to know what's wrong with him. Will you ask him why he was perched in my tower window today, and see what you think of his answer? I suppose, said Poe. Perched how exactly? Bitterblue opened the memory to Poe. He said, that is very odd indeed. Then his eyes flashed at her, gentle lights. You're not certain what question you want me to ask Thiel. No, she admitted. I'm at a bit of a loss with Thiel. I'm finding him unpredictable. He's rattled too easily. And today he had the most horrific cut on his arm that he wouldn't be straight with me about. I can tell you he cares for you, Beetle, but if you're finding yourself with actual reason to doubt his trustworthiness, I'll ask him an entire book of questions, whether you want me to or not. It's not that I don't trust him, said Bitterblue, frowning. It's that he worries me, but I'm not sure why. Poe removed a small sack from his pocket and held it open to her. She reached in and pulled out a chocolate peppermint. I've learned that Dan's Hole had family and connections in Estill, Beetle, said Poe, rocking on his heels and also eating a peppermint.
What do you think of that? I think he's dead, Bitterblue said dully. I think it doesn't matter.
It does matter, said Poe. If he was thinking of selling you to someone in Estelle, it means you have enemies in Estelle, and that matters. Yes, said Bitterblue, sighing again. I know. You know, but you don't care. I care, Poe. It's just I've got other things to worry about as well, if you wouldn't mind. Yes? Ask Thiel why he's limping. 15. The next day, Bitterblue found evidence of her usefulness to give to Soph. She was in the library again, wondering how many more times she could abandon her office for this alcove before her advisors lost their patience completely. On the alcove table were 244 handwritten manuscripts, stacked in towering piles, each manuscript enclosed in a soft leather wrapping and tied with soft leather strings. Under the ties of each book, Death had tucked a card with scribbles that indicated the book's title, author, date of first printing, date of destruction, and date of restoration. Bitterblue moved the manuscripts around, pushing and repiling and lugging, reading all the titles. Books about Monsian customs and traditions, Monsian holidays, recent Monsian history pre-Leck. Books by philosophers who argued the merits of monarchy versus republic. Books about medicine. An odd little biographical volume about a number of gracelings who were famous for having concealed their true graces from the world until their truths were discovered. It was hard to know where to start. Hard because I don't know what I'm looking for, she thought, in the very moment that she found something. Not a big, mysterious something, just a small thing, but important, and she gaped at it, hardly believing she'd found it at all. The Kissing Traditions of Monsi. That title had been on the list Soph had shown her, the list of items he was trying to recover for the people of Danzel. And here, that book was, sitting before her, returned to life. I may as well take a look, she thought, unwinding the leather ties. Clearing a space in a patch of sunlight, she sat down and began to read. Lady Queen. Bitterblue jumped. She'd been absorbed in a description of Monsia's 4 celebrations of darkness and light, the equinoxes in spring and fall, and the solstices in winter and summer. Bitterblue was used to a party around the time of the winter solstice to celebrate the return of the light, but apparently, before the time of Leck, all 4 occasions had been times of festival in Monsi. People had used to dress up in bright clothing, decorate their faces with paint, and, traditionally, kiss everybody. Bitterblue's imagination had snagged itself on the kissing everybody part. It was less than delightful to look up into Death's sour face. Yes, she said. I regret that I am unable to lend you the medical pamphlets written by your advisors after all, Lady Queen, he said. Why not? They are missing, Lady Queen, he said, enunciating each syllable. Missing? What do you mean? I mean that they're not on the shelves where they belong, Lady Queen, he said, and now I shall have to take time away from my more important work to locate them. Bitterblue said, suddenly not trusting him. Perhaps the pamphlets had never existed. Perhaps Death had read her list of puzzle pieces and made up the entire tale for his own amusement. She certainly hoped not, since he claimed to be restoring, accurately, truths Leck had erased. The next time Death interrupted her, Bitterblue had dozed off, her cheek pillowed on the kissing traditions. Lady Queen? Gasping, Bitterblue shot upright too fast so that a muscle in her neck pulled and tightened. Ow! Where? She'd been dreaming. As she woke, the dream fled, as dreams do, and she grabbed at it. Her mother, embroidering, reading, doing both at once? No, Ashen had been embroidering, her fingers like lightning, while Bitterblue had read aloud from a book Ashen had chosen, a difficult book, but fascinating, in the moments that Bitterblue understood it. Until Leck had found them, sitting together, and asked about the book, listened to Bitterblue's explanation, then laughed and kissed Bitterblue's cheek and neck and throat, and taken the book away and thrown it into the fire. Yes, now she remembered the destruction of the Book of Ciphers. Bitterblue wiped at her throat, which felt dirty. She massaged the sore knot of muscle in her neck, slightly drunk with departing sleep, and with the sense that she wasn't entirely attached to the earth. What is it now, Death? "Pardon me for interrupting your nap, Lady Queen," he said, looking down his nose. "Oh, don't be a twit, Death." Death cleared his throat noisily. "Lady Queen," he said, "is the rereading of your childhood books a project you still wish to pursue? If so, I have here a collection of tall tales about fabulous medical recoveries. From my father, yes, Lady Queen." Bitterblue sat up straight and shuffled through the manuscripts on the table, looking for the 2 books about medicine that Death had rewritten. The rewritten books were not tall tales, but factual, and so he obliterated some medical books from existence, but encouraged me to read others. "If it exists in my mind, Lady Queen," Death said, offended, "then it is not obliterated." "Of course," she said, sighing. "Very well, I'll find time for it. What time is it now? I'd better go back to my office before they come looking for me." But when Bitterblue stepped into the great courtyard, she saw Gideon sitting on the edge of the pool, hands propped on knees. He was talking easily to a woman who seemed to be shaping the rump of a rearing shrubbery horse with shears. Diane, the head gardener. Not far from them, Fox dangled from the high limbs of a tree, pruning the flowering ivy, dropping a shower of dark, overripe petals. "Fox," thought Bitterblue, walking over, with a pile of books and papers in her arms, craning her neck. "You work everywhere, don't you?" "Wherever I'm useful, Lady Queen," said Fox, blinking down at her with those uneven gray eyes, her hair bright against the leaves. She smiled. The green horse Diane was working on rose from the bases of 2 shrubberies planted close together. Flowering ivy swirled across its rearing chest and trailed down its legs. "No, don't get up," Bitterblue said to Diane and Gideon as she reached them, but Gideon already had, holding out a hand to help her with her arm load. "Very well. Here," she said, passing him the 2 medical rewrites and the reread, then sitting so that she could bind the pages of the Kissing Traditions safely back into their leather cover. "Are the shrubberies your design, Diane?" she asked, glancing at the horse, which really was rather impressive. "They were the design of King Leck's gardener, Lady Queen," Diane said shortly, "and of King Leck himself. I merely maintain them." "You were not King Leck's gardener?" "My father was King Leck's gardener, Lady Queen. My father is dead," Diane said, then gave an oof as she rose and stomped across the courtyard to a man-shaped shrubbery with flowering blue hair. "Well," Bitterblue said to Gideon, a bit deflated, "it's always nice to hear of someone new one's father has murdered." "She was rude to you," said Gideon apologetically, sitting back down beside her. "I hope I didn't interrupt anything." "No, Lady Queen," said Gideon. "I was only telling her about my home." "You come from the grasslands of the Midlands, don't you, Gideon?" "Yes, Lady Queen, west of Rhondda City. Is it very nice, your home?" "I think so, Lady Queen. It's my favorite patch of land in all 7 kingdoms," he said, leaning back, beginning to smile. His face was transformed and, quite suddenly, the more pleasant traditions of Monsia's light festivals came to her mind. She wondered if Gideon shared a woman's bed here at court, or a man's. Flushing now, she asked hastily, "How is your planning going?" "It's coming along," Gideon said, pitching his voice low, directing his eyebrows significantly to where Fox was still pruning. The noise of the fountain muffled his voice. "We're going to send someone through Piper's Tunnel to make contact with the Astillan rebels who asked for our help. And there may be a second tunnel that leads to a place near one of Thigpen's army bases in the eastern Astillan Mountains. One of us is going to see if that tunnel is a reality. It's been poked at from both ends, but no one seems to have followed it all the way through from one end to the other." "Katza," said Bitterblue, "or Poe?" "Katza will search for the second tunnel," said Gideon. "Poe or I will head through the first tunnel to make contact. More likely, we'll both go together. Is Poe going to be a bit conspicuous, appearing suddenly in a still, meeting with commoners, and asking pointed questions? He's a bit of a glowing Leonid peacock, isn't he?" "Poe is impossible to disguise," he said, "but he also has a knack for sneaking around, and he's oddly good at getting people talking," he added, with something significant in his voice that made Bitterblue watch her hands for a beat rather than his eyes, afraid of what her own eyes might convey. She sent a burst of unpleasantness to Poe. "You realize he puts himself into danger alongside you, don't you? Shouldn't he know the skills his partner possesses? Do you think he won't find out one day, or that when he does, he won't mind? Then she dropped her head into her hands and gripped her hair. Lady Queen, Gideon said, are you all right? She was not all right. She was having a crisis that had nothing to do with Poe's lies and only with her own. Gideon, she said, I'm going to try an experiment on you that I've never tried on anyone else. Very well, he said, good-humoredly. Should I wear a helmet? Maybe, she said, grinning, if Katsa ever announces that she's trying an experiment. I only meant that I'd like to have someone I never lie to. From now on, you're it. I won't even equivocate to you. I'll either tell you the truth or say nothing at all. Huh, said Gideon, scratching his head. I'll have to think up a lot of nosy questions. Don't push your luck. I wouldn't even try this if you were in the habit of asking me nosy questions. It also helps that you're not my advisor, my cousin, or my servant. You're not even Monsian, so you've no imaginary moral obligation to interfere with my business. Nor do I think you'll run off and tell Poe all I say. Or even think about telling Poe all you say, Gideon said, his tone so perfectly nonchalant that it raised hairs on the back of her neck. Poe, she thought, shivering, for goodness sake, tell him what he already knows. For what it's worth, Lady Queen, Gideon continued quietly, I understand that your trust is a gift, not something I've earned. I promise to guard faithfully, as secret, anything you choose to tell me. Flustered, she said, thank you, Gideon. Then sat there, playing with the ties of the kissing traditions of Monsieur, knowing that she ought to get up, that Runnymede was stewing somewhere, that Teal was probably working too hard to deal with the paperwork she had abandoned. Gideon, she said. Yes, Lady Queen. Trust is stupid, she thought. What's the true reason I've decided I trust him? Certainly his counsel work recommends him, his choice of friends, but isn't it just as much the timbre of his voice? I like to hear him say words. I trust the deep way he says, yes, Lady Queen. She made a noise that was part snort, part sigh. Then, before she could ask her question, Runnymede stalked in from the grand foyer, saw her, and crossed to her. Lady Queen, he said sharply, crowding her so that she had to crane her neck to look up at him. You have been spending an inordinate percentage of each workday away from your desk. He was looking quite sure of himself today, thrusting his jewel-ringed fingers through dark hair. Runnymede's hair showed no signs of thinning. Have I? Bitterblue said warily. I'm afraid I am a less indulgent man than Feel, said Runnymede, flashing a smile. Both Darby and Rude are indisposed today, yet I return from the city to find you chatting with friends and dabbling with dusty old manuscripts in a patch of sun. Thiel and I are quite overwhelmed with the work you're neglecting, Lady Queen. Do you take my meaning? Passing the kissing traditions to Gideon, Bitterblue stood, so that Runnymede had to jump backward in order to avoid them colliding. She took not just his meaning, but his condescending tone, and it was the tone that offended her. Nor did she like the way his eyes played over the books Gideon was holding, not as if he truly believed them to be harmless, dusty old manuscripts, more as if he were trying to assess each one and disliking all that he saw. She wanted to tell him that a trained dog could do the work she was neglecting. She wanted to tell him that she knew somehow, in some way she could neither justify nor explain, that this time she spent outside her office was just as important to the kingdom as the work she did in her tower with charters, orders, and laws. But some instinct told her to protect these thoughts from him, to protect these books Gideon was guarding against his chest. Runnymede, she said instead, I hear you're supposed to be good at manipulating people. Try a little harder to make me like you, all right? I'm the queen. Your life will be nicer if I like you. She had the satisfaction of Runnymede's surprise. He stood with his eyebrows high and his mouth forming a small O. It was pleasant to see him looking silly, pleasant to see him struggling to regain his dignified scorn. Finally, he simply stalked away into the castle. Bitterblue sat down again beside Gideon, who seemed to be having some trouble subduing an amused expression. I was about to ask you something unpleasant, Bitterblue said, when he came along. Lady Queen, he said, still fighting with his face, I'm all yours. Can you think of a reason why Leck would have chosen 4 healers as his advisors?
Gideon thought about this for a moment. "Well," he said. "Go on," she said miserably. "It's nothing I'm not already thinking." "Well," said Gideon again, "Leck is well known for his behavior with his animals, cutting them then heal, then cutting them again. What if he liked to hurt people, then let them heal? If it was a part of the way he liked to conduct his politics, as sick as it sounds, then it would have made sense for him to have had healers at his side all the time." "They've lied to me, you know," whispered Bitterblue. "They've told me they don't know the secret things he did. But if they were mending his victims, then they saw, plainly, what he did." Gideon paused. "Some things are too painful to talk about, Lady Queen," he said quietly. "I know," she said. "Gideon, I know. Asking would be unpardonably cruel. But how can I help anyone now if I don't understand what happened then? I need the truth, don't you see?" 16. It was Saf who came barreling straight at her in an alleyway that night. Saf, who, gasping, grabbed her and hoisted her through some sort of broken doorway into a rank-smelling room and smashed her against a wall. Saf, who, through the entire enterprise, whispered to her fiercely, "Sparks, it's me, I beg you, don't hurt me, it's me." But still, she'd wimped her knives out and also kneed him in the groin before she'd entirely comprehended what was happening. "Glm," he said, more or less, doubling over, still crushing her. "What the high skies are you doing?" Bitterblue hissed, trying to wriggle out of his grip. "If they find us," he said, "they're going to kill us, so shut your mouth." Bitterblue was shaking, not just from her own shock and confusion, but from fear of what she could have done to him in those first moments, had he provided her with room to drive a knife. Then footsteps slapped in the alley outside, and she forgot all that. The footsteps pattered past the broken doorway, continued on, slowed, stopped. When they reversed direction, creeping back toward the building where they hid, Saf swore in her ear. "I know a place," he said, hauling her across the dark room.
When a low, deep, living exhalation of breath nearby caused her to jump nearly out of her wits, he whispered, "Climb." Bewildered, she groped forward and discovered a ladder. The smell of the place made sense to her suddenly. This was a barn of some sort. The thing that had breathed was a cow, and Saf wanted her to climb. "Climb," he repeated when she hesitated, pushing her forward. "Go." Bitterblue reached up, took an iron grip, and climbed. "Don't think," she said to herself. "Don't feel, just climb." She couldn't see where she was headed or how many rungs were left to climb, nor could she see how high she'd gone so far, and she imagined only empty space below her. Saf, at her heels, finally scuttled up around her and spoke low in her ear. "You don't like ladders." "In the dark," she said, humiliated. All right," he said, quick, and then he hoisted her up, turning her so that he was carrying her like a child, front to front. She wrapped her arms and legs around him as if he were the earth's pillar, because there did not seem to be any other alternative. He sped up the ladder. It was only when he lowered her onto some sort of solid ground that she was able to contemplate her outrage. And then there was no more time for that, because he was pulling her across what she suddenly recognized as a roof. He was pushing her up onto the higher roof of a higher building, and tugging her, running, they were swarming up a tinny, slippery slant, over an apex, down its opposite side, then down onto another roof, then up onto another and another. He dragged her up the slant of the 6th or 7th roof to an adjoining wall and crouched against the siding. She dropped beside him, pressing up against the beautiful solid wall, shaking. "I hate you," she said. "I hate you." "I know," he said. "I'm sorry." "I'm going to kill you," she said. She was going to vomit. She turned her back to him, lopsided on her knees across the roof, hands clinging to slippery tin, trying to push the sourness down. A minute passed in which she successfully managed not to throw up. Miserably, she said, "How do we get down from here?" "This is the shop," he said. We step right through that window there into Bren and Tilda's bedroom. No more ladders, I promise, all right? The shop. Taking a gulp of air, she found that the tin of the roof seemed less like it was trying to buck her off. Shifting carefully so that her back was to the wall, she sat, adjusting the Kissing Traditions manuscript, which was hanging in a bag across her front. Then she glanced over at Sapphire. He lay on his back, dark in profile, knees bent, considering the sky. She caught the faintest gleam in one of his ears. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I'm not rational about heights." He tilted his head to her. "No worries, Sparks. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help." "Mathematics?" he suggested brightly, perking up, then reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out a gold disc she recognized. "Here," he said, tossing the heavy watch into her lap. "Tell me what time it is." "I thought you were supposed to return this to the family of the watchmaker," said Bitterblue. "Ah," he said, looking sheepish, "I was, and no doubt I will. It's just, I'm rather fond of that one." "Fond of it?" said Bitterblue, snorting. She opened the watch, read a time of 14:30, sat in an empty room with the numbers for a moment, then announced to Soph that it would be midnight in 24 minutes. "It seems that the whole city got started early tonight," said Soph to that, dryly. "I assume they didn't hear us? We wouldn't be sitting here stargazing if they were still after us, would we?" "I threw a few chickens around before I came up that ladder," he said. "You didn't hear them making a racket?" "I was distracted by the conviction that I was going to die." A smile. "Well, they covered our noise, and the dogs were awake too by the time we reached the roof, which is what I was counting on. No one will have gotten past the dogs. You know that barn. It belongs to a friend. It was where I was headed when you appeared. I very nearly stuck a knife into you." "Yes, I recall. I should have left you there in the alley. You could have driven them off for me all by yourself." "Who were they? It wasn't just bullies this time, was it, Soph? It was the people who tried to kill Teddy." "Let's talk about what's in the bag you're carrying tonight instead," said Soph, propping one ankle on the other knee and yawning at the stars. "Did you bring me a present?" "I did, actually," she said. "It's something to prove that if you'll help me, I can help you." "Oh? Bring it here, then." "If you think I'm leaving this spot, you're mad." He rolled to his feet on the uneven tin so fast, so easily, that she closed her eyes against the dizziness. When she opened them again, he'd settled down beside her, leaning his back against the wall, as she was doing. "Perhaps your grace is fearlessness," she said. "I'm afraid of plenty of things," he said. "I just do them anyway. Let me see what you've got." She extracted the Kissing Traditions of Monsieur from the bag and placed it into his hands. He blinked at it. "Papers bound in leather?" "It's something for you to make lots of copies of," she said. "A manuscript of a book called The Kissing Traditions of Monsieur." Humphing in surprise, he brought it closer to his nose to inspect the label in the dark. "It was handwritten by the Queen's own librarian," Bitterblue continued, "who's graced with fast reading and with remembering every book and sentence and word, every letter he's ever read. Did you know of His Grace?" "We have heard of death," Soph said, pulling the leather ties loose, throwing the leather flaps aside, and flipping through the pages, squinting hard. "Are you telling me truth? This is what you say it is? And death is rewriting the books King Leck made disappear?" She thought that perhaps Sparks the baker girl wouldn't know too much about the business of the Queen's own librarian. "I don't know what Death is doing. I don't know him personally. This was lent me by the friend of a friend. Death relinquished it only because he was promised that the person who wanted it was a printer who would make copies. Those are the conditions, Soph. You may borrow it if you'll make copies. Death will see that you're paid for your labor and expenses, of course," she added, cursing herself for thinking up that sudden complication, but not certain how she could avoid it. It couldn't be cheap to print a book, and she couldn't expect them to finance the restoration of the Queen's library, could she? Would it be so outlandish for a baker girl who'd never met death to be the courier of the Queen's money? And did this mean she was going to have to pawn more of her own jewelry? Sparks, Soph said, tie me with twine and mail me to Roar City. If this really is what you say it is, let's bring it down to the shop, shall we? I'm going blind here. Yes, all right, she said, but... He looked up from the pages into her face. His eyes were black and full of stars. I never wished I was a mind reader before I knew you, he said. You know that, Sparks? What is it? I'm frightened to move, she said, ashamed of herself. Sparks, Soph said. Then he slapped the Kissing Traditions manuscript shut and took hold of both of her small, cold hands. Sparks, he said again, looking into her eyes, I'll help you. I swear to you, you will not fall. Do you believe me? She did believe him. There on a roof with his familiar silhouette, his voice, all the things about him she was used to. Holding tight to his hands, she believed him completely. I'm ready to ask my third question, she said. He exhaled. Oh, weasel bugger, he said grimly. Who's trying to kill you and Teddy? She asked. Soph, I'm on your side. Tonight, I became their target too. Just tell me, who is it? Soph didn't answer, just sat there, playing with her hands. She thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, as the moments passed, she stopped caring so much, because his touch began to seem more important than her question.
There are people in the kingdom who are truth seekers, he finally said. Not many people, but a few. People like Teddy and Tilda and Bren, people whose families were in the resistance and who place the highest value on knowing the truth of things. Leck is dead now, but there's still so much truth to uncover. That's their business, you understand, Sparks. They're trying to help people figure out what happened, sometimes reassemble memories, return what Leck stole, and, when they can, undo what Leck did through thievery, through education, however they can. You too, Bitterblue interjected. You keep saying they, but it's you too. Soph shrugged. I came to Monsieur to know my sister better, and this is who my sister turned out to be. I like my friends here, and I like to steal. While I'm here, I'll help. But I'm Leonid Sparks. It's not my cause. Prince Po would be disgusted with that attitude. If Prince Po told me to fall off the earth, Sparks, I would, said Soph. I told you, I'm Leonid. You make no sense whatsoever. Oh, said Soph, pulling on her hands, grinning wickedly. And you do? Flustered, Bitterblue said nothing, just waited. There's a force in the kingdom working against us, Sparks, said Soph quietly. The truth is that I can't answer your question because we don't know who it is, but someone knows what we're doing. There's someone out there who hates us and will go to any length to stop us and people like us. Remember the new grave I found you standing in front of that night in the graveyard? That was our colleague, stabbed to death in broad daylight by a hired killer who's in no state to tell us who hired him. Our people are murdered, or sometimes they're framed for crimes they didn't commit and get thrown into prison where we'll never see them again. Soph, Bitterblue said, appalled, are you serious about this? Are you sure? Teddy was stabbed, and you're asking me if I'm sure? But why? Why would someone go to so much trouble? For silence, Soph said. Is it really so surprising? Everyone wants silence. Everyone is happy forgetting Leck ever hurt anyone and pretending Monsieur was born fully formed 8 years ago. If they can't get their own heads to be silent, they go to the story rooms, get drunk, and start a fight. That's not why people go to the story rooms, Bitterblue protested. Oh, Sparks, Soph said, sighing, tugging at her hands. It's not why you, I, or the Fabblers go to the story rooms. You go to hear the stories. Other people go to drown out the stories with drink. Remember, you asked me before why lists of stolen items make their way to us instead of to the Queen. Often it's because no one ever even thinks about cataloging their losses until someone like Teddy comes around and suggests it. People aren't thinking. They want silence. The Queen wants silence. And someone out there needs silence, Sparks. Someone out there is killing for it.
"Why haven't you taken this to the queen?" asked Bitterblue, trying to swallow the distress in her voice so that he wouldn't sense its extent. People murdering people to silence the truth are breaking the law. Why haven't you taken your case to the queen? Sparks, Saf flatly, why do you think? Bitterblue was quiet for a moment, understanding him. You think the queen is behind it. A city clock began its midnight chime. I'm not ready to say that, said Saf, shrugging. None of us are. But we've gotten in the habit of warning people not to draw attention to any knowledge they might have of what Leck did, Sparks. Towns applying to the Queen for independence, for example. They state their case against their lords plainly and refer to Leck as little as possible. They make no mention of the daughters that their lords mysteriously stole, or the people who disappeared. Whoever our villain is, it's someone with a very long arm. If I were you, Sparks, I would tread carefully in that castle of yours. 17. Leck is dead. But if Leck is dead, why isn't it over? Treading carefully through her corridors that night, up her staircases, Bitterblue tried to wrap her head around these murder attempts that baffled her. She could understand an instinct to move on, move ahead, leave the pain of Leck's time behind. But react by becoming like Leck himself? Kill? It was insane. Her guards led her into her rooms. Hearing voices inside, she froze, panicking. Her brain caught up with her instincts. The voices, which came from her bedroom, belonged to Helda and Katza. "Weasel bugger," she whispered under her breath. Then a male voice cleared its throat in her sitting room, and she had a small heart attack before realizing it was Poe. Marching into him, she said in a low voice, "You told them." He sat in an armchair, making folds in a piece of paper against his thigh. "I didn't." "Then what are they doing in my bedroom?" "I believe they're having an argument," said Poe. "I'm waiting for them to finish so that I can resume the argument I'm having with Katza." There was something funny about Poe's face, about the way he was steadfastly not turning it to her. "Look at me," she said. "Can't," he said glibly. "I'm blind." "Poe," she said, "if you could even begin to imagine the night I've had." Poe turned. The skin under his silver eye was spectacularly bruised, and his nose was swollen. "Poe," she cried, "what happened? Katza didn't hit you in the face?" Making a final fold in the paper he was working with, Poe raised it over his shoulder and hurled it across the room. Long, slender, and winged, it glided on air, swerved dramatically leftward, and crashed into a bookcase. Poe said with maddening calmness. "Fascinating." "Poe," said Bitterblue through clenched tooth, "you are being provoking." "I have some answers to your questions," he said, getting up to recover his glider. "What? You've asked them already?" "No, I haven't asked any of them," he said, "but I've gathered some data." He smoothed the crumpled nose of the glider and flung the thing again, this time straight at the wall, from a short distance. It crashed and fell. "Just as I thought," he said musingly. Bitterblue collapsed on the sofa. "Poe," she said, "take pity on me." He came to sit beside her. "Thiel has a cut on his leg," he said. "Oh," said Bitterblue, "poor Thiel. A bad cut? Do you know how it happened?" "He's got a big broken mirror in his room," said Poe, "but beyond that, I really couldn't say." "Did you know he plays the harp?" "Why does he keep that broken mirror around?" exclaimed Bitterblue. "Is the wound stitched?" "Yes, and it's healing cleanly." "It's a bit creepy what you can do," she said, leaning back, closing her eyes. "You know that, Poe?" "I had time tonight to poke around," he said blandly, "while I was lying in bed with ice on my face. Next, you won't believe what Holt did earlier tonight." "Oh," said Bitterblue, moaning. "Did he dive under a team of galloping horses just to see what would happen? Have you ever been to your art gallery?" "The art gallery?" Bitterblue wasn't even entirely certain where it was. "Is it on the top floor, overlooking the great courtyard from the north?" "Yes, several floors directly above the library. It's quite neglected, did you know? Dust everywhere, except where pieces of art have been recently removed, which is why I was able to count the exact number of sculptures that have been stolen from the sculpture room. 5, in case you were wondering." Bitterblue's eyes popped open. "Someone's stealing my sculptures," she said, as a statement, not a question. "And returning them to the artist? Who's the artist?"
"Ah," said Poe, pleased. "You seem already to be familiar with the overriding concept here. Excellent. I had to go have a chat with someone get on to understand it myself. Here's the situation. Holt had a sister named Bellamo, who was a sculptor. Bellamo. Bitterblue had an image of a woman in the castle, tall, broad-shouldered, with kind eyes. That woman had been a sculptor? Bellamo sculpted transformations for Leck, Poe continued. A woman turning into a tree, a man turning into a mountain, and so on.
Ah, said Bitterblue, understanding now that not only did she have some familiarity with Bellamu's work, but Bellamu had had familiarity with her once. Did Gideon tell you all this? Why does Gideon always know more about my castle than I do? Poe shrugged. He knows Holt. Really, you should be asking Gideon what's wrong with Holt, not me. Though I didn't tell Gideon what I witnessed. Well, what did you witness? Poe smiled. Are you ready for this? I witnessed Holt entering the castle from the city with a sack on his shoulder. He carried it up to the art gallery, removed a sculpture from the sack, and placed the sculpture in the sculpture room right on the non-dusty spot it was missing from. That girl who disguised Dangel's boat and turned into canvas. You remember her? Oh, balls, said Bitterblue. I'd forgotten all about her. We need to find her and arrest her. I feel more and more that we don't, said Poe. She was with Holt tonight, because guess what? She's Bellamu's daughter and Holt's niece. Her name is Hava. Wait, Bitterblue said. What? I'm confused. Someone stole my sculptures to give back to Bellamu, but Holt and Bellamu's daughter are bringing them back to me? Bellamu is dead, said Poe. Holt stole your sculptures. Holt brought them to Hava, Bellamu's daughter, but Hava told Holt, no, the sculptures had to go back to the queen. So Holt brought them back, with Hava supervising. What? Why? Holt puzzles me, said Poe, musing. He may or may not be mad. He's certainly confused. I don't understand, said Bitterblue. Holt stole from me, then changed his mind? I think he's trying to do the right thing, said Poe, but is confused about what the right thing is. I understand that Leck used Bellamu, then killed her. Holt feels that Hava is the rightful owner of the sculptures. Is Gideon the one who told you about Hava? Asked Bitterblue. Shouldn't something be done about Hava if she's floating around the castle? She tried to kidnap me. Gideon doesn't know about Hava. Then how did you figure all this out? Cried Bitterblue. I just did, said Poe, looking sheepish. What do you mean you just did? How can I be sure it's all true on the basis of you just did? I'm quite certain it's all true, Beetle. I'll explain why another time. Bitterblue studied his battered face as he smoothed the glider against his leg. It was clear to her that he was upset about something he wasn't saying. What are Helda and Katza arguing about? She asked quietly. Babies, he responded, flashing her a tiny grin, as usual. And what are you and Katza arguing about? His grin faded. Gideon. Why? Is it about Katza not liking him? I would love someone to explain that to me. Bitterblue, don't pry into the man's business. Oh, such commendable advice, coming from a mind reader. You can pry into his business whenever you like. Poe raised his eyes to her face. As he well knows, he said. You told Gideon, she said, understanding everything now, understanding when he hung his head. Gideon hit you, she continued, and Katza is angry with you for telling Gideon. Katza is frightened, said Poe quietly. Katza is too aware of the strain I'm under. It frightens her, knowing how many people I'd like to tell. How many people would you like to tell? This time, when he raised his eyes to her face, Bitterblue was also frightened. Poe, she whispered, please start small. If you're going to do this, tell Sky, tell Helda, maybe tell your father. Then wait and get advice and think, please. All I'm doing is thinking, he said. I can't stop thinking. I'm so tired, Beetle. His problems were so peculiar. Bitterblue's heart reached out to this cousin who slumped on the sofa, looking weary, disgruntled, and sore. Poe, she said, going to him. She smoothed his hair and kissed the top of his head. What can I do? Sighing, he said, you could go comfort Gideon. A voice answered her knock. When she entered Gideon's rooms, Gideon was sitting against the wall on the floor in rapt contemplation of his left hand. "You're left-handed," Bitterblue said. "I suppose I should have noticed that before." He flexed the hand and spoke grimly, not looking up. "I spar sometimes with my right, just for practice. Have you hurt yourself?" "No." "Is left-handedness an advantage in fights?" He shot Bitterblue a sardonic glance. "Against Poe? Against normal people." A disinterested shrug. "Sometimes. Most fighters are better trained to defend against a right-handed assault." Even Gideon's grumpy voice was nice and timber. "Shall I stay?" Bitterblue asked lightly. "Or shall I go?" He dropped his hand then and looked up at her, looked straight at her. His face softened. "Stay, Lady Queen." Then, seeming to remember his manners, he made a move to stand up. "Oh, please," Bitterblue said. "It's a stupid custom," and she lowered herself to the floor beside him, putting her back to the wall for symmetry's sake, commencing an inspection of her own hands. "Less than 2 hours ago," she said, "I sat beside a friend, just like this, on the roof of a shop in the city." "What? Really?" "We'd been chased there by people who wanted to kill him." "Lady Queen," Gideon said, almost choking, "are you serious?" "Don't tell anyone," Bitterblue said, "and don't interfere." "You mean that Katza and Poe—" "Don't think of him and think of it at the same time," Bitterblue said calmly. "Don't ever bring him up in any conversation or contemplation you don't wish him to be a part of." Gideon made a noise of disbelief, then went quiet, working that over for a while. "Let's discuss what you've just told me another time, Lady Queen," he said, "for my thoughts are rather single-mindedly on Poe right now." "The only point I wanted to make," Bitterblue said, "is that I have an irrational terror of heights." "Heights?" Gideon said, sounding lost. "On occasion," she said. "It is profoundly humiliating." Gideon went quiet again. When he next spoke, he was not lost. "I've shown you my worst behavior, Lady Queen, and you respond with kindness." "If that's really the worst you've got," Bitterblue said, "then Poe has an excellent friend indeed." Gideon stared into his hands again, which were broad and big as plates. Bitterblue resisted the urge to hold hers up to his and marvel at the difference in size. "I've been trying to decide which is the most humiliating," he said. "That I was only able to hit him because he let me. He stood there like a punching bag, Lady Queen." "And you won't get the credit for it," said Bitterblue. "Everyone will think Katza made a mistake in one of their practice fights. No one will believe you managed it." "Don't feel the need to spare my feelings, Lady Queen," he said dryly. "Go on," Bitterblue said, grinning. "You were enumerating the points of your humiliation." "Yes, you're very thoughtful." "Second, it's not pleasant to be the last person to know." "Ah," Bitterblue said, "I'll just point out that you're far from the last person to know." "But you understand me, Lady Queen. I spend more time with Poe than any of the rest of you, even Katza, though really there's no contest." "What do you mean?" "The truest humiliation," he said, then stopped, suddenly stiff-jawed and miserable, drawing his arms and shoulders close to his body, as if it were a thing he could protect himself from physically, like a blow or like cold weather, which, of course, it wasn't. Bitterblue stretched her legs out straight and made a quiet show of smoothing her trousers to spare him the embarrassment of being watched. She said simply, "I know." He nodded once. "I've opened so much of myself to him, especially in the early years when I had no suspicions and never thought to take care with my thoughts, and also happened to hate him. He knew every point of resentment I bore against him, every jealous thought, he knew. And now I'm remembering all of it, every single piece of malice, and the humiliation is double because as I relive it, he does too. Yes, this was the worst, the most unfair and humiliating thing about any mind reader, especially a secret mind reader. It was the reason Katza was so frightened, a great wellspring of wrath and humiliation, all focused on Poe, especially if Poe began telling his truth indiscriminately. "Katza has told me that she was also humiliated when Poe first told her," Bitterblue said, "and furious. She threatened to tell everyone. She never wanted to see him again." "Yes," Gideon said, "and then she ran away with him. He spoke those words mildly, which interested her. Bitterblue considered his tone for an instant, then decided to seize it as justification for asking an utterly inappropriate question about something she'd been wondering. Are you in love with her? He shot her an incredulous brown glare. Is that any of your business? No, she said. Are you in love with him? Gideon rubbed his eyebrows in wonderment. Lady Queen, where is this coming from? Well, it fits, doesn't it? It explains the tension with Katza. I hope you haven't been stirring up this sort of talk with the others. If you have nosy questions about me, ask me. I am, Bitterblue said. Yes, Gideon said, chewing on the word with admirable good humor. You are. I haven't, she said. Lady Queen, asked anyone this question but you, she said, and no one has said anything definitive about it to me, and I can keep a secret. Ah, he said. Well, it's not much of a secret, really, and I suppose I don't mind telling you. Thank you. Oh, my pleasure. It's your delicacy, you know. It makes a fellow want to bare his soul. Bitterblue grinned. I was rather obsessed with Katza once, he said, for a long time. I said some wrong-headed things I'm ashamed of, and Katza won't forgive me. In the meantime, I've recovered from my obsession. Is that true? Lady Queen, he said patiently, among my less attractive qualities is a certain pride that serves me well when I discover that a woman I love never would and never could give me the things I want. The things you want? Bitterblue repeated acidly. Is that what it's about? The things you want? What are these things? Someone who can bear the grievousness of my company, to start with. I'm afraid I insist upon it. Bitterblue burst into laughter. He watched her, smiling, then sighed. Some bad feelings linger, he said quietly, even when the thing that brought them into being has died. I've wanted to hit Poe practically since the first time I laid eyes on him. I'm glad it's finally done. Now I can see what an empty wish it was. Oh, Gideon, Bitterblue said, then went quiet, because the things she wanted to say were things she couldn't articulate. Bitterblue loved Katza and Poe with a love as big as the earth, but she knew what it was like to be lost on the edges of their love for each other. I need your help, she said, thinking that distraction might be a comfort to him. He looked at her in surprise. What is it, Lady Queen? Someone is trying to kill people who wish to bring Leck's crimes to light, she said. If in your wanderings you hear anything about it, will you let me know? Of course, he said. Goodness, do you think it's someone like Danzel? Other nobles who stole for Leck and don't want the truths of their past to come out? I have no idea, she said, but at least that would make some sort of logical sense. Yes, I'll have to look into that. Though I hardly know where to start, she added tiredly. I've got hundreds of nobles I've never even heard of. Gideon, what do you think of my guard Holt? Holt is a council ally, Lady Queen, Gideon said. He stood guard during the meeting that took place in the library. Did he? Bitterblue said. He's also been stealing my sculptures. Gideon stared at her in the sheerest amazement. Then, bringing them back, said Bitterblue, will you pay him close attention in your dealings, Gideon? I'm worried about his health. You want me to pay close attention to Holt, who is stealing your sculptures, because you're concerned for his health? Gideon repeated incredulously. Yes, his mental health. Please don't tell him I mentioned the sculptures. You do trust him, though, Gideon? Holt, who is stealing your sculptures and is of questionable mental health? Yes, I trusted him 5 minutes ago. Now I'm at a bit of a loss. Your opinion 5 minutes ago is good enough for me, Bitterblue said. You have good instincts. Have I? I suppose I should go back to my rooms now, Bitterblue said, sighing. Katza is there. I expect she intends to yell at me. I very much doubt that, Lady Queen. The two of them together can be so pushy, you know, said Bitterblue impishly. Part of me hopes you broke his nose. The knuckles of Gideon's left hand were darkening with bruises from their impact with Poe's face. He did not rise to her bait. Instead, still studying his own hand, he said quietly, "I will never tell his secret." Back in her rooms, she looked in on Poe. Finding him asleep on the sofa, snoring with the clogged snore of someone whose nose is swollen, she covered him with a blanket. Then, having no more excuses, she went to her bedroom. Katza and Helda were making up the sheets to her bed. "Thank goodness," Katza said at the sight of her. "Helda's been trying to impress me with the embroidery on the sheets. One more minute and I thought I might use them to hang myself." "My mother did the embroidery," Bitterblue said. Katza clapped her mouth shut and glared at Helda. "Thank you, Helda, for mentioning that detail." Helda expertly snapped a blanket open so that it billowed over the bed. "Can I be blamed for forgetting details when I'm worried to distraction at finding the queen missing from her bed?" she said. Then she marched to the pillows and beat them mercilessly until they lay puffed out like obedient clouds. Bitterblue thought it might be to her advantage to take control of this conversation from the start. "Helda," she said, "I need the help of my spies. People in the city who are trying to uncover truths about Leck's time are being killed. I need to know who's behind this. Can we find out?" "Of course we can find out," said Helda with a self-righteous sniff. "And in the meantime, while killers are running around on the loose, you'll be moving among them dressed like a boy with no guard to look out for you and not even your own name to protect you. The two of you think I'm a foolish old woman whose opinions don't matter." "Helda!" Katza exclaimed, practically vaulting over the bed to be near her. "That's certainly not what we think." "It's all right," Helda said, giving the pillows one last thrashing, then straightening to face her two young ladies with unapproachable dignity. "It hardly matters. Even if you thought me graced with supreme knowledge, you'd none of you listen to me, and every one of you do whatever harebrained thing you liked. You all think you're invincible, don't you? You think the only thing that doesn't matter is your own safety. It's enough to drive a woman wild." She reached deep into a pocket and flung a small bundle onto Bitterblue's bed. "I've known from the beginning that you sneak out nights, Lady Queen. The 2 nights you never came home were sleepless nights for me. You might remember that the next time you contemplate lying in some bed other than your own. I won't pretend that I don't know the pressures you're under, and that goes for you too, my lady," she added, gesturing at Katza. "I won't deny but that your responsibilities differ from any I've ever known, and when push comes to shove, you're to be held to a different standard than other people. But that does not mean that it feels nice to be lied to and taken for a fool. Tell your young man that," she finished, raising her chin a notch to stare into Katz's eyes. Then she marched from the room. A long silence followed. "She's rather good at keeping secrets, isn't she?" Bitterblue said, somewhere between shame and alarm. "She's your spy master," said Katza, dropping onto the bed, splaying out on her back. "I feel like mud." "Me too. I wonder what she meant about Poe exactly. He said nothing about her knowing. Is that true, Bitterblue, about the killing in your city? If it is, I don't want to leave."
"It is," said Bitterblue quietly, "and I don't want you to leave either, but I think you belong to Estill right now, don't you? Bitterblue, come here, won't you?" Bitterblue let Katza grab her arm and pull her to the bed. They sat facing each other, Katza holding her hand. Katza's hands were strong, alive, and hot like a furnace. "Where do you go at night?" Katza asked. Like that, the spell was broken. Bitterblue pulled away. "That's not a fair question." "Then don't answer it," Katza said, surprised. "I'm not Poe. But I can't lie to you," she thought. "If you ask me for something, I'll give it. I go to the East City," she said, "to visit friends." "What kind of friends?" "A printer and a sailor who works with him." "Is it dangerous?" "Yes," she said, "sometimes." "It's not your business, and it's nothing I can't handle, so stop asking questions." Katza sat for a moment, frowning into the middle distance. Then she said quietly, "This printer and this sailor, Bitterblue, have you—" she paused. "Have you lost your heart to either of them?"
No, Bitterblue said, stunned and breathless. Stop asking me questions. Do you need me? Is there anything you'll let me do? No, go away. Yes, stay with me. Stay here until I fall asleep. Tell me I'm safe and my world will make sense. Tell me what to do about how I feel when Soft touches me. Tell me what it means to lose your heart to somebody. Katsa turned to her, pushed her hair back, kissed her forehead, pressed something into her hand. This may be a thing you neither want nor need, she said, but I'd rather you have it, wishing you didn't, than not have it and wish you did. And Katsa left, closing the door behind her, off to who knew what adventure. Her bed, most likely, with Poe, where they would lose themselves to each other. Bitterblue examined the item in her hand. It was a medicinal envelope with a label written clear across the front. Seabane, for the prevention of pregnancy. Numbly, she read the instructions. Then, setting the seabane aside, she tried to sort out what she felt, but got nowhere. Remembering the bundle Helda had thrown onto the blanket, she reached for it. It was a cloth pouch, which opened to reveal another medicinal envelope, also clearly labeled. She laughed, not certain what was so funny about a girl with a muddled heart having enough seabane to last the entirety of her childbearing years. Then, exhausted almost to dizziness, she stretched onto her side and pressed her face, where Katsa had kissed it, into Helda's impeccable pillows. 18. Bitterblue was having a dream of a man, a friend. He began as Poe, then turned to Gideon, then Soph. When he became Soph, he began to kiss her. Will it hurt? Bitterblue asked. Then her mother was there between them, saying to her calmly, "It's all right, sweetheart. He doesn't mean to hurt you. Take his hand." "I don't mind if it hurts," Bitterblue said. "I just want to know." "I won't let him hurt you," Ashen said, suddenly wild and frantic. And Bitterblue saw that the man had changed again. Now he was Leck. Ashen was standing between Bitterblue and Leck, guarding Bitterblue from him. Bitterblue was a little girl. "I would never hurt her," said Leck, smiling. He was holding a knife. "I won't let you near her," said Ashen, shaking but certain. "Her life will not be like mine. I will protect her from that." Leck sheathed his knife. Then he punched Ashen in the stomach, pushed her to the floor, kicked her, and walked away, while Bitterblue screamed. In her bed, Bitterblue woke in tears. The last part of the dream was more than a dream. It was a memory. Ashen had never let Leck talk Bitterblue into going away with him, to his rooms, his cages. Leck had always punished Ashen for interfering. And whenever Bitterblue had run to her mother, crumpled on the floor, Ashen had always whispered, "You must never go with him. Promise me, Bitterblue. It would hurt me more than anything he could ever do to me." "I never did, Mama," she thought, tears soaking into her sheets. "I never went with him. I kept my promise. But you died anyway." At morning practice, sparring with Ban, she couldn't focus. "What's wrong, Lady Queen?" he asked. "I had a bad dream," she told him, rubbing her face. "It was a dream of my father hurting my mother. Then I woke up and realized it was true." Ban paused his sword to consider this. His calm eyes touched her, reminding her of the beginning of the dream, the part where Ashen had comforted her. "Dreams like that can be awful," he said. "I have one that recurs sometimes, about the circumstances of my own parents' deaths. It can torment me cruelly." "Oh, Ban," she said, "I'm sorry. How did they die?" "Illness," he said. "They had terrible hallucinations and said cruel things I know now they didn't mean. But when I was a child, I didn't understand that they were being cruel only because of the illness. When I'm dreaming, it's the same." "I hate dreams," said Bitterblue, angry now in his defense. "What if you attacked your dream while you're awake, Lady Queen?" said Ban. "Could you act out what it would be like to fight back against your father? You could pretend I'm him and get your revenge right now," he said, raising his sword in preparation for her attack. It did improve her swordplay for the morning, pretending to attack the Leck of her dream. But Ban was a big, kind man in the real world, and she could hurt him if she came at him too hard. Her imagination wouldn't quite allow her to forget that. At lesson's end, she had a muscle cramp in her hand, and she was still out of sorts. In her tower office, Bitterblue watched Thiel and Runnymede shift carefully around each other with silent, stiff faces. Whatever argument they were having today, it was as big as a third person in the room. She wondered what to say to them about the truth seekers under attack. She couldn't claim to have accidentally overheard a detailed conversation about knifings and bloody street murders. That would border on the absurd. She would have to use the spy excuse again. But spreading false information about things her spies supposedly knew, could she put her spies in danger? Also, Teddy, Soph, and their friends broke the law. Was it fair to bring that to Thiel and Runnymede's attention? "Why don't I know more about my nobles?" she said. "Why are there hundreds of lords and ladies I wouldn't recognize if they walked through that door?" "Lady Queen," said Thiel gently, "it's our job to prevent you from having to deal with every small matter." "Ah, but as you're so overwhelmed with my work," she said significantly, "I think it's best I learn what I can. I should like to know their stories and reassure myself that they aren't all mad like Danshole. Are we three alone again today?" she added, then clarified, needing to force the point. "Is Rude having nervous fits and Darby still drunk?" Runnymede rose from his perch in the window. "What an inconsiderate thing to say, Lady Queen," he said, sounding actually hurt. "Rude cannot help his nerves." "I never said he could," said Bitterblue. "I only said he has them. Why must we always pretend? Wouldn't it be more productive to talk about the things we know?" Deciding there was something she wanted, needed, she stood up. "Where are you going, Lady Queen?" asked Runnymede. "To Madeline," she said. "I need a healer." "Are you ill, Lady Queen?" asked Thiel in distress, taking a step forward, reaching out a hand. "That's a matter for me to discuss with a healer," she said, holding his eyes to let it sink in. "Are you a healer, Thiel?" Then she left, so that she wouldn't have to see him crushed by nothing, by words that shouldn't matter, and feel her shame. When Bitterblue stepped into Madeline's room, Madeline was scribbling in symbols at a desk covered with papers. "Lady Queen," Madeline said, gathering her papers together and pushing them under her blotter, "I hope you're here to rescue me from my medical writing. Are you all right?" she asked, taking in Bitterblue's expression. "Madeline," said Bitterblue, sitting on the bed, "I had a dream last night that my mother refused to let my father take me away, so he hit her."
Only it wasn't a dream, Madeline. It was a memory. It's a thing that happened over and over, and I was never able to protect her. Shivering, Bitterblue hugged herself. Maybe I could have protected her if I'd gone with him when he asked, but I never did. She made me promise not to. Madeline came to sit beside her on the bed. "Lady Queen," she said with her own particular brand of rough gentleness, "it is not the job of a child to protect her mother. It's the mother's job to protect the child. By allowing your mother to protect you, you gave her a gift. Do you understand me?" Bitterblue had never thought of it this way before. She found that she was holding Madeline's hand, her eyes full of tears. Finally, after a while, she said, "The dream didn't start out bad." "Oh?" said Madeline. "Did you come here to talk about your dream, Lady Queen?" "Yes. My hand hurts," said Bitterblue, opening her hand and showing it to Madeline. "Is it serious? I think I was holding my sword too hard at practice this morning." "Well," said Madeline, seeming to understand. She took Bitterblue's hand and explored it with light fingers. "That sounds easily mended, Lady Queen." It did mend something, those few minutes of Madeline's gentle touch. On her way back to her tower, Bitterblue encountered Raffin in the middle of the hallway, peering worriedly at a knife in his hands. "What is it?" asked Bitterblue, stopping before him. "Has something happened, Raffin?" "Lady Queen," he said, politely moving the knife far away from her and, in the process, nearly poking a passing member of the Monsian Guard, who jumped away in alarm. "Oh dear," Raffin said. "That's just it." "What's just it, Raffin?"
Ban and I are taking a trip into Sunder, and Katza says I must wear this on my arm, but I truly feel the danger is greater if I do. What if it falls out and impales me? What if it flings itself from my sleeve and lodges in someone else? I'm perfectly content poisoning people, Raffin muttered, pulling up his sleeve and holstering the knife. Poison is civilized and controlled. Why must everything involve knives and blood? It will not fly out of your sleeve, Raffin, said Bitterblue soothingly. I promise. Sunder? Only briefly, Lady Queen. Poe will stay here with you. I thought Poe and Gideon were taking the tunnel into a still. Raffin cleared his throat. Gideon isn't desirous of Poe's company just now, Lady Queen, he said delicately. Gideon is going alone. I see, said Bitterblue. Where will you go after Sunder? Not back home? As it happens, Lady Queen, said Raffin, that is not an option. My father has made it known that members of the council aren't welcome in the Midlands at the moment. What? Said Bitterblue. Even his own son? Oh, it's only political bluster, Lady Queen. I know my father, regrettably. He's trying to appease the kings of Estill, Sunder, and Wester because they dislike him even more than they used to, now that Nander has fallen at the hands of an organization that likely includes me and Katza. I don't expect he could keep any of us out without making more of a scene than he wants to. But it's no inconvenience to us at the moment, so we won't protest. It'll chafe at Gideon most if it continues. He never likes to be away from his estate for too long. Is it really supposed to feel like this? Raffin demanded, shaking his forearm. Like you have a blade against your skin? Asked Bitterblue. Yes, and if someone tries to hurt you, you must use it, Raffin. Assuming there's no time to respond with poison, of course, she added dryly. I've done it before, Raffin said darkly. It's only a matter of information. As long as I know an attack is being planned, I can foil the whole thing as well as anyone else, and usually no one needs to die. Then he sighed. How have things come to this, Lady Queen? Have things ever been any other way? Peaceful, you mean, and safe, he said. I suppose not, and I suppose we may as well be in the thick of the violence, trying to take some control over the way it plays out. Bitterblue considered this prince, the son of a bully king, the cousin of a fireball like Katza. Will you like to be king, Raffin? His answer was in the resignation that came over his face. Does it matter? He responded quietly. Then he added, shrugging, I shall have less time for mayhem, and, sadly, less time for my medicines. And I will have to marry, because a king must produce heirs. Glancing into her face, he said with a small smile, You know, I would ask you to marry me, except that it's not a thing I would ask anyone without Ban present, nor would I actually make you such an inadequate offer in earnest. It would solve a great many of my problems, and create problems for you, She couldn't help smiling. I confess it's not a future I would wish for, she said. On the other hand, it's no less romantic than any other proposal I've ever gotten. Ask me again in 5 years. Perhaps then I'll be in need of something complicated and strange that looks good to the rest of the world. Chuckling, Raffin practiced straightening his arm, bending it, straightening it again. What if I stick Ban by accident? He asked grumpily. Just open your eyes wide and look where you're stabbing, said Bitterblue cheerfully. Running through the East City that night, she wasn't certain what she was running toward. With truth seekers and truth killers on her mind, she was alert, trusting no one she passed, conscious of the blades on her own arms, of how quickly she could whip them out if she needed to. When a hooded woman passed under a street lamp and gold paint on her lips caught the light, it stopped Bitterblue like a shock. Gold paint and glitter around her eyes. Bitterblue stood, breathing hard. Yes, it was late September. Yes, it could very well be the equinox. Yes, it did seem likely that some people in the city would celebrate, discreetly, those traditional rituals. For example, the same people who buried their dead and stole back truths. For the merest instant, Bitterblue was uncertain. In that instant, she could have turned back. It wasn't thought. It didn't go that deep. It was in the fingertips she brought to her lips and on her skin. She ran on.
Tilda answered her knock and pulled her into a room she barely recognized, so full was it of people and noise. Tilda bent down and kissed Bitterblue on the lips, smiling, wearing an ornament in her hair, more like a hat, really, made of hanging, swaying drops of glass. "Come kiss Teddy," Tilda said, or at least it was what Bitterblue thought she said, for two young men to her right were singing raucously, arms linked. One of them, seeing Bitterblue, leaned in, pulling the other along, and gave her a peck on the lips. Half of his face was painted with silver glitter, to dazzling effect. He was attractive, they were both attractive, and Bitterblue began to understand that it was going to be an alarming night. Tilda led her through the doorway into Teddy and Saf's apartment, where light blazed on people's jewelry and face glitter, on the golden drinks they held in tumblers. The room was too small for so many people. Bren appeared out of nowhere, took Bitterblue's chin, and kissed her. Flowers were painted all across Bren's cheekbones and down her neck. When Bitterblue finally reached Teddy's cut in the corner, she dropped into a chair beside him, breathless, relieved to find him unpainted and dressed just like his usual self. "I suppose I have to kiss you," she said. "Indeed," he said cheerily. Pulling on her hand, drawing her near, he gave her a soft and sweet kiss. "Isn't it marvelous?" he said, smacking one last little kiss onto her nose. "Well, it's something," said Bitterblue, whose head was spinning. "I just love parties," he said. "Teddy," she said, noticing the glass in his hand, full of some amber liquid, "should you be drinking that in your condition?" "Perhaps not. I'm drunk," he said gleefully, then threw back his glass and held it out to a fellow nearby for a refill. The fellow gave him both a refill and a kiss.
Someone took Bitterblue's hand and pulled her up from the chair. Turning, she was kissing Saf. It was not like the other kisses, not at all. "Sparks," he whispered into the place beneath her ear, nuzzling her, pulling her hood back, which made her crane her face up and kiss him more. He seemed amenable to more kissing. When it occurred to her that eventually he might stop kissing her, her hands reached to take hold of his shirt and anchor him there, and she bit him. "Sparks," he said, grinning, then chuckling, but staying right where he was. His eyelids and the skin around his eyes were painted gold in the shape of a mask, which was startling and exciting. Rough hands yanked them apart. "Hello," said a man Bitterblue had never seen before, pale-haired and mean-looking and clearly not sober. He shoved his finger in Saf's face. "I don't think you understand the nature of this holiday, Sapphire. I don't think you understand the nature of our relationship, Ander," Saf said with sudden ferocity, then smashed his fist into the other man's face so fast that Bitterblue was left gasping. An instant later, people had grabbed onto both of them and pulled them apart, pulled them away, taken them out of the room, and Bitterblue stood there, dazed and bereft. "Lucky," said a voice. Teddy was holding his hand out to her from the cot, like a rope to pull her to shore. Going to him numbly, Bitterblue took his hand and sat. After a moment of trying to figure it out on her own, she said, "What just happened?" "Oh, Sparks," said Teddy, patting her hand. "Welcome to Sapphire's world." "No, seriously, Teddy," she said. "Please don't talk in riddles. What just happened? Was that one of the bullies who liked to beat him up?" "No," said Teddy, shaking his head ponderously. "That was a different kind of bully. Saf keeps a vast range of bullies on hand at all times. That one seemed to be of the jealous variety." "Jealous? Of me? Well, you're the one who was kissing him in rather a non-holiday manner, weren't you?" "But is that man his?" "No," Teddy repeated. "Not now. Unfortunately, Ander is a psychopath. Saf has the most bizarre taste, Sparks, present company excluded, of course, and I really cannot warn you strongly against getting involved, but what good will it do?" Teddy flapped his free hand in a gesture of despair, sloshing his drink. "It's clear you're already involved. I'll talk to him. He likes you. Maybe I can get through to him about you." "Who else is there?" she heard herself ask. Teddy shook his head unhappily. "No one," he said. "But he's not good for you, Sparks. Do you understand that? He's not going to marry you." "I don't want him to marry me," said Bitterblue. "Whatever you want him to do to you," Teddy said flatly, "I beg you to remember that he is reckless." Then, taking another big sip of his drink, he added, "I fear that you're the one who's drunk." She left the party with the feeling, physical and painful, that something was unfinished. But there was nothing to be done about it. Saf had not returned. Outside, she pulled her hood close, for the night air held a chill and the promise of rain. When she stepped into the graveyard, a shape moved in the shadows. She reached for her knives, then saw that it was Saf. "Sparks," he said. As he moved toward her, she understood something all at once, something that had to do with his gold, his recklessness, the mad sparkle of his face paint, his aliveness and roughness and realness that reminded her too much, suddenly, of Katsa, of Poe, of everyone she loved and fought with and worried about. "Sparks," he said, breathlessly, stopping before her. "I've been waiting for you so I can apologize. I'm sorry for what I did in there." She looked up at him, unable to answer. "Sparks," he said, "why are you crying?" "I'm not." "I made you cry," he said in distress, closing the space between them and gathering her into a hug. Then he began kissing her, and she lost her hold on what had been making her cry. It was different this time, because of the silence and because they were alone. Standing in the graveyard, they were the only two people on Earth. He shifted and began to be more gentle, too gentle, on purpose. He was making her crazy, on purpose, with want, teasing her. She knew it from his smile. Vaguely, she was conscious that their clothing was in the way of the kind of touching she wanted. "Sparks," he'd murmured something she hadn't heard. "Huh? Teddy's going to kill me," he said. "Teddy? The thing is, I like you. I know I'm a mess, but I like you." "Mm-hmm. I know you don't trust me." Thoughts came slowly. "No," she whispered, understanding, grinning. "You're a thief." Now he was smiling too much to kiss properly. "I'll be the thief," he said, "and you can be the liar." "Saf, you're my liar," he whispered. "Will you tell me a lie, Sparks? Tell me your name." "My name?" she whispered, began to speak, then caught herself, froze and stopped kissing him. She'd very nearly said her name aloud. "Saf," she said, jangling with the pain of abruptly, jaggedly becoming conscious. "Wait," she said, gasping. "Wait, let me think." "Sparks?" She struggled against his hold. He tried to stop her, then he too came awake and understood. "Sparks?" he said again, releasing her, blinking, confused. "What is it?" She stared at him, sober now to what she was doing in this graveyard with a boy who liked her and had no idea who she was, no idea of the magnitude of the lie he was begging her to tell. "I have to go," she said, because she needed to be where he couldn't see her comprehension. "Now?" he said. "What's wrong? I'll walk with you." "No," she said. "I have to go, Saf." She turned and ran. "Never again. I must never even visit them again, no matter how much I want to. Am I mad? Am I positively mad? Look at the kind of queen I am. Look what I would do to one of my own people. My father would be pleased with my perfect lie." She was beyond any care as she ran with her hood low, beyond taking notice of anything around her. And so she was woefully unprepared when a person reared out of a dark doorway just outside the castle and clamped a hand to her mouth. 19 training kicked in. Bitterblue did what Katsa had taught her and dropped like a stone, surprising her assailant with her sudden weight, then connecting her elbow to some soft part of a torso. The person lost his balance, and she fell with him, scrabbling for her knives, cursing, shouting, gasping. And then a small cart parked across the street transformed into something with shrouded arms and legs that burst toward them, flapping, swinging, knife flashing, chasing her assailant away. Bitterblue lay in the gutter where she'd been flung, stunned, slowly realizing that she was alone. What in the skies just happened? Shoving herself to her feet, she assessed the damage. Aching head and shoulder and ankle, but nothing broken or unworking. When she touched her stinging forehead, blood came away on her fingers. Paying much greater attention now, she ran the rest of the way to the castle and, once inside, set out to find Poe. He was not in his rooms. Katz's rooms seemed particularly far away in the dead of night. By the time Bitterblue got there, her head was splitting with pain and consumed with a specific question. Had the person who attacked her known whom he was attacking, or had it been a random attack on a stranger? And if he had known, what had he known? Had he thought himself to be attacking the Queen, or merely the Queen's spy? Or perhaps a miscellaneous friend of Soph and Teddy's? Had their struggle on the ground elucidated her identity to him? She had not recognized him, nor had she heard him speak, so she couldn't say if he was Monsian. She knew nothing at all. Bitterblue tapped Katz's door. The door shot open partway, and Katza slammed herself into the crack, torso wrapped in a sheet, eyes glaring, bare shoulders blocking ingress. "Oh, hello," she said, letting the door go. "What happened? Are you all right?" "I need Poe," Bitterblue said. "Is he awake?" The door swung open to reveal the bed, where Poe lay sleeping.
"He's exhausted," said Katza. "What happened, sweetheart?" she asked again. "Someone attacked me outside the castle," Bitterblue said. Katza's eyes blazed blue and green, and Poe sat up in bed like a mechanical doll. "What is it?" he said blearily. "Wildcat? Is it morning?" "It's the middle of the night, and Bitterblue's been attacked," Katza said. "Seize," Poe said, launching himself out of bed, dragging his sheet with him, knotting it around his waist, and blundering back and forth like he was still half asleep. His bruised face looked thoroughly disreputable. "Who? Where? Which street? Did they speak with an accent? Are you all right? You seem all right. Which way did they go?" "I don't even know if the attack was meant for me or for the spy I was pretending to be," Bitterblue said. "Nor do I know who it was. It was no one I recognized, and he didn't speak. But I believe that the Graceling was there, Poe, Holt's niece, with the grace of disguise. I believe she may have come to my aid." "Ah," Poe said, going still all of a sudden, then placing his hands on his hips and taking on a bizarre expression, a sort of studied nonchalance. "Holt's niece?" Katza said, peering at Poe, puzzled. "Hava? What about her? And why do you have sparkly stuff all over your face, Bitterblue?" "Oh," Bitterblue found a chair and sat, rubbing randomly at the paint she couldn't see on her face, the entire unhappy night flowing into her at once. "Don't ask me about the paint while Poe is here, Katza, please," she said, fighting tears. "The paint is private. It has nothing to do with the attack." Katza seemed to understand this. Going to a side table, she poured water into a bowl. Then, kneeling, she stroked Bitterblue's face with a soft cloth and cool water, patted her stinging forehead. This gentleness was too much. Big, seeping tears began to run down Bitterblue's cheeks, which Katza accepted in stride, patting them away. "Poe," Katza said in a measured voice, "why are you standing there trying to look innocent? What's going on with Hava?" "I am innocent," Poe said indignantly. "A week or so ago I met her, is all." "Ah," said Bitterblue, Poe's perfect comprehension of the Holt sculpture debacle last night finally making sense. "You're friends with my kidnapper? Lovely." "She was in the castle sneaking around," Poe went on, waving this away, "trying to visit Holt. I sensed her pretending to be a sculpture in one of the hallways and apprehended her. We had a little chat. I trust her. She was very out of the loop that day with Danzel, Bitterblue. She didn't realize, until it all happened, that he'd been intending to go so far as to kidnap you. She feels awful about it. Anyway, she agreed to spend some time in the wee hours of the morning keeping an eye out for your safety. I worry that she hasn't contacted me," he added, rubbing his face with both palms, "because I asked her to get in touch if anything ever happened. How far from the castle did the attack take place, Bitterblue? I can't find her anywhere outside." "Get in touch how?" Katza asked, absently passing the cloth to Bitterblue. "It was near to the east wall," Bitterblue said, "not in view of it, but one street beyond." "What exactly are you doing, asking her to keep an eye out for me, Poe? She's a wanted fugitive.
And does this mean you've told her I go out nights? How was she supposed to get in touch with you? Katsa asked. I told you, Po said to Bitterblue. I trust her. Then trust her with your secrets, not mine, Po. Tell me she doesn't know. Po, Katsa said in such a strange voice that both Po and Bitterblue stopped, turning to look at her. She had backed away nearly to the door and wrapped her bare arms around her sheet dress, as if she were cold. Po, she said again, how was Hava to get in touch with you? Was she to come knocking on our doors? What do you mean? He asked, then swallowed, then rubbed the back of his neck, looking uncomfortable. How? Katsa said, did you explain to her that you knew she was a person, not a sculpture? You're jumping to conclusions, Po said. Katsa stared at Po with an expression on her face Bitterblue didn't often see, the look of a person who's been punched in the gut. Po, Katsa whispered, she's a total stranger. We don't know the first thing about her. Hands on hips, head hanging, Po blew a breath of air at the floor. I don't need your permission, he said, rather helplessly. But you're being reckless, Po, and devious. You made a promise that you would tell me whenever you decided to tell someone new. Don't you remember? Telling you would have meant fighting a war with you about it, Katsa. I should be able to decide about my own secrets without having to go into battle with you every single time. But if you've changed your mind about a promise, Katsa said desperately, you must tell me. Otherwise, you're breaking the promise, and I'm left feeling that you've lied. How is it that I should need to explain this to you? This is the sort of thing you usually have to explain to me. You know what? Said Po suddenly, forcefully. I can't do this with you around. I can't work through this thing when I know every moment how much it frightens you. If you imagine that I'm going to leave you while you're in this mindset, you have to leave. It's been agreed. You go north to look for the tunnel to a still. I won't go. None of us will. If you're determined to ruin your own life, at least your friends will be here for you. Katsa was yelling now. They were both yelling. And Bitterblue had made herself small in her chair, flinching at the terrible noise, clutching the damp cloth to her chest with both hands. Ruin my life, Po cried. Perhaps I'm trying to save my life. Save your life? You remember the deal, Katsa. If you won't leave, then I will, and you'll let me go. Katsa was holding the door handle, her fingers so tight that Bitterblue half expected the handle to snap off. Katsa stared at Po for a long time, saying nothing. You were leaving anyway, Po said quietly, taking a step toward her. Love, you were leaving, and then you're going to come back. That's all I need right now. I need time. Don't come any closer, Katsa said. No, don't say any more, as he opened his mouth again to speak. A tear slid down Katsa's face. I understand you, she said, completely. And she pulled on the door, slipped through the crack, and was gone. Where is she going? Bitterblue asked, startled. She's not dressed. Po sank onto the bed. Dropping his head into his hands, he said, she's going north to search for the tunnel to a still. Now? But she has no supplies. She's wearing a sheet. I've located Hava, he said roughly. She's hiding in the art gallery. She has blood on her hands, and she's telling me that your attacker is dead. I'll get dressed and go up to her to see what she knows. Po, will you let Katsa go like this? He made no response. She understood, from the tears he was trying to hide from her, that he had no wish to discuss it. Bitterblue watched him for a moment. Then, going to him, she touched his hair. I love you, Po, she said, whatever you do. Then she left. A lamp was lit in her sitting room. The blue of the room was swallowed in darkness, and a silver sword lay gleaming on the table, seeming to hold all the light. Beside it was a note. Lady Queen, it's been decided I must leave for a still in the morning, but I wanted to deliver this from Ornick first. I hope you're as pleased with it as I am, and will have no pause to use it while I'm gone. I'm sorry I won't be around to help you with your various puzzles. Yours, Gideon. Bitterblue lifted the sword. It was a solid shaft, weighty and well-balanced, well-fitted to her hand, her arm. Simple in design, dazzling in the darkness. Ornick did well, she thought, holding it aloft. I could have used it tonight. In her bedroom, Bitterblue made a place for the sword and belt on her bedside table. The mirror showed her a girl with a scrape on her forehead, raw and ugly. a girl who was tear-stained, paint-smudged, chap-lipped, messy-haired. All that shed done tonight was visible on her face. She almost couldn't believe that the morning had started with her dream, her visit to Madeline, that only last night she'd run with Saf across the city roofs and learned about the truth killers. Now Katza was gone, on her way to some tunnel. Gideon was soon to leave too, and Raffin and Ben. How did so much happen in so little time? Saf, her mother's embroidery, happy fish and snowflakes and castles in their rows, boats and anchors, the sun and stars, filled Bitterblue with loneliness. Before she even laid herself down properly, she was asleep. In the morning, both Teal and Runnemud were quite taken aback by the scrape on her forehead. Teal, in particular, acted as if her head were hanging on by a mere thread until she snapped at him to take hold of himself. Runnemud, seated in the window as usual, pushed his hand through his hair, jeweled rings glinting, eyes glinting. He would not stop staring at her. Bitterblue got the feeling that when she told him the scrape was from practice with Katza, he didn't believe her. When Darby came bounding in, sober, bright-eyed, and alarmed that the Queen should exhibit something as dreadful as a scratch, Bitterblue decided it was high time to take a break from her tower. "Library," she said in response to Runnemud's inquiring eyebrow. "Don't get your pants in a knot. I won't stay long." Making her way down the spiral steps, leaning on the wall to steady herself, Bitterblue changed her mind. She wasn't spending much time in her high court these days. There never seemed to be anything interesting going on. But today, she'd like to sit with her judges for just a short while, even if it meant gritting her teeth through a tedious boundary dispute or some such. She'd like to look into their faces and measure their manners, get a feel for whether any of those 8 powerful men might be the type to silence the city's truth seekers. The city's truth seekers. Whenever she touched them with her thoughts today, her heart was a bright burst of sadness and shame. When she walked into the High Court, a trial had already begun. At the sight of her, the entire court stood. "Catch me up," she said to the clerk as she crossed the dais to her chair. "Accused of murder in the 1st degree, Lady Queen," said the clerk briskly. "Monsian name, Birch. Leonid name, Sapphire. Sapphire Birch." Her mouth had dropped open, and her eyes had whipped to the accused before her brain had even processed what it was hearing. Frozen, Bitterblue stared into the bruised, bloody, and utterly dumbfounded face of Sapphire. 20. Bitterblue could not breathe, and for a moment she saw stars. Turning her back to the judges, the floor, the gallery, she stumbled in confusion to the table behind the dais where supplies were kept and where the clerk stood, so that as few people as possible would see her confusion. Clinging to the table so that she wouldn't fall, she reached for a pen, touched it to ink, blotted. She pretended to be jotting something down, something of dire importance that she'd just remembered. She had never held a pen so hard. When her lungs seemed to be accepting air again, she said, almost whispering, "Who hurt him?" "If you'll sit, Lady Queen," said the voice of Lord Piper, "we'll put the question to the accused." Carefully, Bitterblue turned to face the standing court. "Tell me," she said, "this instant, who hurt him?" Piper said, scrutinizing her in puzzlement. "The accused will answer the Queen's inquiry." A moment of silence. She didn't want to look at Saf again, but it was impossible not to. His mouth was a bloody gash, and one eye was swollen almost shut. His coat, so familiar to her, was rent at one of the shoulder seams and spattered with dried blood. "The Monsian guard hurt me," he said, then stopped, then added, "Lady Queen." Then, "Lady Queen," he repeated in bafflement, "Lady Queen." "That will do," Piper said sternly. "Lady Queen," Saf said again, suddenly falling into his chair,
giggling hysterically and adding, "How could you?" "The queen is not the one who hit you," Piper snapped, "and if she had, it would not be yours to question. Stand up, man. Show respect." "No," Bitterblue said. "Every single person here, sit." A suspended moment of silence followed. Then, hastily, hundreds of people sat. She spotted Bren in the audience, golden-haired, tight-faced, sitting 4 or 5 rows behind her brother. She caught Bren's eye. Bren stared back at her with a look like she wanted to spit in Bitterblue's face. And now, Bitterblue was thinking of Teddy, at home in his cot. Teddy would be so disappointed in her when he heard this truth. Holding tight to her own fingers, Bitterblue moved to her seat, and also sat, then jumped up, startled, then sat again, this time not on her own sword. "Poe, can you hear me? Will you come? Oh, come quickly." Keeping a channel open to Poe, but directing her attention to the large guard presence in the prisoner's hold with Seth, she said, "Which of you soldiers would care to explain the Monsian guard's abuse of this man?" One of the soldiers stood, squinting at her through 2 impressively bruised eye sockets. "Lady Queen," he said, "I am the captain of this unit. The prisoner resisted arrest, to the extent that one of our men is in the infirmary with a broken arm. We wouldn't have touched him otherwise." "You little bitch," Saf said wonderingly. "Don't," Bitterblue yelled, rising, extending a finger at the guard who'd drawn a fist back to strike Saf again. "I don't care what he calls you," she said to the guard, knowing perfectly well whom Saf had meant. "There will be no striking of prisoners, except in self-defense." "Oh, Poe, he's not making this easy. If he starts telling the truth, I don't know what I'll do. Pretend he's insane? Insanity won't help to free him." And everyone was half standing again, which made her want to scream. Dropping into her seat once more, she said, "What evidence have I missed? Who's he supposed to have murdered?" "An engineer in the East City named Ivan, Lady Queen," Piper said. "Ivan? The one who built the bridges and stole the watermelons? He's dead?" "Yes, Lady Queen, that Ivan." "When did it happen?" "2 nights ago, Lady Queen," said Piper. 2 nights ago, Bitterblue repeated, then understood. Her eyes bored into Piper's. The night before last night? At what time? "Just before midnight, Lady Queen, under the clock tower on Monster Bridge." The hour struck moments later. Her heart sinking into her boots, into the floor, into the earth beneath her castle, Bitterblue forced herself to look at Saf. And yes, of course he stared back at her with crossed arms and a nasty, twisted smirk to his broken mouth. For Saf knew perfectly well that just before midnight, the night before last, he'd been holding her hands on the roof of the shop, answering her 3rd question, and keeping her from feeling that she would fall off the face of the earth. He'd tossed her his watch to comfort her height sickness. They'd heard the clock chime together. "Oh, Poe, I don't understand what's happening here. Someone is lying. What am I to do? If I tell the truth, my advisors will know I've been sneaking out. And I can't bear them knowing. I just can't. They'll never trust me again. They'll fight me on everything. They'll try to control me. And the whole kingdom will speculate about whether I'm having a secret affair with a Leonid sailor who's a thief. I'll lose my credibility with everyone. I'll shame myself and everyone who supports me. What do I do? What's the way out of this? Where are you? You don't hear me, do you? You're not coming." "The accused has offered an alibi," Lady Queen, Piper continued. "He claims to have been stargazing with a friend on his roof. He further claims that his friend lives in the castle, but that he doesn't know the friend's true identity. Perversely, he then refuses to describe the friend for us so that we might produce him. Which is all in the way of saying that he has no alibi at all."
Which is all in the way of saying that even when faced with the charge of murder, Saf protects the secrets of the people he considers to be friends, even when he doesn't have the privilege of knowing those secrets himself. Saf's expression hadn't changed, except to grow harder, tighter, more bitterly amused. She saw no softness for herself there. The softness had been for Sparks, and Sparks was gone now. Poe, I have no choice. Bitterblue rose and said, everyone remained seated. She couldn't control her trembling. To stop herself from hugging her own arms, she took hold of her sword hilt. Then she looked into Saf's face and said, I know his companion's true name. The doors at the back of the courtroom crashed open, and Poe exploded through so forcefully that the audience spun around on their benches, craning to see what the ruckus was. Standing in the center aisle, himself, bruised and gasping, Poe called up to Bitterblue. Cousin, sticky door you've got there. Then he pretended to pass his eyes over the people in the room. What followed was the most masterly impression of shocked recognition that Bitterblue had ever seen. Poe's body went still, and his face registered perfect amazement. Saf, he said, great seas, is that you? You're not accused of something, are you? Bitterblue's relief was premature, she knew that. Still, it was the only emotion she could feel as she fell into her chair. She wasn't going to say a thing until she understood exactly what Poe was up to, other than, perhaps, the single word Piper, so that Piper would know to run through the charges against Saf once more, and Poe could go through the dramatics of pretending to be astonished and appalled. But this is extraordinary, Poe said, walking up the aisle, coming alongside the prisoner's hold, where Saf sat gaping at Poe as if Poe were a dancing bear that had just jumped out of a cake. In one easy motion, Poe swung himself over the gate, pushed through Saf's startled rising guards, and took Saf's shoulder. Why are you protecting me, man? Don't you know what happens to murderers in Monsieur? Lady Queen, he didn't murder that man. He was on the roof that night, just as he says, and I was with him. Thank you, Poe. Thank you. Thank you. She was like the paper glider she'd watched Poe fling into the wall. She thought she might slide right off the edge of her chair and crumple onto the floor. A furious argument had begun between Poe and her judges. My business is none of your business, Poe said flatly when Lord Qual asked, with a smarmy smile, why he'd been stargazing on a roof with a sailor in the East City at midnight. Nor does it have anything to do with whether Saf is innocent or guilty. And later, what do you mean? How long have I been friends with him? Haven't you asked him? I don't know if they've asked him, Bitterblue thought to him, but apparently Poe had already determined that they hadn't, which was lucky, for he continued without missing a beat. We met for the first time that night. Can you wonder that I fell in talking with him? Look at him. I don't ignore my own people. Don't draw any more attention to him than you need to, Poe. He's not coping well. For if Poe's apparent surprise at finding his new best friend on trial for murder was well acted, it paled in comparison to Saf's confoundedness at finding the graceling Prince of Leonid at his side, knowing who he was, claiming to be his friend, knowing obscure details about his whereabouts 2 nights ago, and lying to the High Court on his behalf. Qual asked Poe if he could furnish any other witnesses. Poe took a step to the front of the hold. Am I on trial here? Perhaps you think the 2 of us killed the man together. Naturally not, Lord Prince, said Qual, but you'll understand our hesitation in trusting a Leonid graceling who claims to have no grace. When have I ever claimed to have no grace? Not you, of course, Lord Prince, the accused. Poe spun back to Saf. Saf, did you tell these judges that you have no grace? Saf swallowed. No, Lord Prince, he whispered. I only claimed not to know my grace, Lord Prince. You do perceive the difference? Poe asked, rather sarcastically, turning back to Qual. And still, it's certain that the accused lied, Lord Prince, for he also claimed not to know your true identity. It's obvious he lied to protect me and my business, Poe said impatiently. He is loyal to a fault. My prince, Saf piped up miserably, I would rather be convicted of a crime I didn't commit than put you in jeopardy. Oh, finish this, Poe, please, thought Bitterblue. I cannot bear how pathetic he is. And then Poe shot Bitterblue the briefest of sardonic expressions. Bitterblue, hardly able to believe it, studied Saf more closely. Surely his humility wasn't an act. Could Saf act in a moment like this? He is proud of lying, Qual said triumphantly. Bitterblue had given up on identifying the authenticity of anyone's emotions. She only knew that Poe seemed genuinely fed up with Qual. Swinging himself over the gate of the hold, not quite as smoothly as he had before, he came to stand before the dais. "What is your problem?" he asked Qual. "Do you doubt the truth of my testimony?" Qual worked his mouth. "Not at all, Lord Prince." "Then you acknowledge that he must be innocent, but still you can't let it go. Why don't you like him? Is it because he's graced, or might it be because he's Leonid?" "He's a funny sort of Leonid," said Qual, with a touch of contempt that suggested some personal disregard. "To your eyes, perhaps," Poe said coolly, "but he would not be wearing those rings or that gold in his ears if the Leonid didn't consider him to be Leonid. Many Leonids look just like him. While your Monsian king was murdering people indiscriminately, our Leonid king was opening his arms to gracelings seeking freedom. A Leonid is the reason your queen is alive today. Her Leonid mother had a mind stronger than any of the rest of you. Your Monsian king killed my father's Leonid sister. Your own queen is half Leonid." "Poe," Bitterblue sought, beginning to be thoroughly confused. "We're getting off course here, don't you think?" "Your Monsian witness is the one who's a criminal liar," Poe said, extending his hand toward a broad, handsome man in the first row of the audience. "Poe, no one's told you which one is the witness." Bitterblue jumped to her feet so that everyone would have to focus on figuring out whether to rise or remain seated, rather than on Poe's strange perceptiveness. "Pull yourself together," she snapped at him. "Arrest the witness," she snapped at the guards around Sapphire, "and release the accused from the hold. He's free to go." "He did break the arm of a member of the Monsian Guard, Lady Queen," Piper reminded her. "Who was arresting him for a murder he didn't commit. Nonetheless, Lady Queen, I don't believe we can tolerate behavior like that. He also lied to the court. I sentence him to the black eye and bloody mouth he already has," Bitterblue said, gazing at Piper squarely. "Unless every one of you objects to that, he's free to go." Piper cleared his throat. "That's acceptable to me, Lady Queen." "Very well," Bitterblue said. She turned and without another glance at Saf or Poe or any of the gaping audience, marched to the exit at the back of the dais. "Poe, don't let him get away. Bring him somewhere where I can talk to him privately. Bring him to my rooms." 21. When Bitterblue burst into her sitting room, Fox was polishing the royal crown. "Shall I come back later, Lady Queen?" she asked, with one glance at the Queen. "No. Yes. No," said Bitterblue, a bit wildly. "Where is Helda?" "Lady Queen?" Helda's voice came from the doorway behind her. "What on earth is the matter?" "Helda," said Bitterblue, "I did something terrible. Don't let anyone in but Poe and whoever he brings, all right? I can't talk to anyone else." "Of course, Lady Queen," said Helda. "What happened?" Bitterblue began to pace. She couldn't begin to explain. To get away from the need to do so, she waved her hands hopelessly, then pushed past Helda to the foyer and her bedroom and shut the door. Inside, she commenced pacing again, her sword slamming against her leg every time she turned. Where is Poe? Why must they take so long? Not certain when or how she'd crossed the room, she found herself bent over her mother's chest, clinging to its edges. The figures carved into its lid blurred with her tears. Then the door opened and Bitterblue scrambled to her feet, turned, tripped, sat down hard on the trunk. Poe came in and shut the door behind him. "Where is he?" Bitterblue asked. "In your sitting room," Poe said. "I've asked Helda and that girl to step out. Is there any way I can convince you not to do this now? He's had an awful lot thrown at him and no time to absorb it. I need to explain. I really think that if you gave him some time, I promise I'll give him cartloads of time after I explain." Bitterblue stood, swept toward Poe, and stopped before him, chin raised, staring at him. "Yes, all right," Poe said, rubbing his face with both ring-covered hands, defeated. "I'm not leaving," he added flatly. Poe. "Be as queenie as you like, Bitterblue. He's angry, he's hurt, he's clever and slippery. This morning, he broke someone's arm. I will not leave you alone in these rooms with him. Can't you just extract some sort of Leonid oath of honor from him or something? She shot at him sarcastically. I already have, Poe said. I'm still not leaving. Marching to the bed, he sat, crossing legs and arms. Bitterblue watched him for a moment, knowing that she was releasing feelings of one kind or another to him, not knowing herself exactly what they were. Managing, through some heroic effort of will, to contain how much she wished he would get past this addle-headed crisis about his grace. Poe said, "That ass Qual on your high court hates the Leonid. He tells himself he thinks we're inbred, over-muscled simpletons, but really what bothers him is that, in his opinion, we're better looking than he is. There's no logic to it either, for he's lumped Saf into it, even though, as he himself pointed out, Saf doesn't look Leonid. He's jealous of how well Saf and I look in our gold. Can you believe that? If he could have convicted us both of murder and taken our freedom away by virtue of that alone, he would have. He kept trying to imagine us without it. Without? Your freedom? Without our gold, Poe said. I'll stay in here while you talk to Sapphire. If he touches you, I'll come in and choke him to death. Saf's gold was the first thing she saw when she entered the sitting room, sunlit in his ears and on his fingers. She understood all at once that she wouldn't like to see him without it. It would be like seeing him with eyes that weren't his, or hearing him speak in a different voice. The gash in his coat broke her heart. She wanted to touch him. Then he turned to her, and she saw the disgust carried in every feature of his battered face and in every line of his body. He dropped to his knees, eyes raised, staring straight into her, the perfect mockery of subservience, for no man on his knees ever raised his eyes to a sovereign's face. It defeated the purpose of lowering oneself. "Stop that," she said. "Get up." "Whatever you wish, Lady Queen," he said sarcastically, leaping to his feet. She was beginning to understand the game. "Please don't do this, Saf," she pleaded. "You know it's just me." Saf snorted. "What? What is it?" "Nothing at all," he said, Lady Queen. "Oh, just tell me, Saf." "I wouldn't dream of contradicting the Queen, Lady Queen." In another place, in another conversation between them, she might have slapped his smug face. Perhaps Sparks would have slapped him right now, but Bitterblue couldn't. For Bitterblue, slapping Saf would only be playing into his game. The mighty queen slaps the lowly subject. And the more like a subject she treated him, the more control he had over the situation, which confused her because it made no sense that a queen should transfer power to her subject by mistreating him. She just wanted to be able to talk to him. "Saf," she said, "until now, we've been friends and equals." He shot her a look of pure derision. "What?" she begged. "Tell me, please talk to me." Saf took a few steps toward the crown on its stand and put his hand full on it, stroking the soft gold of its face, measuring the gems between his fingers. She kept her mouth shut, even though it felt like a bodily assault. But when he went so far as to lift it, placing it on his own head, turning to stare at her balefully, a ruin-eyed, bloody-mouthed, tattered-coat king, she couldn't stop herself. "Put that down," she hissed. He murmured as he removed the crown, setting it back on its velvet cushion. "We're not equals after all then, are we?" "I don't care about the stupid crown," she said, flustered. "I only care that my father was the last man I ever saw wear it, and when you put it on, I remember him." "Ironic," he said, "for I've been thinking of how much you make me think of him." It didn't matter that she'd had the same thoughts herself. It hurt far more coming from Saf. "You have lied just as much as I," she whispered. "I have never once lied," he snarled in an ugly voice, taking a step toward her, so that she had to step back, startled. "I've kept things from you when I needed to, but I've never lied. You knew I wasn't who I said. That was no secret. You're the queen," Saf yelled, taking another step forward. "The rutting queen. You manipulated me, and not just for information." Poe appeared in the doorway. He took hold of the door frame above his head, casually, with one hand. Raising his eyebrows, he leaned and waited. "Forgive me, Lord Prince," Saf said miserably, confusing Bitterblue by lowering his eyes before Poe, hanging his head, stepping back from her with no equivocation. "The Queen is my cousin," said Poe calmly. "I understand, Lord Prince," Saf said meekly. "I, on the other hand, do not understand," Bitterblue thought to Poe, "and I could kick you. I want him angry. When he's angry, we get to the truth." Poe assumed a bland expression, turned on his heel, and left the room. "He has no idea," Saf said, "does he? He has no idea what a snake you are." Taking a breath, Bitterblue said quietly, "I didn't manipulate you." "Horse shit," Saf said. "You told Prince Poe every last detail about me, every minute of everything we've ever done, yet I'm to believe you never told your little people? You think I'm so naive that I haven't figured out how I got pulled in for a murder I didn't commit? Or who's paying that witness to lie? Or who's responsible for the attacks on Teddy and me?" "What?" she cried. "Saf, no! How can you think I'm behind all those things when Poe and I just saved you? You're not thinking. And that last little bit of Fundy, did you enjoy that? Do you get a kick out of debasing yourself with commoners and then telling others?" "I cannot believe how much feeling I wasted in worry," he said, voice going low, stepping toward her again, "fearing I would injure you somehow, thinking you were innocent." Knowing it was a wild and unwise thing to do, she took hold of his arm. "Saf, I swear to you, I'm not your villain. I'm as baffled about that as you are. I'm on your side. I'm trying to find the truth. And I've never told anyone your every last detail. Anyone but Poe," she amended desperately, "and even he doesn't know the private things. Hardly anyone else even knows I go out at night." "You're lying again," he said, trying to push her off. "Let go." She clung to him. "No, please, let go," he said between his teeth, "or I'll punch you in the face and shame myself before my prince." "I want you to punch me in the face," she said, which wasn't true, but at least it would be fair. Her guards had punched it in the face. "Of course," he said, "because then I'll land right back in prison." He twisted his arm away, and she gave up, turned her back to him, wrapping arms around herself, hugging herself desolately. Finally, she said in a small, clear voice, "I have lied, Saf, but never with the intention of hurting you, or your friends, or any truth seekers, or anyone, I swear it. I only ever went out to see what my city was like at night, because my advisors keep me blind in a tower, and I wanted to know. I never meant to meet you. I never meant to like you, and I never meant to become your friend. Once I did, how was I to tell you the truth?" She couldn't see him, but he seemed to be laughing. "You're unbelievable. Why? What is it? Explain what you mean." "You seem to have this daydream, Saf, that when we were spending time together and I didn't know you were the queen, we were friends, equals. But knowledge is power. You knew you were the queen, and I didn't. We have never once been equal. And as far as friendship goes," he said, then stopped. "Your mother is dead," he said in a different kind of voice, bitter and final. "You've lied to me about everything." "I told you things that were more precious to me," she whispered. A silence stretched between them, empty, a distance. It lasted a long, long time. "Let's suppose for a minute that you're telling the truth," he finally said, "about not being the person behind the attacks." "I am telling the truth," she whispered. "Saf, I swear it. The only thing I lied about is who I am." Another short silence. When he spoke again, it was with a sadness and a quietness that she did not know how to associate with the Saf she knew. "But I don't think you understand who you are," he said. "I don't think you realize how big it is, or how it maroons me. You're so high in the world that you can't see down as far as me. You don't see what you've done." And Saf moved around her, vanishing into the foyer without leave. shouldering through the outside doors, so abruptly that, finding herself alone, she made a small noise of surprise. Slowly, Bitterblue unfolded herself, turning to take in the room, the midday light. She searched for the clock on the mantel to see how many hours of this day were left to live through before she could hide in the covers of her bed. Her eyes didn't make it as far as the clock, for the crown was missing from its velvet cushion. Bitterblue spun frantically, her body refusing her mind's immediate comprehension. But of course, the crown was nowhere else in the room either. Hissing Saf's name, she ran after him, burst through her outside doors, and found herself staring into the faces of two very startled Lined guards. "Is anything wrong, Lady Queen?" the guard to the left inquired. And what was she going to do anyway? Race through the castle, higgledy-piggledy, having no idea of his route, in the hopes that she'd cross his path in a courtyard somewhere? And then what? Ask him before an audience of passers-by to please give back the crown he was hiding in his coat? Then, when he refused, grapple with him for it? He'd be arrested all over again, and this time for a crime he had committed. "Everything is marvelous," Bitterblue said. "This is the best day of my life. Thank you for asking." Then she went to kick in her bedroom door and demand of Poe why he'd let this happen. The answer was straightforward enough. Poe was asleep. 22. When Poe burst back into her rooms an hour later, he was not carrying the crown. "Where is it?" Bitterblue hissed from her place on the sofa, where she'd spent the hour pushing away the food Helda pressed on her, fending off visits from her puzzled advisors, and pulling at her cuticles. Poe collapsed beside her, rumpled and soaking wet. "I lost him." "You lost him? How?" "He had a head start, Bitterblue, and his sister met him just outside, and they ran together, splitting up sometimes. And it's raining, which makes things harder for me. And I cannot keep all your streets in my mind, and all the houses and all the moving people, while also focusing on someone who grows farther and farther away. I got lost. I had to backtrack. And all the hundreds of folk who saw me were having dramatic reactions at me, wanting to know why I was running around like a lunatic, and I cannot even begin to describe how distracting that is. The power of the rumor mill, if you could feel it as I do, would boggle your mind. Too many people out there know somehow that Katza left abruptly in the middle of the night, sobbing her eyes out, wearing Raffin's clothing, and taking a horse over Wings Bridge. Every one of them who looked at me wanted to know what horrible thing I'd done to her. In addition to that, a dignified voice said from the doorway, "Look at what a sight he is, Lady Queen. I've never tried running after young men through the city streets myself, but I expect it's difficult with heavy legs and tired eyes. He looks as if he hasn't slept in days, and who can blame him, with his lady up and leaving him?" Coming into the room, Helda went to a side table, poured a cup of cider, and brought it to Poe. "She left because I asked her to, Helda," he said quietly, accepting the cup. Sitting down across from them, sniffing, Helda said, "Who's going to tell me what's going on?" Bitterblue was lost. Had Poe told Helda his truth then? Or was he revealing it to her this very moment? Had he even meant to? Or had she snuck up on him somehow? If one of the Lined guards stepped in, or one of the spies, would Poe reveal it to them too? Why not hang a banner from the windows? She tore a hangnail too close to the root and sucked her breath in through her teeth. "Well," she said to Helda, watching the bead of blood grow, "today, a city person I know was arrested for a murder he didn't commit. He was acquitted. Then Poe brought him here so that I could talk to him." "I saw him when he came in, Lady Queen," Helda said severely, "before Prince Poe shooed me back to my rooms and told me to stay there. He looked like an incurable ruffian. And when he began yelling at you, and I came out to knock some sense into him, Prince Poe shooed me away again." "His name is Sapphire," Bitterblue said, swallowing, "and he didn't know until he saw me in the High Court today that I was the Queen. I'd told him that I worked in the kitchens." Helda narrowed her eyes. "I see." "He's a friend, Helda," Bitterblue said hopelessly. except that, on the way out, he stole the crown. Settling herself more firmly into her chair, Helda said again, dryly, "I see." "I can't see with my eyes," Poe said to Helda, perhaps a bit out of the blue, thrusting a hand through his soggy hair. "I believe you've gathered the rest, but if you're to know the whole truth, I should tell you I lost my eyesight 8 years ago." Helda opened her mouth, closed it. "I sense things," Poe went on, "not just thoughts, but objects, bodies, force, momentum, the world around me, and so my blindness, much of the time, is not the hindrance it would otherwise be, but it's the reason I can't read. I can't see color. The world is gray shapes. The sun and moon are too far away for me to sense, and I can't see light." Still working her mouth, Helda reached into her pocket for a handkerchief, which she handed to Bitterblue. After a moment, she extracted another handkerchief, then set to folding it precisely, as if matching corner to corner were the day's most critical task. When she pressed it to her lips, then dabbed her eyes, Poe's head dropped. "Regarding the crown," he said, clearing his throat, "they seem to be heading east, perhaps toward the Silver Docks, before I lost them. Did you go to the shop?" "I don't know the location of the shop, Bitterblue. No one's thought the map straight at me. Do it yourself, and I'll go there now." "No," she said. "I don't advise that." "I must." "Bitterblue," Poe said, beginning to lose his patience, "I advised you against meeting him the first time, and he stole your crown. What do you think he'll do the second time? But if I keep trying, while I stand outside ready to come bursting in to cover for you when he, oh, I don't know, gets it into his head to drag you into the street and start screaming that the boy in the hood is really the queen of the kingdom? I don't have time for this, Bitterblue, and I don't have the energy to keep straightening your tangles." White-lipped, Bitterblue rose to her feet.
"Shall I stop straightening your tangles then, too, Poe? How often do I lie for your sake? How often did you lie to me in the first years of our acquaintance? You who are immune to being lied to yourself. How inconvenient it must be when you have to complicate your peace by lying for the sake of others. Sometimes," Poe said with bitterness, "you are utterly without pity." "I'd say you've enough pity for yourself," said Bitterblue. "You, of all people, should understand my need for Saf's forgiveness. What I've done to him, you do to everyone all the time. Help me or don't help me, fine, but don't talk to me as if I'm a child who trips around carelessly making messes. There are situations in my city and my kingdom that you know nothing about." Then she sat down again, suddenly, dismal and deflated. "Oh, Poe," she said, dropping her face into her hands. "I'm sorry. Please, give me your advice. What should I say to him? What do you say when you've hurt someone with a lie?" Poe was quiet for a moment. Then he almost seemed to be laughing, mournfully, under his breath. "I apologize." "Yes, I've done that," Bitterblue said, her mind running through the horrible conversation she'd had with Saf, then running through it again. "Oh." She stared at Poe in dismay. "I never once said I was sorry." "You must," Poe said, gently now. "Beyond that, you must tell him as much of the truth as you possibly can. You must ensure, by whatever means necessary, that he doesn't use it to ruin you. And then you must let him be as angry as hell be. That's what I do. And so I must throw myself into my own guilt, and into the hatred of a person I've grown fond of." Bitterblue contemplated her ruined cuticles. She was beginning to better understand, starkly, Poe's crisis. Leaning into him, she touched her head to his shoulder. He put a wet arm around her and held on. "Helda," Bitterblue said, "how long do you think we can keep everyone from noticing that the crown is missing?" Helda pursed her lips. "A good long time," she decided with a staunch nod. "I don't anticipate anyone caring about the crown until your uncle's visit. Do you, Lady Queen? It's only your spies, your servants, your council friends, and I in these rooms. And of those, it's only 1 or 2 of the servants I'd rather not trust. I'll construct something and throw a cloth over the cushion so it looks like nothing's amiss."
Don't forget that it depends on Saf as well, Poe said. He's perfectly capable